We good? I think we're good. All right. I'm gonna take a fat piss. Give me one quick sec while everybody piles in. I'm gonna take a fat piss in a moment. I sat on the arm of my chair. Switch to live chat? True.
I wanted to talk to you because it feels like, you know, things seem tense.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. I'm upset about a lot of different. What would you say the purpose of this conversation? Should we agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's your conversation, so you tell me whatever you want the purpose to be.
I want to I don't like how things are going.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. And,
I don't like doing a call to action for liking the stream until a little bit later, personally.
You know, I'm just kind of floating on through.
Time to loop? All right, 2x is what I was suggested.
Okay, well,
all right, we'll 2x it.
I'd like things to change. And I guess worst case scenario is like if I don't like the way working with you is, then I'd like to just be friends.
Okay, gotcha.
So people keep talking about like me attacking you or like turning into Bosch or Masan or trying to destroy your career or destroy you somehow, which I don't want. I want things to change.
Fuck, no captions?
I basically just set boundaries, you know? There's like certain stuff happening that I just don't want to happen.
I was gonna do that, DGen1, but there is no captions. There is no CC. Does somebody have like a video of their talk, just their talk? It might have CC.
I want this to turn into both resolving these issues.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I said last thing? I'm sorry.
To a debate.
Oh. Okay.
Change your YouTube title? Thank you for reminding me about that.
Can we agree on a premise?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure, go for it. Well, I mean, I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, you can suggest it.
I have been dogpiled by your community.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay. Fact 1. 2, I cannot defend myself in the subreddit, nor can other people.
You definitely can't post Civil War and everything. It's pretty hard for other people to, I'd say, or not. I think I'd probably agree with that. Okay.
So it is within your subreddit, it is a hands tied behind my back dogpile.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay. You could stop that if you wanted to. You could stop the hands tied behind my back part if you wanted to. You could have unbanned me at any point.
Were you at the gym again during the call? Nope, I literally slept for 14 hours today.
Or you could have told Forethought to stop banning my fans at any point. You've not done that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, what's up, Jacob?
I have posted a total of 9 times.
Nothingness, what'd you post?
Made posts on my own.
Okay.
Starting 6 months ago. I think my first post was after the doll review. And that was my first dog pile in the subreddit. And I think I did a Q&A, I did a AMA. I was like, I need some control over the narrative, because like that was the first time I felt like you're really just writing a story about me that's like very unfavorable to me, and I was like, okay, I need a way to add my voice to this. You know, it's your subreddit, it's your stream, whatever. So since then, I think every time I have felt like you.
Wait, hold on, real quick, just on that.
We could use an automated translate thing.
You said you'd written some posts.
Browser. I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
Yeah.
9 posts, but more comment. You're not gonna comments there, right? Just checking.
Right, I've commented.
I fell asleep 20 minutes in, AFK during war. Wait, did you really?
Ton.
Okay, gotcha. All right, sorry.
But I've only written 9
What a
total.
loser.
9 times I've been like, I need to tell a story.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't like the story Steven's telling about me. I need to tell my own story. And
Started calling Max a corpse fucker and
I think the way you've kind of
moron.
taken the higher status
Jesus Christ,
position
man.
in most of our interactions has been okay with me. I noticed it like immediately. But if you, usually, like, there's never a conversation where you do a stream with someone and I come in and I'm like, buddy, Steven, let me tell you how you gotta talk to people. Like, you did this all wrong. Let me give you some pointers on like how to have a like human conversation. Like you're autistic. Like we don't have conversations like that, right?
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
Yeah, generally. Yeah.
Premise. Okay. So usually, if we're having a disagreement about communication styles, it's you telling me why you think I did something wrong or spoke to someone the wrong way, and you giving me your advice. And a lot of times you're like, that's not.
I just want to be clear. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think every single time, it's generally you've come to me for it. I'm not like messaging you like, hey, we need to talk about how you spoke to this person, right?
I don't think so. Like after the Lauren conversation, when you were telling me to rub the cat, like get the cat to roll over before you rub its belly.
Yeah, but I don't think that conversation started with me saying like, hey, you need to come on and we need to talk about how you talk with Lauren, right? And then just
Well, you
kind of
DM'd me asking me if you could come in and moderate.
initially I did because you guys got stuck in on thing, but
okay, right. But there's never been a conversation where I was watching you and then I DM'd you and I was like, Steven, you need a translator.
I don't think you've done it explicitly. You kind of did with the lab stuff, but maybe you'd say that's a little differently because you felt like she was getting dogpiled. Like argue there was a translation thing on there, but sure. But I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, yeah. Obviously, there's one way that it tends to go. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay with. I'm okay with you being my streaming big brother. You know, I'm all right with that. I don't need to be like the expert in our conversations. But sometimes when you come in and say, "Here's how things are," you'll say it in a way that starts a dogpile against me, or
my Discord, not yours.
And so it's been very important to me to, I mean, in trying to navigate this, figure out like how do I want to talk about other streamers, how do I want to communicate about it, how do I want to talk about like conversations after they happen. Like you've got the pre-talk, you've got the post-talk, you've got the breakdown, you've got the status in the conversation, you've got the audience on your side. Well, with all that stacked, I've still been kind of okay with like, okay, as long as I can tell my story and have my essay, which are usually well liked, then it feels like I can handle the setup. But now that's been taken away from me. Oh, it was starting to be taken away from me, I think, when Forethought started disbanding people for supporting me. And then like the narrative was like, there's a mod with a hate boner against MrGirl, which is obviously chilling, has a chilling effect on support of me. Do you agree with that? Not that it was banned, but that it's not encouraged for sure. Okay, so I mean,
didn't hear it.
I guess what just comes down
it's
to
a reflex. It's I know you guys probably can't hear it. It's a reflex.
It's like I feel that.
Wait. If you didn't hear it, it was a Discord ping. You fucking loser. It was a ping for my Discord. You degenerate? So that means you weren't in my Discord, you fucking weirdo. Get in my Discord!
Finding me unfavorably, particularly when we are in a disagreement with each other. And if you're going to do that, I need to be able to be defended somehow. And so I heard what you said earlier where I'm saying that it's intentional and that there's no way I can get around that. Because if you're making the conscious decision to not delete good criticism of yourself, then you must be doing all this consciously. That's a good point. I guess I see it this way. You're not intentionally preventing yourself from like hyper defensive moderation. Like you're not. There's no like separation of powers where you're like trying to stop yourself from impulse banning people. Like obviously. Mm-hmm. So I understand from your perspective, it's that some posts seem like bullshit criticisms of you.
Okay.
But in swearing, like, how does it have 500 upvotes from your own fans if it is truly bullshit criticism? I guess it just.
I mean, one, you don't even have to necessarily think that it came from his own fans. I mean, like, I imagine they're going to establish is that they both have fan overlap, and shit like that. And it could just be MrGirl's fans who more agree with MrGirl than Destiny. But I agree with MrGirl in essence here that, like, a 500 upvote thing, just saying, like, oh, it's all MrGirl fans, it's none of my fans, doesn't make much sense. Could it be possible? Sure, but doesn't make much sense.
Do you think that the upvote system is a good way to foster the most intelligent type of conversation you can have on Reddit?
No.
Then why would I use upvotes as an indicator for whether or not criticism is good or bad?
That's a good question.
I don't think I was saying good or bad.
You seem to imply that I'm saying some criticism is bullshit, and you're saying, well, how could it possibly be bullshit when there's so many upvotes? And then my question is, do you think upvotes are indicative of whether or not a particular post is good or bad, or criticism are good or bad? And you said, well, probably not.
No, they're indicative of resonance.
Okay.
And if a criticism resonates with your own fans, that is an indication that it's probably not bullshit.
Sure, possibly. But I could also just not want that criticism.
Yes. So that's a different idea than the.
I would just say that, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter if it resonates with the audience if it's not a good criticism, right? But I agree with MrGirl's point, though. Like, I'm trying to argue it from both sides here. My position is that it does matter if it resonates with your community, because let's say like 20% of my community, I don't know, Nick Fuentes' arguments resonate with, I have to deal with that. Whether I think it's an intelligent argument or not, I have to deal with it. So, yeah, I think that's valid.
Criticism is bullshit.
I guess it doesn't want to be bullshit. Like, because I wouldn't say the criticism is good or valid is the same as it resonates.
How long do you think he'll be gone for? I think he's going to interact with Destiny in probably a pretty similar way if I had to make an argument.
Resonate that I wouldn't care about, right? But sure, we can say that the criticism resonates. For sure, that's probably the case.
Yeah, and I think even criticism that resonates.
Looking for myself, link me a clip of that. Actually, never mind. I can't watch it. This is going to be turned into a
environment that is
YouTube
fair
video.
to your orbiters.
Why am I creating an environment that is fair to my orbiters? I don't know what that means.
You're not.
Well, no, or why should I?
I mean, that's my whole.
Yeah, of course. It's not. It's my environment. It's not. I would never say that.
Why
like,
should you?
Yeah, my subreddit is a place where everybody can come for equal representation, have equal access to my community. Like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so you said that I'm creating a subreddit that is unfair to a group of people that don't own the subreddit, which seems to imply that I ought to make the subreddit. The contrapositive is I ought to make the subreddit fair to most or all people. And what I'm saying is
just orbiters, not all people.
Say orbiters, yeah. But then my criticism people, why would I do that? Or why would that ever be my why?
For two reasons. One, I think it's what's best for us, the orbiters. I think it's immoral to not do that.
What if it was at the detriment to
immoral
myself?
I agree with. I mean, it's tautologically true. What he's saying that it would be good for orbiters, but Max here, I don't. Yeah, I mean, Destiny's about to take it away. I don't know. I don't think this is something that I really care about. No, I'm not the nigga to start talking about this. There's so many people that are like Lav is having fucking stressful moments in her life, which I'm sympathetic to, as a result of how the Reddit is treating her and shit. I just don't care. If the Reddit's like right now saying Ahrelevant didn't jump into the fucking pit, into the orbiter war call, because he's a coward, spineless piece of shit, I don't know, Destiny simp, weirdo, go next, L ratio, I wouldn't care. Even if that had 10,000 up, I don't care. Why would I care? So yeah.
Do I have an obligation to run my community in a way that benefits people that interact with me?
So I'm not the person to be honestly making the arguments either way, really. I just don't give a fuck about Reddit.
That I feel is detrimental to myself.
I will answer that, but I don't think it is. I think what you're doing is already detrimental to yourself. So I think the two interests are aligned. But can you provide, like, give me an example for that? Because on the flip side, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but on the flip side, I would say that I have one of the most successful communities on Reddit of any content creator, including those that are like 10 times the size of me. So I feel like something is working right.
Metrics are true.
Yes. Yeah, size-wise. Okay, wait, so am I arguing that it's in your best interest to...
Well, you seem to be implying that like the moderation decisions that I'm making don't even serve my
own interests. Looking for myself, I can't watch it because I'm
seems to me
trying
that
to
so far the way the subreddit's ran has
YouTube
been
video on my
wildly successful for the sub.
It is, but compared to what it could be, we don't know. I mean, obviously the sub could be better.
Yeah, the hypothetical thing you're comparing it to could be, you can't give me any other example of a subreddit that's like that. And in fact, I would even...
That allows...
Yeah, because almost every subreddit that is considered of high quality on Reddit has extensive moderation. Nazi-like moderation, some might even say.
I'm okay with Nazi-like moderation. That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against unfair moderation that humiliates your colleagues.
Oh yeah, now would probably be a good time to do a call to action for liking the stream. If you like me covering, Destiny Sphere drama or any kind of thing in general on YouTube, I'm even fine with covering certain things on YouTube that I could cover on Twitch. If you just want to see me stream on YouTube more often, then put a like on the damn video. This is a place where I don't have to run mid-roll ads. Yesterday I was informed that pre-roll ads are a thing on YouTube, but like mid-roll ads are not something that's a thing, so you won't casually just get a bunch of ads throughout the thing. I have control over that, and I'm just going to refuse to do it. So I have more control over advertisements that you get hit with on YouTube, but also there's a chance for organic growth with the like system, the engagement system on YouTube in comparison to Twitch. You can get as much engagement as you want on Twitch. The only thing that matters is viewers, which I don't like. I don't like that I have to get more viewers to get more viewers. It's stupid. It's a terrible system. I like the idea of if people like my content, want to engage, want to talk inside of chat or whatever, then the algorithm goes, well, there's clearly something going on with the stream. Maybe push it out to some more people. And to my knowledge, that's what happens on YouTube. So I like YouTube's system a little bit better. And so I would like the idea of streaming on YouTube more consistently. If you want to see me do that, then please drop a like on the video. And thank you to the 27 people that liked the stream after that call to action. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Underlings, wherever we are, orbiters. You have moderation that specifically humiliates your orbiters and generates dog piles against them. A vicious dog pile. So I'm not, it's not the amount of moderation, it's the kind of moderation that I'm against.
YouTube is worse for watchers. I think it depends. Somebody earlier said that it's better for mobile users. It might be, I know the chat experience is not nearly as good. The moderation tools are definitely dog shit. But I do believe that YouTube is an overall better experience, just for at least me, and I think in some ways chat, because it enables, I don't know, for me as a viewer of a Twitch stream, I fucking hate ads. I stop watching Twitch streams as soon as an ad comes up. I just don't have the attention span to sit through especially unskippable fucking 8-second ads. I just can't do it. So the ad thing for me is a really, really, really big incentive for the viewer experience to try and stream on YouTube.
And it's not that you're intentionally generating dog piles, it's that you're not intentionally trying to prevent them. I think the kind of content you make and the kind of conversations we all have, you would have to go out of your way. You'd have to go above and beyond to protect your orbiters. And I don't think you're doing that. I mean, you're saying you're not doing it. You're saying
probably not. I don't think so. I don't know if I would. But
okay, so the reasons. Well, okay, what am I answering? Why should you?
Oh,
for your
Sebastian,
own interest,
that's
saying
terrible.
What would be my take if it was somehow against your interest, but in the interest of your orbiters?
Well, one, I don't actually agree that it is in my interest. I don't think I even agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can start on that one.
Whether it's in your interest?
Yeah.
A lot of the conversations you have with your orbiters are boring. People are sycophantic toward you, and I think my sense is that you dislike this. And I think that comes across in the streams. So while the subreddit health is different from the stream health, I think that if your orbiters feel like they have to suck up to you or become a copy of you or be ultimately a worse version of you, then I think that really impacts the conversations that you're able to have with those people. I mean, I've started using the derogatory term white blood cell when I'm having an argument with you or even a conversation, and they start flooding into the room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video games and they're parroting you, and I'm like, do you like this? Like, how this not like why would you want to surround yourself with people who are afraid to disagree with you? And so do
you think that most people that have my opinions, you think are afraid to disagree?
I was gonna say I'm not sure that those things are synonymous, because I would probably agree with the idea that conversations where everybody agrees with Destiny are a lot more boring. This is part of the reason why I don't talk to Destiny as much, because I end up agreeing with him a lot. So I just straight up don't engage with the man. But so I actually agree with MrGirl on that one. But I don't think that just because there's agreement there, that means that people are afraid to disagree with him. I'm not afraid to disagree with him. I just need something significant to disagree with him about, that I really want. So.
I think your orbiters are afraid to disagree with you.
Gotcha. I guess it's possible. I don't know how either of us would prove it, but I think that the answer is probably like a lot more boring, and that's just that they all watch my content. I tend to do the most research on the issues I talk about of most of my orbiters, and then therefore they tend to kind of just have my opinions. There are exceptions to that, but the exceptions are the people that do more research than me, and they do tend to disagree with me on things. Like Roseburst is a good example. He's come on my streams arguing with me about things before, and he's disagreed with me things. I think Pisco's disagreed with me about things. Supreme has come on and disagreed about things, because these are people that have specialized knowledge where they've done more research and they've come on and they're like, oh, you're wrong about this. But it seems like they have no problem disagreeing with me ever.
My view is that having orbiters who are also your fans hurts your content.
I mean, do you think that like Abba is a bad person to jump in and talk to me, or Muda is a bad person to? Like, I think all of my orbiters / fans have disagreed with me, I think, at some point in time. Like,
I don't want to call anyone out specifically. I want to call out a dynamic that I see where I see a filtration. Like, there are people on the internet who are well-spoken, interesting, and have heavy disagreements with you about really big topics that would probably turn into really interesting debates, discussions, high conflict streams where you'd be able to really, really hash things out with people. That I think those people are being turned away. So again, it's not that I'm trying to.
Can we take not to put you on the spot, but like, what's like an example of one of these people? I'm super curious. Because like I'm thinking like Pisco is probably one guy that I probably he actually even triggers the fuck out of me in chat when I just say type. I'm already triggered because I already know he's disagreeing with me, and he does it a lot. And I think he's probably one of the most overwhelmingly positively received people in my subreddit, and that's like a high conflict.
What? Hold on. Oh my god, it made it so way I can't view the fucking message that you put in. Is agreeing with Darius on the lav issue sexist? I don't even know what he said. Thank you for the primer in 10 months.
Person.
Yeah, that's good. No, I don't want to give an example. I just want to, again, I mean, like, did you disagree with this idea that, like, you have a lot of sycophantic clones of yourself?
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, there are people that definitely pick up my manners and stuff, but I don't think that it's to the point where, like, they're scared to disagree with me. I don't agree with that dynamic, no.
Okay, so my sense that this, like, dreadful fog of boredom descends over the stream when somebody comes in to just kind of shoot the shit and agree with you about something, that doesn't, you don't...
Oh, that definitely exists, but I don't know if it's because people are scared to disagree with me. I think that's just the nature of, like, what I do in terms of political conversations. Like, I'm going to tend to talk to people that agree with me because the people that heavily disagree with me generally don't want to talk. Like, I think that's just like the nature of doing like political content online in general. Well,
I'm saying I think you're contributing. I know that there's a narrative that people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
Okay. This is a guide to enable Chrome's built-in live capture system feature if you want to add captions. I'm using Firefox for my stream.
Because if you do disagree with you in a certain way or a certain number of times, you're going to face a dog pile.
Yeah, I mean, that can happen, but I mean, like, that it's, I mean, like...
Man, this really, really makes me want to disagree with Destiny about some heavy shit, because I would not care at all. If anything, it'd probably benefit my career. Like, oh my god. Seeing the route that people have gone who have, like, had severe, large-scale disagreements with, consistent disagreements with Destiny, Jesus Christ. If anything, I feel like it would benefit my fucking career, but... This makes me want to do this just so I can prove that I just don't give a fuck about this shit. Because I don't care. But I'll agree that I'm probably a pretty unique person. I tend to not care if people are shitting on me online. I've had a couple of times it happen at a very large scale. Very, very large scale. LSF fucking tier shit that probably very few people that have had. I'm probably more similar to MrGirl. Probably not as severe as MrGirl shit, because MrGirl shit was like internet wide. But like in comparison to many other orbiters, I've had some pretty steep shit where like Hassan has said specific shit about me and caused LSF to look at me a kind of weird way. I just don't care, man. I just don't care.
In some ways it's controllable, but in other ways it's like kind of uncontrollable. Like it just depends on what's going on.
Okay, well, I have some suggestions on what I think you could do to protect your orbiters. But you're saying, why is it good for me to protect my orbiters?
Well, now you're not talking about orbiters. Now you're talking about anybody that I can have that conversation with. So, like, for instance, I mean, like, there's like a 3-day...
become orbiters, potential. I'm talking about...
Well, like, so I have like a 3-day circle jerk rule. So, like, I don't want people posting threads for, like, people days and days. Or it feels like posting excessive. Like, just stop. This is, like, cringe as fuck. Like, that's a rule that I've had. I don't know when I started that, but it was in response to people who were, like, shitting on some people. It's too much. It's like, this is too much. But, like... Sure. There's also going to be people that... So, here's the issue. When I talk to people that I massively disagree with, that I have huge disagreements with, chances are my sub's going to have huge disagreements with them as well. So, yeah. I mean, like, I can tell people to be nicer, but, like, if I argue with... Theoretically, if me and Lauren Southern argue about immigration and her hypocrisy related to like immigrating to Australia was a big one that Peace argued about, my sub's probably gonna shit on her. Like, but I mean, like, I can tell people to be nicer, but there's gonna be a ton of people saying like she's a hypocrite.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting you tell people to be nicer.
Okay, what do we? Okay, go ahead then. Sorry, I don't know what we're suggesting.
Imagine if you have a debate with Lauren Southern about immigration, and then you ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
It would depend on what her and her fans were posting, though. Like, I've kind of done that with, like, if Groyper's posting my subreddit, about some things, then it's okay-ish, but sometimes it's just like literal sycophants that just show up and like engage in shit that I don't want my subreddit. Like, no, I'm gonna do that. But I wouldn't ban every single person to defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean, who defends me.
Well, that's only after the war declaration and everything, but like...
That's fine. I understand I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong.
Well, you're making it sound incredibly arbitrary. Like, there were already issues popping up beforehand with, like, the sycophantic, like, defense stuff that I think was, like, irritating. Probably both me and Forethought.
What the hell is he doing? He's just opening up menus right now.
Defining it as sycophantic defense.
He's literally just opening up menus, running in circles.
Already smuggling in the premise that you're right.
What is he doing?
Well, isn't that kind of what you've done with my fans?
What is he doing?
And I feel like the way that you conduct yourself with my sub is kind of pretty similar in terms of like the type of defense that I see. In terms of like...
Wait,
yeah, go ahead.
How would I have done with your fan?
Like the way that you represent... Like if I... So, fully prepared to be calling this I'm wrong. But I think if you go through my post and Vosh's subreddit, I think my posts are pretty good. My comments. Usually when I'm responding to people, I'm generally pretty polite. I'm generally like, these are the facts, this is what I feel, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like when I saw your post, sometimes in my subreddit, it was literally like, you guys aren't smart enough to understand this. You don't get this. Like, my fans get this. You just don't understand this particular thing. Like, those kinds of defenses, and then the people that see that and then make similar defenses are going to like, it's going to breed a certain style of conversation where it's like, I just don't want to see it.
Okay. Saying people are too stupid to understand your arguments is something that you do a lot.
On my stream... Yeah. But if I went into I think I've had this exact conversation before. If I went into Vosh's subreddit and I started saying that, I would fully expect to get banned. Like when I post in my subreddit, I'm an actual.
If
I've been posting in my subreddit, I'm a feral monster, and I fully acknowledge that. I'm like, because it's my subreddit. But if I'm posting in other people's subreddits, like, okay, well, this is I'm like a guest here, and I'll post it in a way that I would want to get banned if somebody else is posting my subreddit. Like generally how I function.
Yeah, I know that's how you function. That's the thing I'm complaining about.
Yet, like, click on the building, he still has mouse accuracy.
That I have to be polite and nice, and you get to tear into me in front of all these people.
Well, I don't think I've ever posted on the subreddit like tearing into you before. Like anything I say is generally done on stream.
You kind of have. You've made some comments. We had a tense comment exchange where you said, maybe if you're getting this feedback after these conversations, then you're the one with a problem.
What was it in reference to?
Some conversation I had that you thought I didn't have right. People were arguing about it. And somebody said, somebody quoted Shaylin's twit longer and said, it's not true that you can't ask Max to be nice. And then you made fun of that person and, by implication, Shaylin.
I think I would make fun if I remember correctly. Yeah, I probably would. I probably did.
Okay, so I'm just saying it's not true that it's all on stream. You have.
Okay, there are some comments that I do make on my side, but it's pretty rare. It's generally not. I'm generally just talking on stream. Okay. Like I think at this point, I actually think you've probably posted my subreddit more than I have. I think you've posted like almost somebody said some 700 comments on my subreddit. I don't think I posted that much on my subreddit.
Yeah, Jesus! Wait, 700? Oh my God! Jesus, good Lord! I think that's 100 times more than I've ever posted on Reddit in general. Because somebody was made me aware. I think it was Fino called me out on the fact that because I earlier said I don't think I've ever posted on Reddit, but I did. Several years ago, I played a game called Vermintide 2. Really excited for the Darktide game coming out here soon. And I played that game, and I made, I think they said 7 posts on that shit. So he literally has 100 times more comments than I do total posts on Reddit in total.
There's a lot of dogpiles happening, so...
I've been
most of it was his AMA, Pepe Mods. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's a fair thing to bring up, I guess. Why did he do his AMA on Destiny's Reddit, though?
Subreddit way more than you have.
Yeah, but it's different when it's...
Sure, okay, I'm just saying, yeah, okay.
Okay. So, I thought we were getting a little lost in the weeds here.
Go for it.
The last point of contention was, I think, I can imagine a more interesting stream where people who have genuine disagreements with you, and I'm not saying there are none, but I'm saying that your orbit, I think, is mostly, there's a trend of people just kind of...
Who fucking knows, lol? I mean, isn't that kind of part of the critique?
Disagreeing, fake surface level disagreements, drenched in sycophantic dick licking. And I think that does hurt your stream.
Okay, it's possible, but I don't know if, like, changing to subreddit moderation impacts that at all.
Well, I haven't slept a full night in like 2 weeks.
No. Okay. Please don't tell me that it's... Please do not say that it's because of this, right?
A lot of that is because of your subreddit.
Oh my God, nigga. Oh no, nigga. Oh no, bro. Oh God, man. You can't be real, bro. Oh, Jesus. This nigga needs to unplug, bro. This nigga needs to unplug, man. That's so it's not even his Reddit, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. Fuck, man. Dude, when I was being called like a transphobic piece of shit by one of the largest political streamers at the time, I think he was the largest, Hassan was, like, by his community, I didn't lose a wink of sleep. Not a wink. Not a fucking wink. Right? It was annoying. Shit was cringe. I didn't care because I knew I was in the right. I knew I didn't do shit. I literally didn't do shit. Yo, I was good, homie. But like a bunch of people were shitting on me on fucking Discord, Reddit, fucking LSF, whatever weird shit. I ain't give a fuck. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting my my lived experience too much on other people.
Just endless. I mean, like, man, you ban some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of...
What the fuck? I have the live captions turned on, and when you say the N-word, it's typed out hard R. Feels weird, man. You're canceled.
How it makes you feel. Mm-hmm. Imagine how it would make you feel if you and anyone who agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time you are the main topic of the subreddit. It's a really terrible feeling watching your, like, the story be told about you.
Yeah, obviously I understand what this feels like, right? You certainly understand I know what this feels like. I've had plenty of subreddits to this move before, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my lord! Breaking edge meme. MrGirl fans, MrGirl doesn't use r/Destiny as his own. MrGirl. Allah! Allah! Oh my god! Holy shit! The nigga is literally closer to r/pizza than he is even healthy gamers, let alone Steven's own Discord. Oh my god! Do you have your own subreddit? Yeah, it's at r/. This is a joke. I'm not taking it. Oh my god, though. Holy shit! My Lord Almighty! Memes hell with the absolute 10. That's why we keep the Twitch chat open, just in case we got some based Twitch users in the offline chat.
And not just friend, but like professional. We have a professional relationship. Like, you're not just we work together, and this also impacts my work and my career.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know if I would ever I understand we have different ways of dealing with things, and that's totally fine. We can have totally different and everything. But I don't think I would ever let my comfort zone extend into somebody else's community. Lauren.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think. I think that let me change it. I think it's more of an us problem if we are latching onto Destiny so hard that our careers are contingent on him, that our public perception is contingent on him. I think it is more of our problem to deal with than it is his expectation to, like, change his moderation or change the way that he runs his own stream. I don't think that makes sense because we're engaging in that in our way, just choosing by being on his stream actively every single day or whatever day we do it. Yeah, I don't know. I view that as more of, we need to make that if we're afraid that we're going to be put into an emotionally compromising position by interacting with Steven, we should limit that ourselves as a result of how this moderation has gone down. That's how I feel about it. Like, if I was ever, even half as fucked up as MrGirl says he is over Destiny subreddit, I wouldn't use it. I would not use it. I would not use Destiny subreddit if I even lost a wink of sleep over it. Bro, like, I woke up and I had so many fucking messages from people that were like, dude, you should have been in this Orbit of Work conversation, dude. I can't believe you weren't in it or whatever. And I was like, I woke up and I was like, damn, nigga, that shit weird. And I messaged somebody, he's like, is it still going on? And then they were like, no. And I was like, nigga, I'm going back to sleep. I don't care. Hey, look, dude, I love some of the people that are in this fucking community so goddamn much. I really do. I love Wicked Supreme, IRI, you know, the list goes on and on. I like Max quite a bit. I don't think we're at the level yet. I mean, we haven't met IRL or anything. I don't think we're at the level yet. You know, I'm grateful to Steven, all that shit. I do not care that much about this shit, okay? Because my mental health is not going to get wrapped up in some nigga on YouTube who's, like, just fucking shooting the shit with stuff. It's just not going to happen. I'm not going to wrap my mental around this man. Why would I do that? You know, I think Steven's cool. I think he's based. I think Max is cool. I think he's based. I think Wicked Supreme is cool. I think he's based. But, like, I ain't losing sleep over that shit. That's not happening.
This community has had pretty awful things to say about me at points. Fuentes' community is atrocious towards me. Vosh's community even...
So, sorry. What I wanted to say in a little bit more concise of a manner, if there was ever especially an extended period of time where I was losing sleep as a result... So, hold on. Actually, I'm going to change that statement. There has been moments where I have, like, kind of lost sleep about something, but it wasn't about anything that the Reddit had to do. It has to do with whether or not I actually genuinely underperformed inside of a conversation or debate. When Rose Risk talked about, like, having fucked sleep because he kept running through debates or whatever, that really resonated with me. That's a personal thing, though. A personal and also, like, potentially individuals I respect kind of a thing. Like, if Wicked Supreme is like, yo, you underperformed in X debate, I might lose some sleep about, like, the consideration of that criticism on an individual to individual basis. But no way I'm losing sleep over a Reddit. That's just not happening. It's because people that I have actively chose to respect, that I believe are worthy of that respect, have given me critique that I value, right? Even if Wicked Supreme presented me with like a critique and I was like, okay, nigga, you're goofy, like I'm not losing sleep over that. But if it was something that I legitimately am like, oh, fuck, yeah, he might have a point on this one, I might lose sleep over that. I take that shit very seriously. But something some Reddit says, bro, if I'm ever at that point, I'm logging off. I'm not doing that. It's just a really unhealthy relationship, I think, with a fucking online forum. But it's probably good as a content creator because it seems like all large content creators have that. It seems like every large content creator fucking every time somebody says something negative about them online. So it's probably good to have as an online content creator. I'm probably shooting myself in the cock by not caring more about what random people say on Reddit. But yeah.
At our original separation point of coming back, I said,
really, why didn't you talk to Max yet? So we have discussed some things. We've had some private conversations, and we cleared up a lot of the disagreements we have had. So I am kind of trying to feel around for the arguments that we might still have to kind of go over, and we'll figure it out. But yeah, we've talked in private.
Horrible things about me. But like, even if I'm friends with these people, I can never imagine they're like, hey, you need to moderate your community differently because they're saying bad things about me. Like, that's what the community does. If I don't like it, I just want to engage in that community. Like, I'll stop posting. If I feel like I want to argue, I'll go to those communities, I'll have some arguments. But yeah, I'm never telling another person like you need to change your moderation style because that community is not suiting my needs when it's not my community.
Okay, so we can just back all the way out, and your objection is that I made a suggestion or demand about a subreddit that I do not own.
No, it's more specifically that it feels like you want a subreddit in particular to cater to you. That.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you saying that asking you to not ban me and all my supporters is also the same as asking you to cater to me?
In a sense, yeah. It depends on why the supporters were banned, of course, right?
I don't know. I think if they break your TOS, then sure, like ban them. I'm not saying you shouldn't ban anyone who's a supporter of mine, but at this point, you're banning people just for being supporters of mine. So it's hard to think of a quality that all supporters of mine would have that would break the terms of your subreddit, unless being a supporter of mine is not allowed, which is the case.
Or I could just feel like there's a certain type of like culture or community brewing that looks to be like really detrimental to my own, and I want to like curb that. Yeah.
Right. That seems to be the case. So if you think it's overstepping, period, to ask you, I just don't know why we're switching to the word cater to. I think we should just say, I'm asking you to not ban me and all my supporters. I feel like
you're asking me to make a moderation decision that's in your best interest. Now, originally we approached this. I know you're saying.
He's going to say that it isn't just in his best interest. He thinks that it's for the whole community, including Steven's best interest.
Okay, but that's a different argument. Like, yeah, you want to say like, well, it's not in my best interest. It's in your best interest too. That's one thing. But if it was in my best interest, it would just be a.
That would be his statement, though. No, that would. I think that's MrGirl's whole point, isn't it? That he not only believes that it is in MrGirl's best interest, but literally everyone, including the individuals who watch the stream's best interest.
Conversation about like, oh, well, it's not that I'm like upsetting you. I think your subreddit would be better for everybody. But obviously, you're not coming here to like, I'm trying to increase the power of your brand, and here's my suggestion. I'm super irritated that this particular thing is happening, and this is what I hope you do to remedy my irritation. Is what the conversation essentially is, right?
That's part of it. I think on some level I feel like I'm trying to save you from yourself. But
well, I mean, no offense, but I've been here for 12 years. I don't need to save it for myself. I'm probably gonna be here for hopefully longer. We'll see. But I mean, like, I think that it's generally coming from like a place of like I'm getting fucked in this community, and I want to unfuck myself in this community, and I'm gonna.
That is what I'm saying. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. And even before you're,
I also genuinely want to save you from yourself.
Okay, fine. But then even before like the declaration.
Yeah, I think what Max would say is the catalyst was him getting fucked over inside of the community. Like the kind of straw that broke the camel's back was the idea of, or maybe even for him, the thing that allowed him to see a little bit clearly what he considers to be a bad situation, that he might not have seen before, was, him getting purged from the community. And now he has a kind of a unique clarity on the inner workings of Destiny's community and how it can improve. I think that's good faith to MrGirl. I feel like that's probably what he's trying to say.
Of war and everything, like you were of the mind that you wanted explicit changes in the moderation of the community because you felt like you're.
But again, I don't know why we're abstracting this to explicit changes or a moderation decision. I think I've been pretty clear. I think that you should not impulse ban people, and I think that should be like enshrined into some sort of agreement with your audience. And I think that Forethought, or the way Forethought is operating, should either change or he should be fired because he is just banning people for agreeing with me, even about shit that has nothing to do with you. So it just feels a little dishonest to abstract that into you're asking me to make a moderating decision in your favor. Like if you banned all Jews from your subreddit, that would be also, I would probably complain about it. It would be technically me asking you to make a moderating decision in my favor, but it's not really, you wouldn't really frame it like that.
Well, it depends on if Jews were having like a horribly negative impact on my sub. If we started posting, like, if a Palestinian issue popped up and it was starting to get unbelievably insane, like every other poster was like, I'm
no, dude, Pepe stocks are rising, dude.
And this is why, you know, we're gonna fucking nuke the Palestinians, fuck all of them. At some point, I might just be like, fuck it. I'm just banning all these people. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be
so
okay.
When you say banning all these people, when you say banning all these people, you mean banning all the people who are posting that, or you're saying if there was someone else who said I'm Jewish in a different conversation about a different
who is Forethought? Forethought is Destiny's head Reddit mod, I think.
topic, you would also ban that person?
I don't know if I would do it in a different topic. It would depend on how far things had escalated.
So there is a point at which you would say, okay, we just have to ban all the Jewish people from the subreddit.
I probably wouldn't do it with Jewish people because that's like an immutable trait. It's a little bit different than explicitly being a fan of a particular person, but.
Okay, so then we can go back to my hypothetical in which if you did ban all Jewish people, I would probably complain about it, and it would technically be me advocating for something in my favor because I would get banned along with them. But I don't think you would make the counter argument. You just can't make moderating suggestions. If I think you're doing something unethical,
well, I wouldn't make the argument there because I wouldn't make the argument there because you're intuition pumping something else. It's way different here, and that's that the unethical thing isn't the mistreatment of you and your fans. It's the mistreatment of Jewish people. So when you're making the comparison, like, well, would you ban all black people? And if I were to suggest that you stop, would that be me advocating for myself and making a moderation request?
Okay.
Well, yeah, but like you're kind of pumping in this other idea of like, well, you're doing something that's obviously wrong, right?
So now you bring us to you should be able to do whatever you want to me in your subreddit. No matter what. If you do, there's no rule or command or direction or anything you could post about me or anything anyone could post about me.
As long as he doesn't believe that it is wrong, which is true.
Where it would be appropriate for me to ask you to make a moderating decision that protects me. It is just inappropriate for me to ask for
No. It's that when it comes to something that's obviously and incredibly provably wrong, like that's where it would be. Right? I feel like if you're being good faith to Destiny, what he's trying to say is like asking Destiny to make a moderation decision that he is undecided on the ethics of is just not really something that you should do. You should first instead try and convince him of why the ethics of it are necessary. So, yeah. So like saying, hey, Destiny, you should do this with your subreddit. Well, why? He doesn't believe there's an ethical necessity to do so. For what comes first is convincing him that there's an ethical necessity. This isn't to say that MrGirl hasn't been doing that. I believe MrGirl has been trying to try and convince Destiny that there is an ethical necessity to allow what he views to be orbiter criticism to kind of flourish a little bit more than it has on the subreddit. Then, so yeah, I think that to be fair to MrGirl, he would say that he probably has been, but.
Protection from your subreddit, regardless of the circumstances or what's happening.
I think you can ask for anything. I think that's fine. There's no reason.
It would be inappropriate for me to demand it.
Yeah, the demand is be like, well, at some point, it's, we're going to disagree, and then, yeah.
Okay, so if you started like photoshopping like nudes of me like getting fucked in the ass by dogs, and this was just like a super popular thing on your subreddit, everybody was doing it, and it got so popular that when people search MrGirl or Max Carson, the first thing that comes up is just photorealistic, perfect shots of me getting fucked by dogs. You're saying that for me
we're
to
going
say,
to
like,
dog wars,
hey,
baby!
You should make like a rule against revenge porn, or like some kind of rule against like, dog fucking photoshops or something. You at that point you'd say, well, you can ask, but for you to demand this is overstepping.
This is hard because like it's implying that I'm doing something like directly shitting on you while like trying to, while I'd still be receptive to like feedback. But I mean, I guess I would say that like no, if that's like the memes or that's the way that my community rolls, I mean like at some point you'd have to decide like, okay, well I don't think I can be associated with your community if that's how you guys run things, and then I'd have to say, oh, okay, well I guess that's how it goes.
Sure, but that's not the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is, you've rug pulled this entire conversation because you are now implying that to forcefully ask or demand a friend or colleague to change how they moderate their subreddit, regardless of anything else, is in itself overstepping in an attempt to like take over the subreddit. So I don't know.
It's hard. I don't know if I'd say it's like it's necessarily overstepping or something. Like you can always make a request. There's something wrong about making a request.
Yeah, but we're talking about like a boundary, like a forceful.
Yeah, that can even be a boundary. But at some point, like but I mean, like I wouldn't. I don't know if.
Yeah, I was gonna say this might be a potential disagreement. We'll see where this goes. Or this might be a potential disagreement I have with Destiny. I don't know how he'd frame it or what he would say, but I genuinely believe that even the word demand carries a lot of moral weight to it or whatever, but I have no problem. I think, and I don't think Destiny should have necessarily a problem with people who make a demand of it, where the leverage that they're using is their continued participation inside of the community. I think as long as that is the only leverage and not some weird, like, I'm going to fucking slander you or whatever, as long as it's just like, hey, Destiny, look, man, I can't healthily like engage with your subreddit anymore. I want to back up. You remember how I was saying essentially like MrGirl needs to log off if he's genuinely losing 2 weeks of sleep over this shit? Like if MrGirl, assuming that he genuinely is going through that, I don't see anything wrong with MrGirl going, look, I cannot healthily interact with your subreddit, Destiny, but so I'm going to make a request of you to change the way that, or demand of you to change the way that your subreddit is run. And if it's not changed, I have to no longer be a part of the community, because if it isn't changed, then I just can't healthily engage with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it rhetorically and optically comes off terrible, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because the only leverage that you're using is your continued participation inside of the community. I think it implies that he's doing something severely worse than he is, so I think Destiny could reject the framing, but on moral principle, I don't think there's anything wrong with that statement at all. I think you can do that. We'll see what Destiny's response is, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And Destiny could just go, no, I don't care. If you can't healthily engage with my subreddit in a way that it's been growing, been seen to work with other people in the past, then no, I'm not going to make special accommodations to you. And then you just go, okay, and then you leave the community. I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
Acquiesce to somebody else's request for me to change my moderation, so I don't know how to do that.
Maybe you wouldn't, but that's different. That's a different question from framing it as overstepping or controlling somehow for me to make those requests. So I just want to get you clear on record. Are you saying that it is always overstepping to say, like, you keep saying, like, why would I change my moderation style to benefit you? Like, well, because I'm your fucking friend and I work with you, asshole. That's why. Like, you can say, like, I don't think this merits that, but like, I think of the dog fucking example, you probably would change it. So
yeah, for sure, because that doesn't seem like it benefits my community anyway, and I don't know why I would need pictures of you.
But you wouldn't change it for me.
No, because it's clearly like fucking with my community. Yeah, I always prioritize.
What if it did benefit your community? What if it was really funny? Your community started growing. You were making more money. What if you started making like tons of money, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per month?
It's really hard because the example is so unrealistic. But in this case, I would say, yeah, then we keep it. That's just how this community is ran. Yeah.
Okay, so the way your community is ran is that no matter the negative, detrimental effects it has on the mental health of your orbiters or people who work with you, no matter how humiliated or hurt they are by your community.
We'll see what he says to this, but if I was Destiny, I would say no, it depends on the ethics of the way that it's done, and assuming the ethics are fair, then yeah, who cares?
You will not even consider a uniform change to your moderation style.
Interesting how he said even consider, because Destiny, I think to say that Destiny hasn't considered MrGirl's request is pretty, like, that's crazy.
That would protect your orbiters from you or your community?
I think it's going to depend on the reasons why it's happening and then how that plays out. But those are two things that could augment. So for instance, if I had a debate with some girl and she made a lot of dumb points, or this is kind of what we're doing right now, and everybody would just start like posting like, oh my god, what a whore, go open OnlyFans, what a stupid cunt. I'd probably start banning this because that's not good criticism or valid criticism.
Okay, wait, I know you can come up with an example, but you're framing this as it is, you will never capitulate to a demand about your moderation.
Almost
style.
never.
So again, I'm giving
you,
no. Almost never, yeah. But you might. Okay, so.
Well, I'm saying I would, but it's going to be merit-based. It's not going to be because like a friend asked me.
I'm not asking you to do it because a friend asked you. I'm trying to present a case to you.
Okay, what was the case?
I'm asking you to view the merits of the case and make a decision on your own. But
okay, wait, what were the merits of the case? We can talk about that. What are the merits of the case, I guess?
Well, I would like to, before we could do that, you've rug pulled the conversation because you keep saying.
What if I? Okay, we can go back to the beginning if you want. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Okay, the premise of the conversation is that I have a problem with your moderation, and I'm telling you that I think it needs to change in order to protect the mental health of your orbiters and their careers and your professional relationships with these people, namely me. That is the premise. We started talking about it and kind of trying to agree on like a narrative of what's happening. But then after, I don't know, 30 minutes, you said, I would never change my moderation style to benefit someone else or to protect someone else.
Yeah, well, I should say for the sole purpose of, yeah.
All right, listen, if you guys look at, really like this kind of debate review and kind of analysis, or just even like watching me as a VOD reviewer, just kind of a replay function, drop a like on the video, okay? It encourages me to continue not only streaming on YouTube, but also by proxy, potentially watching banned streamers' content, which include both MrGirl and Destiny. So if you want to see me continuously watch content like this in an accessible format where there is no ads and where I can, as well, towards me, gain organic growth from individuals, then drop a like on the video. Because, yeah, this kind of stuff does not happen on Twitch. This kind of organic growth does not happen on Twitch. So if you like that stuff, please drop a like. I would really, really appreciate it.
If there's other like compelling reasons or arguments, then sure I could. But
so if you're saying basically, no matter what you say, I'm not going to protect you.
Yeah.
No matter. Okay. Well, then I don't know if there's anything to talk about.
Okay.
Because like the merits of it don't matter because you're saying that the request in itself is already out of bounds.
Well, no, that's not true. Like I said, it depends on the merits of the request.
The demand.
It depends on, like, if it's like, so like, let's say there's one too, like, people are making...
So if all you're saying is I will not grant a meritless request, like, I already knew that. That's why I'm arguing with, that's why I'm presenting my side to you, because I assumed you would think of the merits and then, you know, take it in and take my feedback and think about it. But now you're saying that you will never do it unless it directly benefits you, you'll never protect anyone else, except you're just like saying you're going to moderate selfishly, it's your community.
Well, yeah, like earlier you were like, oh, I will imagine you do this because I'm your friend. The answer is no, I don't do it because you're my friend. But if you've got like good arguments or good reasons why moderation change, then I would change it, yeah.
my friend is me being your friend is one of the arguments.
Okay, I don't consider that to be an argument with merit, but there are other arguments, and I could hear those.
It's cold, it's ruthless, but I agree with Destiny on this thing. I don't think just because they're friends they should get some kind of special consideration on the subreddit, especially considering it doesn't even seem like he gives that kind of special consideration to his fucking wife. So I feel like that should go to show the level at which he kind of does that shit. I don't know, though. I don't know every post that happens on the Reddit or whatever, but I know that DGG and shit have shat on Melina and talk shit about Melina for a fair bit of time, and it isn't always just instantly fucking purged. So, yeah.
Okay. I think it has merit because...
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You're trying to convince me. Unless you think you convince me why I should have merit.
I think that's what I'm doing.
Okay, go for it.
That's my plan in a sentence.
Okay.
Pre-watch?
I'm not saying I want you to give me a special pass
So you say
or special
that?
treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying because I'm your friend. And
Do you think if I pre-watched this shit, you think I wouldn't have been in the call?
you care about
Like,
me.
this shit happened just a couple of hours ago. You think if I pre-watched it, I wouldn't have been in the actual call?
Seeing the detrimental effects of your moderation up close, and because our friendship is part of the content. It's not that we have a professional relationship separate from our friendship. The content is our friendship. So our friendship kind of falls under like what you're doing with your moderation, what you're doing with your stream. So because you're seeing this up close and because everyone is seeing it up close, you're putting this out into the world, I think I can make a moral appeal to you to say like you're kind of like psychologically.
I think it's the first one, Avocado Adorable.
And care about that, and your caring is part of your content, then I'm not saying that's like a slam dunk case, but it seems like something you should take into account.
Well, it's always something I'll take into account.
The first one.
Okay, so then it does matter that I'm your friend. Like I'm not again when I say it mattered,
It's not enough. Yeah, okay. I mean that could be part of the thing. Like,
no, I could do it. I've seen Chud Logic do before. I'd do it, dude. I'd be like, yo, you guys, I was inside of this call for several hours. Let me rewatch this call and be able to do it. I'd do that shit for sure. If I was inside of a debate with that many people where there was that many arguments being made and shit, I would absolutely debate review that shit on my channel anyway. You fucks would have to watch that shit twice.
Sure, but I'm not asking for special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying as your friend, I can tell you.
Pre-watch chat. This is pre-recorded. Simpletons. Does that mean you're a pre-recorded bot as well? Because I just read your pre-recorded message. You pre-recorded weirdo.
And show you up close in a way that other people might not be willing to because they're too sycophantic or just don't have as intimate a relationship with you or not as willing to express their feelings to you or whatever. Tell you up close like that it's pretty bad, and yeah, I think that should be one thing you take.
Okay.
Okay, but it feels like I want to unpoison the well. For me, from my perspective, it feels poisoned by.
You mean Mel W? Yes.
Saying there's no request you'll grant for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters, then like there's no point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand you'll capitulate to, well, like of course you won't. Like I don't expect you to do it just because I'm saying to. Okay. I think you should do it because it's like right.
Gotcha.
Well, does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right to ever make a demand about someone else's moderation style?
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument that could ever
I feel like that's
be made by an external party to change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
That is what I think you were really saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Really? Wait, genuinely, MrGirl? I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
Retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
That's insane.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making a demand and stick strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
Okay.
Have you ever discussed getting one of those fancy DGG sites for yourself? That would be cool. So I've already put into motion the steps to be able to do that if and when the product becomes available, because I believe Destiny and his team are taking steps towards making his website code purchasable, like in a subscription-based fashion. I will be purchasing the availability to do that. So whenever his shit is green, I'll get me a DGG site. So I've already taken steps towards it.
I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I don't think you made it very well, but unless you're implying that, like, yeah, go ahead.
Did you demand it?
I know you don't agree with it, but I think that's it. I think that a lot of your orbiter relationships are dull, and even the existing ones would probably become more interesting if people felt. Do you think that watching me get dogpiled ruthlessly, and hearing you basically just say you don't care, do you agree that is kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly, and you're kind of saying you don't care. You don't care enough to protect me.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. I bet, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that has a chilling effect on and other events like it has a chilling effect on your orbiter's willingness to go against the grain?
It could have a chilling
Yeah, I think it probably would. Yeah, I think it probably does. Yeah.
effect on some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think it has a chilling effect on orbiter's willingness to go against the grain with you on stream?
No, I don't think so.
I think it could. I think it absolutely could. Do I think it does, though? I'm not sure it does, because I'm not sure very many people agree, besides MrGirl, that it's even happening in the way that MrGirl thinks it is. I think in order for it to have that chilling effect on orbiters disagreeing with Destiny, orbiters would first have to agree that it's even happening to MrGirl, that there is a chilling effect on his criticism here, and that his criticism isn't being heard out. Because I believe MrGirl's criticism is being heard out. I mean, he's literally doing a stream with him that I am told lasts 3 hours. He had a conversation about it earlier. I think MrGirl's criticism is being heard out. I think the thing is just Destiny just doesn't care about any actions, any actionable requests that MrGirl is making. So yeah.
Okay. I think it does, but we may have to agree to disagree there. I think the prospect of being thrown to the wolves is probably on people's mind, but we can move on.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like, I do think that, like, excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to have in the sub for no matter who it is. But then, like I've said before, like, that's something that we've, like, tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different rules, because nobody likes it when there's, like, it's post after post after post of, like, shitting on a person.
That's just wrong. When Sanzo joined the call, he agreed with MrGirl's assessment on how the subreddit functions, but said just have a breakdown and leave the internet for a few weeks like the rest of us. Wait, did he actually say that? Jesus Christ. When did he say that?
A little bit insane. I mean, that,
I didn't hear that. I watched the... Oh, I guess I didn't watch all of it.
I don't think that really works, though. That gets to the good cop, bad cop thing that I was talking about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops a dog pile, but you are setting the conditions up for the dog pile.
The conditions are always there in every single community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile. You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own. I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions are always going to be there by virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are such that you have a large community. That's the only condition. And then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
okay. Are you saying that dog piles happen equally across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community. Because you're implied that I created special conditions for, like, really bad dog piles to happen, when the reality is any large community dog piles everything. That's just how it goes.
Okay, so you're not interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating, because all large communities have the ability to dog pile, and therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing to insidiously...
No, if you think there's a special thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dog pile, it's always worth discussing, of course.
I think there's a lot of things you're doing to create dog pile.
Okay, well, jump into
it. One is by banning people who disagree with you or criticize you in a way that you don't like in high conflict times in the subreddit. That probably has a chilling effect on non-conformity.
It probably has a chilling effect in terms of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well in terms of that. Like, I look at the effects of that type of moderation, and I think for the most part it's gone pretty well.
Do you think that it has a chilling effect on non-conformity?
I think it has a chilling effect on certain types of non-conformity, which are the types I don't want in my community.
Do you agree that non-conformity is a key ingredient to inhibiting a dog pile, or stopping a dog pile, or slowing a dog pile?
No. You could probably have spaces that have maximum conformity that don't dogpile. It's probably possible. Like a church.
Do you think the conformity...
Sorry.
Okay, well that doesn't refute my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dogpile?
No, I don't know if conformity... I mean, sometimes of conformity probably play into dogpiles. Sometimes of non-conformity probably play into dogpiles, but I don't think that... If I was looking to stop or start dogpiles, I don't think I would be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus on.
So if you wanted to build
non-conformity to what? To him?
Community that was a weapon, that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I mean, not necessarily, but it could be. I guess conformity is like really broad and vague. I don't know what I mean by conformity, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what this means. I love Max, but he's not got much of a leg to stand on. Here's someone's on here. Someone with the reach of Steven cannot have different rules for everyone in his orbit. I think the point that MrGirl is trying to make is that he shouldn't have rules for different rules for everybody in his orbit. He thinks that he should have different rules for. Oh, do you mean like different rules for everybody in his orbit in comparison to like random people in his chat or something? Because I think MrGirl's point is supposed to be that all the orbiters and shit that come onto his stream should have like more rights or considerations. That's supposed to be his point. Yeah. No, I think it does make sense for there to be special considerations for people that come on his stream regularly, like orbiters and shit, to be able to have certain considerations in comparison to not. And that just kind of comes from the fact that we have like a measure of accountability and our careers are attached to it. I think there is some measure of that. And that's like, for instance, people talk about it in my stream. I will give like streamers and shit more chances on my platform than I'll give like viewers quite often, because the worst case scenario is if I ban a viewer, they can come back, they can make a separate account or whatever. But like if somebody looks stupid or is fucking meritless as a streamer, like I know where they eat pretty much, right? I can shit on them, I can affect their career, I can affect their bottom line, even as somebody who isn't a larger entity than them. I can do that, right? I have the power to do that. So I think that kind of understanding gives them a special consideration where they can't really troll, they can't really do some of these other things. And with that higher standard of accountability, I think can come a little bit more privileges as well. You know, because if you have a greater level of accountability by default because you're a streamer, and if you say something weird on my stream, or if you do something weird, or if you just kind of consistently say stupid shit, I can ban you or like make content out of you and like hurt your fucking bottom line. I think that affords some kind of special consideration because you're putting yourself out there more. You know what I'm saying?
Well, conformity in this case means people going along with what the group is doing.
I don't think you believe that. I mean, I do believe that.
Even perhaps against their own morals or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like at some point, like we really have this conversation, I think we have to like start to iron out percentages, because we're talking about like everything here is like falling on like
special consideration is being on Destiny's stream to begin with. I'm not too sure that's true because Destiny even allows viewers in on his stream. I think the special consideration is being allowed on his stream whenever you want without supervision, and I think that makes sense. I should be, I think, allowed if Destiny wants to, of course. I think it logically makes sense. I should be allowed to be able to go on fucking anybody's stream that thinks that I'm not a disruptive presence or whatever, whenever I want, because if I am disruptive or whatever, you can take away my career or you can massively hinder my career. And so there's that. But if I am like, I don't know, an accountant viewer, I can just come on and just drop the N-word 9 times. If there's an open call that you're just sitting in, I can just come in, drop the N-word 9 times, you ban me, and then I just move on. My life isn't changed at all. And I just make a new screen name. Or like, at worst, get a VPN.
You don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like. And that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum...
Yeah, special consideration to a point. Yeah, of course. But I think special consideration, I think that is probably the difference that Max... and like many other people are kind of drawing there. I would kind of stop it there, where it's like, because this individual has unique accountability in comparison to random individuals, they should probably be considered like first and foremost for like special accommodations for being able to voice their opinions, right? And then, you know, obviously other people can earn it, like dedicated chatters or whatever, consistent chatters or whatever, you know, people who might not necessarily make content can earn that kind of thing through, you know, engaging with the stuff. But I think starting at that is fine, but I wouldn't extend it much further. I wouldn't be like, okay, because you're somebody who holds unique accountability or whatever on, because you're a streamer, because you're a public-facing individual, that means that I am all of a sudden going to start making rules that, like, benefit you at the detriment of me. That doesn't seem right.
Conformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dogpiles to happen. Like, at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore. Because, like, you could have been talking about, like, 5% here, or 95% here, 5%. I'm not sure, like, where we're...
Because with great power comes great responsibility. Well, yeah, and even with great responsibility kind of can come great power. Kind of the opposite can be the case. Because if you're really... If I can fucking terminate your entire career if you try and troll me, or say some stupid or foul shit, I'm going to feel more comfortable having you on my program than like a random person. Like if fucking even if the terrible Ethan Klein wanted to come on my my show and talk to me, I'm gonna give more consideration to him than some random person in chat that I don't even know of that has no history inside of my chat room, right? Because if he says some trolly shit, I can, like, with, you know, clips or whatever, I can end that man's career, depending on what he says. So yeah, he has more accountability in that.
So yeah, I think so. We should back up and start doing this conversation again, and then we need to start like nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important about. Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point, and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like some level of conformity.
Big C, definitely another time. I got a lot of shit to get through today.
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Really?
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think there are some places or some groups that can be very non-conformist that can conform due to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example. It's a hugely disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we all came together to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that. Incredibly, a huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay, what's the disagreement?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by
I don't think anything I said was objectionable, but tell me what you think the disagreement is.
Do you agree that you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response. I don't expect you to protect my emotions. My bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely non-conformist people, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a...
okay. Yeah. So in an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is generated by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity where, yeah, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever, we disagree about all these things. But there's certain things, like it's not like, you know, North Korea or China where you're expected to toe the line, but there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to
okay, but then at this level, now
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out, it does bring out a certain conformity. Like, it would be very scary if you were the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? It's 3,000 people, who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing that at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can
Wait, hold on.
be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming, so now it's conformity. I don't know. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
What? Wait, so I disagree with MrGirl's assumption there. I think there was a lot of people in the United States of America that thought that it was a good idea to go to war, but that now will say, like, it was obviously a bad idea. And I think his point about bringing up the fact that, or bringing up the idea that now there's a lot more criticism, that, well, that's because people feel more comfortable doing it. I don't think that's true. I think there was just a lot of people that didn't know what would happen, especially of the general public. I think there was a lot of people that thought that it was going to go a lot better than it was and didn't really have enough information to say otherwise. I think that's what happened.
Okay. Gotcha.
The pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. On certain topics, there isn't. So like pedophilia.
Like, I think there's I think 9/11 is one of the best examples of hindsight you can possibly have on a large scale. I think a ridiculous amount of people absolutely would have done 100%. Yeah.
They all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to. So anyway, I don't really think the 9/11 example is a good counterexample. However, I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying the same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is. I guess I think a dogpile necessarily includes some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
Well, when you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior, and so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't think. True. So I just don't like the conformity thing. There are types of conformities that can probably lead to dogpiling. There are types of conformities that probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what we talk about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing. I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of, certainly how I think that you're increasing conformity, chilling nonconformity, and how this hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you and your friends, then I can lay that out for you.
Yeah, go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. Okay. So you can have a dogpile where where everybody in the group happens to actually agree that the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points, they want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment when you get like 500 upvotes on a post. I think we can all relate to that. That increases dogpiling behavior. And then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This systematically creates more and more conformity.
Thanks.
You then increase conformity further by with the unban process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise. You ban too many people, and then you're very lenient about letting them back in, but then your community now becomes, all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again, increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and people who are willing to have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements I was thinking of when I said that you set people up for dogpiles. That when you're saying the really harsh things you say about people and painting the pictures of people that you do, that combined with a hive mind, it's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one, or a cultish atmosphere of high conformity, I think that increases dogpile, and it increases the viciousness of dogpiles too.
Okay, it's possible. But okay. I mean, I guess I want to encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're going to change this particular behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny. So I'm personally trying not to make any jokes about it, and I'm trying to ban people in the sub or moderate people in the sub that are making.
My nigga, dude, you just got done calling some fucking 24-year-old OnlyFans chick a dumb bitch. My nigga, you are late. You are late. I'm sorry. That shit, anybody gonna let that shit slide? No way.
About it. So that'll be like an example of, oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're gonna change this particular thing, or try to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Because she is
moderating away from the
Andre is a DGGer through and through. Conform to my child's, but you're such a loser, Jacob.
Misogyny. I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense. And
wait, why would you not do it? What does that mean?
I think.
So you don't feel ambushed. I want to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling effects you just talked about, I would say would apply to women, and that's why I'm moderating away from it. But it sounds like you're gonna say you should. So I'm just curious what your argument's gonna be. But that's what I'm gonna say next. So, you know, I'm not trying to trap you.
My goal with misogyny is to try to own it rather than hide it. I would be worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. It's not gonna talk about it, right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's.
Wait, what? Wait, does he not understand that suppressing expressions of misogyny can also reduce misogynistic sentiment, or like, wait, what? Wait, why does he think that Destiny was wrong for platforming Nick Fuentes if what he just said was wrong? Because the reason why you would suppress misogyny inside of your various different things is because it can influence otherwise reasonable people to fall into misogyny. And I thought that was the part of the reason why MrGirl was mad at Destiny for platforming Nick Fuentes.
Like the literal truth, or that's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours, and probably is more on the same like wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this, because they all just like 90% of my community just got banned from your community for defending me. So this may change as like I grow, but no, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned from Reddit than ban misogyny. But my approach to addressing that kind of hate would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own. Like I would start interviewing. Like if my community dogpiled a woman, and I wanted to stop misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course of how people are talking about it without banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning...
Wait, so then why is he upset at Nick Fuentes being on Destiny's stream? Why not interview people that are negatively impacted by Nick Fuentes' words or whatever and be like, how does this affect you, and hope that Nick Fuentes changes his ways? I don't understand.
Misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior, even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
It could increase a dogpile against someone the community then later perceives as misogynistic, but I don't have any issue with your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people rather than ideas.
He's always been open to Steven talking to Nick. He didn't like the way he did it. Okay, I'll take your word for that, but I got a massively different impression. I got the impression that why was he also mad about Nick being on No Jumper? Then, because if Nick being on No Jumper doesn't, like, why would any of that shit matter? Nick being on No Jumper wouldn't matter because any negative effects from Nick being on No Jumper, all you would do is try and get Adam from No Jumper to talk about the negative effects of Nick's words and how it affects people, and then boom, you'd be green.
So banning me
because Nick destroyed them? Yeah, but that's a part of the reason why you would censor some of these some of the speech, right? Because you can't censor every single fucking debate where misogyny like looks better than non-misogyny. The whole point would be to not negatively influence individuals who might otherwise be susceptible to that kind of explanation. His whole point is that having chicken and waffles with Nick made him look innocuous enough to get on other more mainstream profiles like No Jumper. Okay. I got a different impression. I thought he had an issue with having Nick engage with him at all. Because he felt like he was platforming Nick and was giving him a voice. But
fans of me, just for being fans of me, definitely feels like it's setting the stage further for a dogpile beyond the other, factors I've already talked about.
Okay.
Go ahead. What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know if you expect me to want to say something about that.
I expect nothing.
Okay. Well, it's going to go back to the kind of what we just said, is that, like, I just need to feel like the moderation styles.
All right, I would prefer not to. Okay, then that changes my
interest. Otherwise, I'm just not going to yield much, I don't think.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest. At the end of the day.
Yeah, but that can be really roundabout gotten to sometimes. Just depends on.
Yeah. So, is it in your best interest to create an environment that is intolerable to me and that hurts me?
It depends on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental anti-jerking in my community, then I say, well, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that's where we're heading.
I mean, maybe
not to draw the conclusion for you, but it seems like that's the way you're leaning, especially since I've been banned for a week or so now.
Well, that's because everything keeps going on. The temperature hasn't cooled off at all.
BGG and MrGirl broke
and then everybody
up.
comes back and immediately starts shitting everything again. And it's like, well, fuck. Now nobody's gonna want. Now it's gonna be even worse.
Oh,
and it's like there's never everything's fucked at that point.
We up. Wait, is that like a spam? Is that like a copy pasta? DGG and MrGirl broke up. Nah, he broke. We up. Like that seems like that'd be a copy pasta.
I'm just kind of like waiting for things to chill. But this has been like a hot topic news item for like over a week now, I think.
Smith, thank you for the 5 AUD.
Okay, that's probably not good. Because it reinforces in everybody's mind, like, oh, well, this is the reason why they were banned. It was probably good that we did it.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you unban me, I'm going to write an essay about what fucking assholes you guys all are. 100%. It's going to be the best thing I've ever written.
Okay, that just makes it sound like... But then everybody's going to be like, okay, well, this was a mistake, and now you're back to square zero.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a sunk... Do you regret banning me?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I technically forethought did it, but I'm not sure now. After seeing how everything is played out, now it's like, holy fuck, maybe something needed to happen. I don't know.
I feel like that
well,
hurt
this is
him.
evidence of what I'm saying when I say I don't think it's intentional. I don't think you're plotting or scheming against me. I just think that these things are happening systemically. I think that the nature of your content is shitting on people. Often. You watch things, react to people, mock people.
I would say that's probably true. We'll see if Destiny disagrees. I feel like that's probably why a vast majority of people watch him. I would say that's probably why, whatever. Well, shitting on, huh? What I mean is like debating people in a way that is like cathartic. Like it feels good. That like people are being called dumb fucks when you feel like they're dumb fucks and shit like that. It's like a bit of food that you think tastes really good, but also is a little bit healthy for you, or more healthy than not healthy for you, but it's still a little unhealthy because you still get a little taste of the blood sports of the like my team is better than your team, but you also it's healthy for you in the capacity that it's like I think at least, I would argue, well thought out arguments.
Attack people, that's just like kind of part of what you do. And so your community is obviously going to mimic you shitting on people, and I think that also increases.
Yeah, to some extent. That's why I've tried to like chill a bit over long periods of time, because
well, I'm a very delicate, sensitive person, and I make content and talk about things in ways that are really easy to misunderstand and really easy to dogpile, and I really hate being dogpiled.
Okay.
I think part of what made me form such a strong emotional attachment to you was your willingness to see through that. You actually lifted me out of a dog pile, a way bigger dog pile, in a way worse dog pile. I was buried, and you pulled me out, and I will be forever grateful to you for that.
I just saw this in DGG. Ahrelevant from Sisyphine inside of Twitch chat. Ahrelevant just saw this in DGG. MrGirl draws boundaries the way Russia draws borders.
But it is upsetting to have that and then see
that is a
pure
good
tales of Bosch and the Sun and other people, and people see whispers of people saying, oh, we'll see when the bridge burns, we'll see when you turn into the bad guy, you'll see what's going to happen, and me saying, oh no, it's not going to happen, and then slowly see the lava around me rising and slowly understanding like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is true, but like, so here's something that's interesting to me. Your hated foe Brittany said this, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. I don't understand why people are so keen to give up so much agency over themselves. Like, it feels like right now you're screaming at me, begging me to pull you out of the water, and you're drowning in a puddle that's 1 foot deep. You're like rolling around in it, like, help me. And then you're throwing your face back down, and it's like, please just pick me up. And I'm like, just chill for like 3 days, and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited, like just chill. And it's like, and most of it will clear out. It even almost kind of sort of was, because I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing. And I think there was like a 500 comment thread, so it was like overwhelmingly positive. It was like, just like one more interview or funny interaction like that, and almost after that, and then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then the subreddit would be like, why is Max still banned? It's actually really lame that like that would be the whole subreddit. Like, it's kind of cringe that you guys banned him. Like, why do you blah blah blah? That would have been the whole sub. And then if I would have started banning people at that point, my sub would have revolted. They're like, what the fuck, this is bullshit. But when you guys keep upping the ante over and over and over and over again, especially when it's gone the past 2 or 3 or 4 days, that's why you said like, do you regret banning me? Now my community is like in unison, is like, no, these people are fucking horrible, blah, blah, because of like, and I understand how when the pressure is up, you guys are motivated to act in a certain way, but it's like people just like chill. Then it's like boom. Then you're like good. Everything would go away and everything. Like, people have done this before. You just chill. It's like, oh, okay, cool. And everything's fine. And you're done.
I think that you're asking me to be resigned to the extreme highs and extreme lows, roller coaster, addictive nature of your community.
Yes, I am. Because I'm resigned to the exact same ebb and flow of my community and external communities. That's just always how I go. I literally joke about myself. There are times when there are things that I do, and I'm like, you know what? Taking a 2-day break from the sub because it's gonna be brutal. We're gonna be talking about NFTs all fucking 2 days, and there's gonna be some combo they hit, and then it happens. So I just fuck it. I just disconnect myself. I don't check it for a day or two. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I know they're gonna be this way. And then you just but then you have a funny debate. You do a funny thing, and they're like, oh, cool, he's cool again. And that's always like the ebb and flow of large communities. It is what it is. There's no escaping that ever. I don't think there's any controlling that.
I mean, look at fucking Trainwrecks, dude. Trainwrecks was probably one of the most hated Twitch streamers, if not the most hated Twitch streamer for a very long time. And then he fucking exposed the hell out of a bunch of goofy ass niggas. And then his stocks went up so much. Granted, there was still a lot of hate for him, but man, so many people started really shipping Trainwrecks as being like the top G. I'm a Trainwrecks fan personally. I was prior to the Great Purge, but yeah. That's for...
Oh, I don't think that's true, or else you wouldn't be banning all of my fans and banning me. You're banning me to control the flow.
Not the flow, just certain types of things. There's things like the ebb and flow is always going to be there, but there's types of persistent toxicities you can moderate against.
Also, like the stream. If you want to see continued content like this, ad-free viewing, if you want to help boost organic growth, juice the algo to be able to help me grow my channel on YouTube and by proxy on Twitch, then please like the video. It's the easiest way to be able to support me. It's free, everything. It's quick, easy. If you'd like to join the YouTube chat, then that also helps boost the algo as well. But, you know, it is what it is. If you would like more content like this, you know what to do. Yeah? Thank you. I appreciate you, at the very least, taking time to listen to me.
I mean to change the atmosphere.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can have a little bit.
Changes.
But I'm not. But your implications are always...
It's like a little disingenuous to have your finger on the button and then say like, oh, it's just the weather. When it's not just the weather. You are trying to control the weather and successfully doing so. I'm now universally hated on your sub. You banned me, banned all my fans, told everybody that I'm a gaslighting, narcissistic, whatever. And now that's what they think. I've been rewritten. That's why.
I wonder if. So it seems like MrGirl's issue has to do with like how he can't defend himself in the sub, and this is negatively affecting his public image in Destiny's community. How does he feel about the idea that it seems like also DGG doesn't like him? Is that because he can't respond in the sub as well? Like, he can't defend himself in the sub, so also DGG doesn't like him?
No.
But it's not though. None of these things are permanent. These things can like.
I know it's not. I know it's not permanent. I know.
But you're making it permanent. You are making it permanent.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it anymore.
But like,
I don't want to do it.
Here's what
I can handle the natural, inevitable ebb and flow. But you making it worse. No, you making it worse for me to make it better for yourself in a moment. No, I don't want to do that. You should have to ride it the same fucking way I do, or else I don't
have to ride it the same way because it's my community. Much the same that you have the right to moderate your community how you want.
If you want me to be in it, you do.
Okay, that's fair.
Because it's not.
But then we're back at the thing that you said wasn't happening. Sure, but then we're back at the thing that we said at the very beginning, which is you explicitly said this isn't you just making one argument about yourself; it's the merits of the argument. But now we're back at what I said. I thought it was something which is like you have to do this, or like I'm not going to be okay with it. So it sounds like that is what's on the table.
Well, that's one of my arguments is that certain of your orbiters can't tolerate the way that they're treated.
Yeah, and for those people, I would say don't. Just don't.
Okay. Well, if that's how it is, then I won't.
Wow,
yeah, maybe one day we can do like a movie review.
Good point, but he probably say it was due to the sub's influence. Yeah, that's really fucking weird. Yeah, okay.
Have a panel, I'll invite you on. But like the like, am I gonna come on to talk about my fight with Shaylin and whether or not I'm abusive? These like I'm very vulnerable with you. I'm very vulnerable with your stream. I've exposed a lot and opened myself up to a lot of criticism in ways that like I think that's one of the things you like about me. Is that I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, but when you're willing to take positions like that, I think you have to be willing to like deal with like I take very edgy positions on some things as well, and I know that it's going to invite certain like blowback. And it is what it is.
And I can deal with that. But what I can't deal with is you, my friend, colleague. I said in some ways my boss. I don't think that's as true for me anymore. But you're the one with the more power, certainly in your community, but I think also in our professional relationship for sure. With you making it worse on me to make it better for yourself. That's what I can't deal with. I can deal with the dogpile, but I can't deal with you encouraging it.
Okay. So then we do agree then that what I said at the beginning was that this is about you making a particular demand just on the merits of you wanting to feel better about the moderation. That's what this was always about.
I don't think it's about one thing or the other. That is one of my arguments, is that I think more sensitive people who are more vulnerable are not going to want to put up with this. I also think that people who want to push back on you against more things and who disagree with you and argue with you about more stuff, or maybe people who are more egotistical and also are just not going to want to put up with it. People don't.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to want to change my community to acquiesce to those personality types.
You don't have to. I'm just pushing back against your characterization that my only point in argument here has just been that I don't like what you're doing. That's one of them.
Well, that is. You're saying there are some people that are too egotistical to deal with your moderation style. I don't think that's compelling. But that's not a compelling argument for me to change my moderation style.
Okay, I think it is.
Mr. Geek, I know what you mean, man.
I don't think it is on its own, but I think it's worth considering.
MrGirl is actively reinforcing the public image that he's objecting to. Right. That's why I don't think him being able to post on the Reddit would change anything. I don't think it would change a damn thing. I think him talking about like how like Destiny is able to control these narratives or whatever, it's like I don't think it would change a damn thing if you could post in Reddit. I still think people would feel like you're entitled.
Me? And the types of people.
Okay, so then I know you didn't want to do this before, but this would be a really good spot to like, okay, give me some examples, because there are certain types of people like, fuck, I can't believe I lost this person in my community because this happened, or I can't believe that I lost this person in my community, this happened. Like if that was happening over and over again, I'd be like, okay, this probably needs to change. So like two things that I think needed to change are there is a lot of dogpile on my subreddit, and that's something I tried. We did that with the 3-day rule. No more posting for weeks about people. I might even cut that back even more because like the posting incessantly is like really annoying. No more of the Coomer posting. A lot of women don't like. A long time ago, it's funny because somebody brought this up recently on my subreddit that harem is bad or blah blah blah. I actually banned all references of harem anything because that type of humor and these types of jokes, man, so women never want to come on stream. That's one of the reasons why the misogyny ban is in effect. I have women that I would like to come on stream and talk, but they're like, I don't know, like there's some stuff that goes on, it's a little bit weird. It's like, okay, I understand that, but then I want to change my community. So if you can demonstrate, like, oh, well, here's people that you've lost, and the examples you pointed out are ones you're not fully aware of. So you pointed out like Hassan and Vosh that had nothing to do with this. But if there were like people that I've lost, like, oh fuck, I could keep these people around, then I would probably, then there are things that I'd probably reconsider. You don't say. Okay, go ahead.
You don't think?
It sounded like you were about to say, you're gonna lose me.
The gnome, dude. The gnome.
Okay. I think I know you're being funny, but you're also just making fun of me for being upset.
He's also changing it so literally all of the negative criticism, like people thinking he's abusive, toxic, etc., is as a result of him no longer being able to fight back, but it was always been there. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Tommy. I agree. That's what is being made to happen right now.
Just curious what your answer will be. Go ahead. Oh, X Skills Me was another example. Sorry, go.
You don't think facing vitriol from your community had anything to do with your falling out with Vosh or Hassan?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think that you got the cause and effect wrong. Most of my community there was actually against me. And then I made a choice that I was like, I don't think I want communists and socialists in my community. And then I said, if you're a communist socialist, like fucking leave. And then I axed out all the like communists and socialists in my community. But it wasn't because I didn't get upset at like Hassan and Vosh because like, or they didn't get mad at me because my community was like vitriolic towards them. They might say that, because they're like, if they pick out like any, Hassan might say that, Vosh I don't think would. Hassan might say that, but like when Hassan was posting in my subreddit, I'm pretty sure he was generally getting a lot of support almost all the time, except like 1 or 2 particular things. He was almost always getting a lot of support.
Me too.
Well, wait, then what? Hold on, then where were we now? I just lost the whole conversation.
You said that getting vitriol from your community has nothing to do with what the falling outs with Vosh and Hassan, and I'm saying it seems like it has to be a factor. If like you and I are like questioning or renegotiating our professional relationship, I get a lot of support in your subreddit.
Jesus, that gifter energy.
Okay, wait, then what exactly, what is your problem then? Hold on, I'm not actually even sure then. Or I lost the whole conversation.
Rebel, you like D&D?
So you're saying they get a lot of support in my community, but they still have a lot of vitriol they have to deal with.
Yeah, because you eventually ban all the supporters and then have a falling out with the creator. That's the same thing you're doing right now. You're like, I don't want these people in my subreddit, fuck off. And then it just feels like really bad to the person you're doing it to. And then
sure, okay, yeah, but it wasn't, they didn't, I'm just saying that these people didn't leave because the subreddit was vitriolic towards them.
Okay, I understand.
It's because I started to have disagreements with them. I haven't had any disagreements with you where it's like, I need to kick Max because I super disagree with him.
You just feel like it.
Well, Forethought did.
And you felt like allowing him to.
Well, he is allowed to. He's my moderator. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, so Forethought is riding a high right now.
You won't, even a week later, you won't own the ban.
I mean, I'll own it. Yeah, he's my moderator. He's like, he does what he does.
Okay,
I mean,
so can we just say that you banned me and stop talking about Forethought? I don't hate Forethought. He's just an
if that makes you
of,
sure. If that makes you feel better, then yes, I banned you.
Forethought is a tentacle that's coming out of your body.
Gotcha. True.
Have you ever played Gloomhaven? I feel like it's up your alley. Super hard though. Yep, I played it. I like it.
Have a mind of its own.
Maybe.
But,
I don't even know.
Ultimately, you control it. Okay.
It's a good game.
So yeah, I don't know. If these things were different, I don't know what would have happened with those friendships. I don't know them, and I don't know your relationship with them that well. It's not the kind of thing that is like just or provable. Like I don't think we're gonna see somebody saying like, I would really love to stream with Destiny, but his community is so toxic. There's probably people thinking that. I mean, I don't know. We don't know who would be in your community or who would be willing to talk to you if this were different. I don't know. I think that
Wait, so to be clear, there are people who maybe not say that specifically, but say something adjacent to that. But that's not MrGirl's point. MrGirl's point isn't that DGG is toxic. MrGirl's point is that Destiny is allowing his moderation team and by extension himself to ban and purge individuals within his community from supporting other people within his community. That's the critique. Not that DGG fucking dogpiles on people, but it's that Destiny will actively put his finger on the scale and say fuck you to the people who are being dogpiled on. That's MrGirl's, or at least that's seems to be his point.
Things you're doing that are attracting misogyny or that attract dogpiling. And so you're...
But the reason I push back against support is I think every single online community of a certain size dogpiles. It's like, that's just a nature of online. Like, can you think of a single large community that doesn't?
I don't know. I don't know large community.
Because I feel like that's everybody. But go on.
But you're telling me you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting, or seems like you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting that I think would curb some of it. So my point is that even if you do things to address misogyny, dogpiling, like the 3-day rule, you're not really addressing the core issues. Again, you just come off like you're like the good guy who's like, hey, I'm protecting women and I'm protecting people from getting dogpiled.
Well,
which is like
when you imply that I'm just being the good guy, you're implying I'm not trying to take an actual serious step to change anything.
I think you're taking a surface level step to change things, but that makes you look like you're trying to change it. And in some cases kind of does change it, but you're not really addressing the core structural issues that are causing misogyny and dogpiling behavior in your subreddit.
And those core structural issues are what, banning people that disagree with me too much?
Yeah, that's one. So that if 51% of people in your subreddit are misogynistic, if you ban people, if you increase conformity, you're necessarily going to end up increasing misogyny as a side effect. If you make a misogynistic joke and your subreddit is full of people who just parrot whatever you say, you call Avid dumb bitch, they parrot whatever you say, then all of a sudden we have this explosion of misogyny that if there was encouraged to have people in your subreddit who were like, dude, you're really sexist, like you're misogynistic all the time, you're constantly misogynistic.
Gotta get to work. Have a great day, everyone. Ahrelevant, thanks for the great show, brother. Big C, have a good one.
Maybe somebody wouldn't get.
If you do want to talk to me about that shit you wanted to talk about, I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow, but hit me up whenever.
Piled if you call them a dumb bitch. So I'm not going to be able to draw like a perfect.
I know, but I don't think, like I said earlier, I think every single online community is prone to dogpiling just because they're large online communities. Like, full stop.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, so that sounds like you're not interested. I feel like we're back to then you don't think it's worth hearing what I think you're doing to contribute to dogpiling.
What were the things that I was doing that contributed to dogpiling?
Making your content, you mocking people and talking shit about them.
So now you want me to change. So now you want me to change my content. That's the main complaint, or one of the big complaints.
I don't have a main complaint. You keep trying to boil. This is a complex situation with a lot of nuanced points I'm trying to make. You keep trying to boil everything I say down to one stupid argument that I'm not making. I'm just pointing out that when you say, well, I do everything to curb misogyny, I'm doing stuff to curb misogyny in my community, I'm like, well, you haven't really, whenever it's brought up that you screamed at Lav that she's a dumb bitch, you just defend it. So yeah, you can outlaw...
No, hold on. Okay, if anything associated with Lav was increased misogyny, it was having her on my stream. I wasn't calling her dumb bitch one time. I know that's like the narrative that you guys have like super like enjoyed like running into, but that is absolutely not the case.
Am I allowed to?
I disagree with this. I think you could say one thing is true, but also I think you can absolutely say that. So let me put it this way. Is it not reasonable to say that any individual who, if I was a misogynistic DGGer, seeing Destiny call Lav a dumb bitch in that moment, I like, am I supposed to believe that that wouldn't encourage any kind of feeling that I've already had towards her? Like, and even if what he said is true, which I actually do agree with, which is that Lav being just present online is creating like incels or misogynistic people. I think that's just true. Let's assume I agree with it. Then her presence and the things that she says online making me feel some type of misogyny. Like, I'm gonna misogyny because she's just so incapable as a person, and I start getting sexist because whatever, she's a woman. Then that would actually play into the argument that Destiny calling her a dumb bitch would like feedback loop that kind of sentiment, would it not? Like, I don't think Destiny's statement there was coherent. Like, if anything, his response to MrGirl saying that calling Lav a dumb bitch contributes to misogyny, his response of being, if anything contributed to misogyny, it was her very presence on the platform. Okay, I agree. But saying that she's a dumb bitch when there's a lot of people who are feeling like fuck women after watching her on his stream, which I think there is some sentiment that women are dumb bitches when he is platforming just a really dumb woman. Him saying that she's a dumb bitch would probably make you feel like, yeah, when he says that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's an excuse. If anything, I think that makes it worse. Do you know what I'm saying? Do people understand what I'm saying here? But wait, isn't Destiny a woman's name? Correct.
Okay, can I
It's
finish?
cathartic? Yeah, it was cathartic because it was like, I don't know. Literally, Destiny's own statement kind of backs up what MrGirl was saying. Like, it wasn't a response. If anything, it was like a true thing. Like, I agree. Lav black pills people. She red pills people with her very existence. She kind of makes the red pill look like based and true and like right. And so you kind of just start to be like, dude, this is kind of a woman that falls into the fresh and fit pipeline pretty well. And then hearing Destiny call her a dumb bitch kind of invigorates you to say that. So I don't even think that was a proper response. I think a better response from him would have been like, you know, him engaging with certain arguments of hers that weren't really stupid or or arguments that she had that were well thought out. I don't know what those would be, but I know he believes that she has some. I haven't heard very many of her arguments about feminism. I know he likes some of the arguments she makes about feminism, so.
Yeah, go for it, but you brought this up like 3 times. I know you keep trying to edge it in there, but go ahead.
Okay. Bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can I finish a thought?
Yeah, go for it, but you brought this up like 3 times. I know you keep trying to edge it in there, but go ahead.
Okay. Bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, maybe I could have this disagreement with Destiny. I'm not sure that's a misogynistic statement at all. Actually, it is my current stance that I do not believe that's a misogynistic statement at all. That is just a reflection of material reality. That when women say things that sound stupid consistently, the idea, I think he meant rhetorically. Never mind. They mean rhetorically. I was going to say, the material descriptive reality is that when women say things that people, especially people, call out to be incorrect, but genuinely are incorrect, they are, I would argue, unfairly attributed as a whole dumber as a result of an individual woman who does that. But the fact of the matter is, people are going to take that and they're going to run with it. That's how it works, right? That is genuinely how it works. So I think the observation that it makes individuals more misogynistic to hear Lav say dumb shit, I don't feel like that's misogynistic at all. That's just a description of how individuals interact with material reality, whether it be justified or not. That is just a descriptor. But I think what he was saying was that statement was kind of like a dig.
Okay. So you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
saying
see
that calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement? You should be able to call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Like,
I don't agree with that.
Wait, what? Wait, hold up. We're gonna go back over this. We're gonna slow this down. This is pretty significant. Let's hear this.
Increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
saying
see
that
how...
calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement? You should be able to call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Like,
I don't agree with that.
So
but I would.
would you never call a woman a?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
My bad. I'm sorry.
Can I finish a thought?
Yeah, go. You finished plenty of thoughts. So go ahead, keep going.
Man, I really wanted to hear Destiny finish that because I don't really know what their points are right now. Fuck me.
I would never call a woman a dumb bitch and then argue that I didn't increase misogyny in my audience after doing it. No. Like when I screamed at Lav to shut the fuck up over and over again, that was me increasing misogyny in my argument.
Oh, bro, no. Okay, fuck. All right, let me explain something here. Don't compare me with this idea. All right. So there's certain things that you should be able to say to people, and maybe this is the distinction Destiny's get up on, and based on what I've heard him say, I think this is the distinction he's drawing. There's certain things that you should be able to say to women that you can't say without increasing misogyny. For instance, just saying that a woman is fucking retarded probably is going to increase misogyny in whatever group, because there's going to be a couple of people that are like, yeah, women are retarded, so you calling this woman retarded is based. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care. All right, you should be able to call a woman retarded. Doesn't matter. It shouldn't be that you're like pulling your punches on criticizing women at all. This is one of the criticisms Destiny actually got about platforming Lav, is that he was pulling so many punches or whatever that it was like sexist. We shouldn't be pulling our punches. I'm not saying it was whether or not it was justified. I'm just saying that this is a thought process, and I agree with the idea as a thought process, and I think everybody does. We shouldn't be pulling our punches to the point where we're not calling women stupid when they say stupid shit. But can it increase misogyny? Ooh, yeah, it can. But there's certain things that I do believe are unjustified. I think saying that she's a dumb bitch is probably something we shouldn't do. However, I know the argument is supposed to be, well, she called other people dumb bitches. I still don't think we should do it. I understand why somebody would do it or whatever. I still don't think we should do it though. I think we should just be like, hey, you know what? Fuck off. Don't do that shit if we're going to hold somebody to a standard on how to do that. But actually, I'm not too sure. I'm reconsidering what I just said because like it'd be really weird if a woman came on my stream right now and called another woman a dumb bitch. I don't feel like it would be my place as a man to be able to tell her that she can't say, yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe I'd tell her to shut the fuck up. I don't know. I feel like optically that'd be very hard, but yeah, you know what I think? I think I'd tell her to shut her mouth.
In my audience, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So now that we've dealt with your hypocrisy claim, I would like to finish what I'm fucking saying, which was bringing Lav on increases misogyny in itself is actually a more vicious, underhanded, misogynistic statement than calling her a dumb bitch. It is actually more misogynistic. To say just Lav's presence on the stream at all, regardless of anything I do, will make people hate women. That is a extremely misogynistic
That's literally true, though.
Thing to say.
I disagree.
Okay.
That is a description of material reality. I disagree.
So, well, you can say...
outright, I disagree.
You can brag that you've banned misogyny from your subreddit.
Hold on. You have to stop framing the world through like I'm not trying to brag that I'm banning misogyny. I don't care about
Can I
good boy
finish?
point.
Can I finish?
Okay,
Just
go ahead.
push back on it afterward.
Gotcha.
Okay. You can.
You tell her to shut the fuck up. You please continue.
Defensively announce in an argument about how you run your subreddit that you have banned misogyny from your subreddit. But then 5 minutes later, you are making a deeply misogynistic statement. This speaks to what I'm talking about overall. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying it's not really a sufficient pushback if I say there are underlying structural and systemic issues that are causing problems downstream that are making people's lives, including mine, shitty. And I want to address those. And then you come back with surface level responses and you say, well, no, we addressed that. We banned criticism after 3 days. The dog pile's only allowed to last 3 days. That doesn't really address what I'm saying. It's like you have a closet full of toxic waste, and then you're like, we've increased our like mopping schedule for the hallway outside the closet. It doesn't really address the problem that I'm talking about. But it appears to, but it doesn't.
Okay. I've never claimed that I'm addressing the specific problems that you're talking about, because I don't know if I am saying that I believe that there is a specific problem with what you're talking about. I'm just saying that if I do think there are problems, I do take steps to fix them, and I've given examples of that. None of the examples I gave were supposed to remedy the problems you're bringing me, because I don't know if I agree that those are problems. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one of the problems I brought up was dogpiling, and I thought you said dogpiling posts, drama posts, have to stop after 3 days. I thought that was in part to curb dogpiling.
Yes.
Okay.
We accept the argument that Destiny cannot call Lav a dumb bitch. We must also accept the argument that he should not have her on the channel at all. I don't think that's true. I think you could accept the idea that Destiny doesn't have to fight fire with fire, because that's ultimately the reason why I think Destiny shouldn't call her a dumb bitch. Not because like it's misogynistic. I don't genuinely care about being misogynistic or racist, unless it's to a point where I believe it's like unjustified. Genuinely, and that comes down to exactly the contradiction that you're talking about, Andre. I believe that it's okay to platform racism or whatever shit, as long as you try and work with individuals or ideas in the best way possible. So I think you can be like racist by platforming shit that you recognize is going to make your audience more racist or transphobic or sexist, and then as long as you engage with that in as healthy of a way as possible to try and demotivate that kind of behavior with the hopes of being able to have somebody offer potentially something else, essentially minimizing the negative effects, I think it's fine. I think fighting fire with fire, though, is not necessary. I think that is an unnecessary step that really doesn't serve anything. So let me break down the conclusion as much as possible. Having Lav on your streams, while I understand it will increase misogyny or misogynistic sentiment inside of your audience, is justified because she can offer things that I believe outweigh any kind of misogyny that she might foster. However, I believe that just calling her a dumb bitch, like, I don't believe that serves any greater positive purpose that outweighs the kind of misogyny. Right? Like, she could talk about her feminism, outweigh the misogyny. She could just, I don't know, be a relatable individual for, like, different women inside of your audience that might have a similar experience to outweigh the misogyny. Or she might even just talk about, I don't know, fucking ecological shit or whatever, and just give really good insights on ecological shit or whatever weird shit she's into. And I think it could outweigh the effects of the misogyny. But just kind of bringing up a dig, calling her a dumb bitch because she, was playing with fire, and so you want to fight fire with fire, I don't feel like that's a justified thing to do.
So that is an example of a problem I'm bringing up.
It served a greater comedic purpose. That is true. Maybe that's why I'm not funny.
Solution that makes you appear to be addressing the problem, but there's all these other things you're doing that
it is addressing the problem.
Well, I don't think it is. I think
you don't think the 3-day thing does anything.
I do. I think.
Okay, so then it is addressing the problem. Hold on, because you use these. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. You just talked so much. Let me just finish my one thought. Okay, you use a lot of underhanded language to imply that there's some level of like malevolence or cold indifference. You're pretending to fix this, or you are getting points for trying. That's not what's happening. It is, by what you just said, it is doing something about it. It might not be enough, but it is doing something. Stop saying that you're like trying to be the good guy. I'm not trying to be. I don't give a fuck about being the good guy. Obviously, right? These are just things that I'm doing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Your problem with that is that it implies malevolent. Is it also that it's not true?
That what's not true? It
was cathartic. I disagree again. I legitimately believe that the comedic, so like if I actually want to engage, because it's fair to as an argument, with the idea that it did genuinely provide comedic relief, it did serve a comedic purpose, and it was cathartic. That is legitimately an argument, and that's one I'll contend with the idea that I don't think that overwrites the kind of misogynistic sentiment that gets brewed as a result of the statement. but I genuinely consider that to be an actual argument. I just don't think the argument stands against the kind of negative effects.
That by saying...
I could see that being true, but then isn't Lav Loon calling Cherry just blatant misogyny and increasing misogyny because Lav supporters will be like, yeah, she's a bitch? Correct. This is why I said it's fighting fire with fire. I believe that Lav Loon was misogynistic against Cherry. Yeah, obviously. She kept saying she was a dumb bitch. She was an insensitive cunt and shit like that. Yeah, she was obviously misogynistic towards it. And I would say, if anything, it might be a double jeopardy of misogyny, considering many of the things that she was critiquing. Well, not in the conversation about the false sexual harassment shit, but prior to that, a lot of the shit that it felt like Lav was critiquing Cherry for was just kind of bullshit. So it was like kind of a double jeopardy of misogyny. She was calling another woman a dumb bitch for something that she was being stupid on. So she herself was being stupid on, so it was kind of a double jeopardy of misogyny for any dude watching that. It was like fucking having a field day with their misogyny. But yeah, I don't believe we should fight fire with fire. She was misogynistic towards Cherry, and I don't think that's like justification to be misogynistic towards her.
I've banned misogyny from my sub.
Really? Why does bitch have to be gendered? Because it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but we got to face the reality that it is. Like, it has a unique connotation for women.
To appear as somebody who is fighting misogyny in their subreddit.
I don't care about appearing as somebody who's fighting misogyny in my subreddit. I don't give a fuck about that.
Even if you don't care about that, do you see why I'm saying it makes you appear that way?
I don't want it brought up in a conversation because it makes it feel like I'm fighting like a weirdo. I don't know what I'm. No, it's not relevant to what we're talking about. It's you're loading the conversation in an incredibly strange way to make it sound like I'm going for good boy points in my moderation style. Like, if you want to do that, I can.
Okay, I think you're going for good boy points in your moderation style.
Okay, for who? And if that's the case, this whole conversation then is a waste of time because I'm already.
Doesn't this argument logically extend that we should never have women on stream and only allowed skilled debate men to fight for women's rights on stream? No, like I just said, as long as the women are like genuinely have something to offer or in shit like that, then yeah, like we should be doing that. We shouldn't be propping up people as caricatures because we should be cognizant of the negative effects of the way that this shit works. Yeah. So here, let me do the work here for it. When I'm talking about caricatures, I mean, I do not believe that unintelligent people, especially of minority groups, should be propped up just because they're a minority group. I don't think that should happen. I think if you're an unintelligent person that's saying stupid shit that has even unjustly is being used by racists or bigots to be able to justify their bigotry, I don't think that you should be propped up because I think that's just irresponsible platforming. And at that point, you're just like fucking doing like a minstrel cartoon of that minority group. You're just like, hey, look at this dumb black guy being dumb. I'm not going to, try and help him out with any arguments or do anything. I'm just going to let this dumb black guy be dumb on my stream and then have people like point and laugh and cheer. Yeah, I think that's a bad thing to do. So yeah, I would blame both parties at that point. I would say that the dumb black guy who is being like a caricature should probably learn or figure out ways to better engage with online communities. And I would say the individual that's platforming that is clear and obvious fucking minstrel shit should probably be checking their behavior as well. Like, that's just stupid. Like, you're just fucking selling out at that point for even though you're like trying to bring somebody on to do that. You're just trying to make fun of people, and I don't know. You're like performatively putting on misogyny for the hopes of like entertaining your audience. It's cheap, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't think that Destiny's necessarily doing that. I think he is engaging with Lavloon in a decent way or whatever. I, however, do believe that he shouldn't have called her a dumb bitch.
Demonstrated that I'm willing to lie because I'm completely
Dubber,
not being
if we can get to it, yeah,
my moderation choices, and I'm totally just bending to the whims of my community for what I think they want to hear.
But a man making a bad point won't negatively impact women, while him making a good point will benefit women, while a man making a good point will hurt women. Even no, I disagree. A woman making a good point will look considerably better and will work considerably like. Man, I don't I don't want to do this. It's just going to be weird. But I think Erudite, just simply being an intelligent woman, has done quite a bit to curb like some individuals' position on misogyny, especially on the Fresh and Fit podcast. I think a lot of people's preconceived notion of women just being dumb hoes was fucking crushed when she walked onto that podcast. Also, she has, what is it? Didn't she also have the low body? She did not fit any of their preconceived notions. And I think her very existence was doing a lot to fight against their misogynistic narratives, let alone, the fact that I believe that she's intelligent. That's her very existence was fighting against that shit. But yeah, that's my opinion.
And most of them seem okay with you being banned now. On what planet?
I hope so. Cognitive bias is wrong. Let's put it this way. We can reasonably assume that it wasn't benefiting any kind of racism, or sexism, right? That Erudite's presence on Fresh and Fit wasn't like fueling very many, if anybody's, misogyny, right? Like, that's probably not the case. And that's all we're trying to do, is minimize the negative impacts and trying to maximize the positive impacts. And I think when we're talking about potentially not having women on a platform at all, like in comparison to just trying to encourage women to have good arguments about shit. I don't know. I view this especially as being like a black dude. Like, I just have a greater responsibility on myself. Just, this is how the world works. As a black dude, I have a greater responsibility navigating society to understand how to deal with the authorities of any given area, including like security or, potential employees of a store. I have a greater responsibility to do that. Unfortunately, it is unjustified. It sucks, but this is the way that it works. I have a greater responsibility to do that, and I should take that seriously. Not only for my own safety, but also so that way other black people that come after me can also have a little bit easier of a time navigating these social environments.
This is not complicated whatsoever. If somebody's doing something,
yes, you often do this. You are trying to take something complicated, I'm saying, and boil it down to something that sounds stupid and is simple. But you benefit greatly in this conversation if I say, listen, there's a lot of really subtle, insidious things that you're doing that are kind of hard to explain and hard to wrap your mind around. But if you would think about it, I think I can probably draw some pretty compelling parallels here between things, or not parallels, but some downstream effects from things you're doing, and then the outcomes that we're seeing. And then you're like, no, this is totally simple. When did I say X, Y? What did I do? Well, give me an example. I
don't like this because this is a bullshit way of conversation. You're trying to imply that there's something very complicated or subtle going on under the hood that's just only very special people can possibly understand. No, you're not. You're saying it's too subtle. Like, I can explain everything that we've talked about so far if you want me. I can explain any point of view of this. Nothing is very complicated we're talking about. Nothing of this is very complicated. Like what aspect of this conversation is complicated?
I think that you are oversimplifying my criticism of you here. I'm not saying that you are thinking, I want to get good boy points with my audience, so therefore I'm going to say I banned misogyny.
I'm just so stupid and simple-minded that if that's happening, I wouldn't be able to see that that's a driving force behind what I'm doing? Because that's the only alternative. Okay, what is it then?
No, it's not. It's more complicated than that.
Okay, so explain to me the approval winning that I'm going for.
I think it makes your community look bad if it's a cesspool of misogyny. I think that curbing that both makes your community look less toxic and woman-hating, and it has less negative effect on the women that you want to interact with or the women you do interact with. I think you feel bad about some of the horrible shit your community says about women, and I think you probably want to be able to work with women. And I think you also want to be able to work with other larger figures who don't want to collaborate with somebody who hits their wife. No, so don't want to collaborate with somebody who is the head of a toxic woman-hating community. So it's not just like brownie points. It's a complex system of relationships, and it clearly hurts you and hurts other people if your audience hates women.
Gotcha. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think that there's ever been an opportunity that I've lost out on because of stuff related to women. Well, this whole space is insanely male-dominated.
Whoa. Hold on. He's ever lost out on an opportunity? Okay. I think what he means is in the capacity that they're talking about. Because he has, in my opinion, unrightfully so, lost some opportunities as a result of people's misconceptions about his opinions on women. Namely, like the Destiny Trail of Tears or whatever? The idea that he sexually victimizes women around him, or that he sexually harasses women around him. That he constantly, you know what I'm talking about? You know what? It was the meme that he's a coomer and that he constantly is, you know what I'm, people know what I'm talking about. I'm just having trouble articulating what exactly the narrative was, but it was like the Destiny Trail of Tears. The princess arc, the Trail of Coom. Yeah, the Trail of Coom, that's what it was. That's what it was, the Trail of Coom. Yeah, that thing. I think he has lost some, well, I'm not sure if he's lost some opportunities, but he's definitely had to fight uphill to get back his reputation on some aspects. But I think for the most part, yeah, he's been all right with it.
Easy to get away with these types
of... also, if you like the content and you want more content similar to this, if you want more YouTube streams, if you would like me to engage with more MrGirl stuff, YouTube stuff in general, YouTube exclusive stuff that I can't really do on Twitch, like the video. And if you like an ad-free viewing experience where apparently I think they only have pre-roll ads on YouTube, if you like the ad-free viewing experience, then like the video as well. Because Twitch, I cannot control the pre-roll, mid-roll ads. I can't do anything about them. So yeah, if you like being adless on your viewing experience, then go ahead and drop a like as well. I appreciate the individuals who have liked. There was 250 people before that call to action to like the video. And I believe 21 of you liked the video after it. So thank you to the 21 individuals that considered it and decided to push the like button. I thank you to those 21, now 22 individuals. Okay, but that's not because of his community? Oh, was that the question? Was it about his community? Oh, fuck, then I just missed the question. I thought the statement was just about whether or not... Okay, my bad.
People, if your audience hates women.
Thank you for the joining as a member. Thank you for becoming a member, I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the emotes that you get as well.
Gotcha. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think that there's ever been an opportunity that I've lost out on because of stuff related to women. Well, this whole space is insanely male-dominated. It's very easy to get away with these types of jokes over and over again and have like really nobody push back on you whatsoever. Yeah, I just completely totally disagree.
So why did you ban misogyny?
Because I think that there should be more women on stream, because I think that it is a better community, and I think it represents my values more to not be misogynistic. But my community...
So when you say, wait, I just said there's women you want to work with who would be probably hesitant to work with you if there's misogyny in your community, and then you said that's not true, and then I asked you why you did it, and you said it's because
when I say women, no. When I say women to come on stream, I mean like friends I have that I know would be like cool additions to the stream, or people that I know personally, not large female creators that I want to work with. Large female creators, a lot of them are self-hating women. I don't need to make my community a piece of together. So hold on, don't just hand wave that, because you're trying to make it sound like I misspoke or I was hypocritical or I missed something. No, stop. Let me finish. When you said
it doesn't matter.
Super matters because you're no, hold on. I'm gonna finish. No, it's not the same thing because you keep implying that I'm either.
I think I actually agree with MrGirl on this one. Not that it's the same thing, but that his argument extends to it. MrGirl's argument was that Destiny's missing out on opportunities to have women on his stream as a result of the misogyny inside of his community. And then Destiny's statement was like, yeah, but I'm not missing out on having opportunities of like female content creators on my stream. That wasn't MrGirl's point. MrGirl was that there are women that will not want to engage with your content or your community because of the misogyny that is brewing inside of this community that you also help foster by calling LiveStreamfails a dumb bitch. I believe. On that last part he might not agree with, but I'm pretty sure it's consistent with his argument. And if you change that, then they would be more willing to interact with your community. And Destiny ended up agreeing with that, but just disagreeing with the idea that the opportunities, maybe with the term opportunities, where Destiny thought that what MrGirl meant by opportunities was female like content creators, like high tier content creators, but he meant just like opportunities to talk to women in general.
They're too stupid, or I'm subtly manipulative in a way that I'm not being honest about or forthcoming because either I don't understand it or I'm trying to hide it about the goals that I have in my community. And now you've attempted to point out, oh, hold on, I imply that you wanted to work with some people, especially women, and now you are accidentally admitting that there are women that you want to work with. Those were two totally different statements. When you said it, you're implying that I want to have XXX Sniper, Wolf, or SS, whatever the fuck on my stream, so I can build my community for bigger women. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are women that I know personally that would be cool to have on stream, and there are other friends that I could have on stream, but they don't want to...
Literally Hood, one of the largest YouTube content creators in the world.
Because the communities have people misogynistic. These are two far different things. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think the distinction matters that much. It's fine if you want to correct it, and
that's fine.
I think Destiny is saying in the realm of streaming. Yeah, but I feel like MrGirl was saying like at all, like women at all.
State the distinction. If you don't think it matters, that's fine. But okay, I just wanted to be.
I don't think it matters because my point stands that you are doing something surface level to address misogyny by making it so that the misogynistic things your audience wants to say or that they say are not said instead of addressing making them want to say them.
Okay, so, I think that part of
I think this is okay. Now he's lost me again. I think preventing misogynistic speech inside of an area can absolutely reduce misogynistic sentiment. It's not like Destiny is blacklisting all talks of misogyny about women. He's just blacklisting me just saying Lav is a dumb cunt and a dumb bitch and shouldn't have his a platform on Destiny's shit. It's like, that's not productive. That's just raw misogyny. If I wanted to make the statement of, well, actually, this is genuinely where people that might be inside of Destiny subreddit could do me a service here. I'm not sure how many of you are. Does Destiny or his moderation team ban something like this statement? Let's say I made a post that goes like this. I believe that Destiny is performing some kind of positive sexism by having Lav on, where if she was a man, she would not be allowed on as consistently on the platform. I feel like that is a critique that could be born out of misogyny, but one that legitimately would cause a disagreement, could be argued in good faith, could have a back and forth, and yeah, just kind of taken into consideration. If stuff like that is banned, then I would be more in MrGirl's camp, where it'd be like, okay, this is just, we're just banning talks of misogyny that could lead to individuals still having misogynistic tendency. That's a ban. It is. That is 100% a ban. Let's try it. Relly's chat is where DGG can come. It's a ban now, Relly. 100% ban. Rule 6 of the subreddit. Hold up. What is Rule 6 of the subreddit? Let me take a look. Destiny Reddit. I don't know if that's actually a meme. Let's take a look. Drama is done after 3 days. Well, that's not relevant to Rule 6. He specifically said any constructive criticism will not be banned. Right. And if you phrase a misogynistic statement in a constructive way, like, hey, I believe that Destiny's legitimately giving special favoritism, maybe that wouldn't be considered constructive, because how is he supposed to address? How would you address that? So if somebody said Ahrelevant is giving special criticism to X streamer because they're a woman, and they wouldn't give that to a man, I think you could respond to that. I think you could respond to that in good faith and be like, well, no, I have other examples of individuals, of me treating them in a specific way and shit like that. You can be banned for any reasons, rules, or guidelines for conduct are an absolute. Oh, I see. I would never make it in DGG because of my misogyny. True, Freems. The issue, people who know what's jokes or not, I think it has to be blatant for it to be banned. My point is that I believe that you can make misogynistic statements or statements that might come from misogyny in a more constructive way that would legitimately foster some kind of engagement, genuine or otherwise engagement that isn't just blatant misogyny. I think the idea that MrGirl is putting out, that if you ban misogyny or misogynistic or certain types of misogyny inside of your Discord, or sorry, your Reddit, that will necessarily have people not learning why misogyny is bad. Whereas instead of typing Lav is a dumb cunt and shouldn't be on Destiny stream, you might have to type a different statement like, I believe that Lav is wrong on X and Y and Z point, and it might stem from her personal experience of, I don't know, X, Y, and Z. And you getting pushback on that could result in you becoming less misogynistic or just having a proper response.
That is literally just cutting down on certain.
From what Destiny has said, it would only be banned if you frame that opinion in a schizo post, but if you have examples and proof in the post, then it'll probably stay up. Okay, I don't fucking know.
Jokes. I think it's as simple as that.
I understand that, and that might be part of it.
That
instead of addressing making them want to say them.
Okay, so, I think that part of that is literally just cutting down on certain jokes. I think it's as simple as that.
I understand that, and that might be part of it. That might be true. But I'm not calling you stupid. And I'm just saying it's
more complicated than that. I just can't understand. I wish I could.
No, you can't understand. I believe that you are not allowing me to explain myself because you don't want to understand, or you don't want the audience to understand, or you're too guarded or something. I don't know why the fuck you're doing it, but I'm trying to explain something to you it's not that complicated. I'm just saying it's more complicated than you're trying to get brownie points.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think banning mentions of misogyny or misogynistic jokes really addresses the misogyny problem. I think it addresses it on a surface level.
Sure.
So when I say you get to be the good guy, I'm referring to a pattern that I am seeing where you're like, no, we don't allow dog piles past 3 days. While on the other hand, you are actively making moderating decisions that cause them.
Okay.
You get to ban misogyny, but you're actually actively saying horrible things about women that increase misogyny. But it's subtle.
I think we've cut out on most of that.
You just did it. You just said bringing lav on stream increases misogyny. That's a misogynistic statement.
No, it's not. I don't think that's necessarily misogynistic. It speaks to the misogyny that exists. If you have a community of people that...
Allah! Thank you. Finally. Holy shit. We're talking about the descriptive reality versus... Thank you.
For whatever reason, don't like women, and you bring on a woman that exemplifies the issues for why a lot of people don't like women, then of course it's going to increase misogyny in a crowd. But that's not because that statement in and of itself is a misogynistic statement. It's a statement that's recognizing the reality of the misogyny that exists in that community, which is part of the misogyny that I want to get rid of.
Okay, I guess I just think that that's really misogynistic to say.
What? How? It's a description of reality.
How is it? If a black person does something...
Thank you. Hey, listen, not pre-watched. Bro, he's going to give the same exact arguments. Thank you. Combo summed up, I don't think, I don't feel. You think, Steph, Dev?
Bad. It tends to reflect poorly on all black people. Is that a racist statement, or is that a statement that acknowledges racism?
Statement that acknowledges racism.
No, it's racist when you apply it to an individual and you say, I'm not going to have my black friend Eric on stream because...
Wait, he has Lev on stream. He's not... I agree. Wait, I think Destiny would agree with MrGirl on this idea that it's racist to go like, well, you're a woman who's also dumb, so I'm just not going to have you on stream. It's about how you engage with that individual on the stream. And he has Lab on the stream.
Eric exemplifies the things that people hate about black people.
If I thought that I had a community that would, let's say that I wanted to go and debate Nick Fuentes, and I could bring one black partner with me to that debate, and I could choose to either bring ABBA, or I could bring like, insert like the most thuggish gangster black person you could possibly imagine.
You have a hesitancy about naming a specific black person.
Because I don't know very many thug black people. That's why I just don't know. I don't know. It could be Speed the streamer or one of the people that scream all the time.
Woo! Damn, nigga. I wouldn't have put a name out there. Nigga, cool it. Cool it. Cool it.
I'm gonna say the N-word a lot on stream. I don't know any one of those guys. I don't know very many black people that are gangsters, okay? It could be a famous rapper, Tyler the... I don't know if Tyler the Creator's like that. I don't know, somebody that... Ice Cube, okay? There, Ice Cube. Or ABBA. Ice Cube is a well-spoken dude and is pretty chill now. I don't know. Pick any person that you want there, okay? But the reality would be, I would say, I'd probably pick the... Just like, I would probably pick the guy that's the more white-friendly, like, black type of person, because I know that community I'm going to is really racist. And
I wouldn't say... let's chill with that.
I would want to put, like, my best foot forward in terms of black representation. Okay, I don't think that statement is racist, but it acknowledges the reality of the racism that exists. Those are two different things.
Racist. I think if you say, if I was going to go talk to a community of people to try to bring a good example of a black person, I wouldn't bring I Show Speed. I think is a racist statement.
Okay, then we just disagree then. That's fine.
And I think beyond just calling that statement racist, I think it certainly increases the
You know what? I can see MrGirl's position in this. Especially with how Destiny worded that. Jesus Christ. Destiny was not afraid. He pulled a little bit of a MrGirl there. He was not concerned about optics. I'm up. I am ABBA and I am triggered. Yeah, I would not set a
racism in your community.
Some of this shit. What is this? I am ABBA and I am triggered. During this bridge burning session with Mrs. Gaslight, Destiny decided to take a stray shot at me by saying he would bring me on stream over the other... Okay. To talk about race because I'm white friendly. No, please don't tell me he's actually... Listen, I knew it when I heard it, bro. I knew it when I heard it. What did I say, boys? No shots. Please tell me that this is at the very least a bit of a joke. He has every right to be upset about it, by the way. But Jesus Christ. I know what he meant when he said white friendly, but good Lord. I have no issues with ABBA if he's actually upset about this because, yeah. All right, let's see this. Bro, I'm losing my mind. I let Steven use the N-word one time, and now he thinks I'm ready for his white supremacist chicken and waffles. Okay, thank God it's a joke. All right. Okay, all right. Thank God. All right, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Okay. I'm molding like Gavin right now, and all of this Steven attempt at distracting you from the fact that Destiny is a girl's name, but bun you, Steven? One day I'm taking you out somewhere with lots of black people, and I'm going to record it, and we're going to find out how black friendly you are. Now that is a post I can get behind.
I disagree.
Thank God. Holy shit. Woo, thank God. Because that white friendly comment was, that was, thank God.
I think it acknowledges that they are problematic.
Woo.
That's something hopefully we're working on.
Who's problematic? I show speed?
That my community. When people talk about why people hate women,
it's going to make them more problematic.
Yeah, yes, it probably will, because they already are. Communities that are already problematic can be made even more problematic. Yes.
Every community can be made more or less racist or misogynist.
True. What a profound statement. Yes, of course.
Well, I just think saying about a black person or about a woman, hey, you're the kind of person that really makes people hate black people and women. If you were one of the good ones like ABBA, then there wouldn't be so much racism and sexism in the community. I think that is racist and sexist.
Okay. Well,
that's insane. No, it's not. It's reasonable. Let me be human for a second. I think MrGirl is having a human response to this. I think if you haven't thought about this a lot, this is a very human response. I think it's a very human response. For sure. But I already explained this earlier. When this first came up, I already explained it in full, how I feel about it. I explained it in full, how I take it. It's just facing the material realities, okay? It's unfair, it's cruel. I don't believe it's racist. It's unfair and it's cruel, but that's how it works. Let me say to MrGirl about this, okay? There's two black people in the car, all right? I'm just gonna put myself out there because I don't want to put any other black. Listen, I don't want to make the white friendly comment about black people like Destiny did and risk getting a little bit in trouble. There's two black people in the car. You got me, looking like me, and talking and acting like me, or you have the most thuggish black person you could. I'm not gonna put up in quotes. You know what I'm talking about. The most thuggish black person you can think of inside of the car. A cop is coming up to the car. Who's answering? Who's gonna talk to the cop? You're in the back seat. Shit might get heavy. Who do you want to talk to the cop? Like, when shit gets real, who do you want to talk to the cop? Come on, nigga, this ain't rocket science. Like, this is not rocket science, dude. Like, push comes to shove, shit sucks. It sucks. This is how the world works, but it's how the world works, right? At the end of the day, I am more white friendly.
That's the reality. So I guess reality is racist and sexist, but sometimes that's the reality of the world.
I'm white, I'll do it. You're in the back, nigga. Ain't nobody talking to you. They're gonna be talking to the person in the front. You know how it works. You know how the hypothetical works. You get it. You get it. You're making fun of it, but that's how it works. That's the material reality. I think to say anything else is to kind of posture on an idea that doesn't really exist within reality. Which is that, well, we should be able to have the individual, the thuggish black person speak and, speak their truth and be able to present it. Yeah, sure, that'd be great. That'd be fucking phenomenal. I think every single marginalized group would agree with you that that'd be fucking great. The problem is at the end of the day, you might end up getting shot. All right, that's just what it is. That's what it is. At the traffic stop, we're swapping seats, bro. I'm acting like I was driving the car. You know what I'm saying? Obviously not actually doing that because they'll probably notice. Catch you on the dash cam or something, swapping seats, or they'll see you do it, and you're going to be in even more trouble if that happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, most racist statements.
The truth of your statement doesn't make it not racist if you direct that statement to your friend. You're just wrong. You're just 100% wrong. I disagree with you entirely. Let's take this to an even greater extreme, okay? Let's say I'm a white person. I'm a white Aryan German individual. And we are driving out of fucking Auschwitz with 50 Jews in the back of my truck. and there's only space for one person in the driver's seat. And I'm looking at 50 Jewish people, and I'm looking at me as a German fucking individual. And I look around and I go, guys, one guy could drive the car and has to be a front-facing individual while 50 people sit in the back. Which individual are we going to get to drive the car? I don't know which individual we might need to drive the car. Guys, I don't want to be this guy, but maybe I should be the one to drive the car. Like, are you joking? Are you fucking kidding me? No, I can't do that because it's racist. It's racist to understand the material. Like, you're goofy. You're goofy, nigga. Shut the. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so mean. That's goofy. You're goofy.
True on some level, but that
like I don't even. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's human. That opinion. It's human. It's human to believe that or whatever. But it is not racist to recognize racism and work around racism so that way other people's lives are better, especially the group of people that are being marginalized there.
Make them
statements that are true are racist.
Statements that are racist. Statements that are racist can be.
Flip a coin, either you or you're driving back alone. Do you think it's weird if portrayals of black people or women in media then become only the good ones, or is it for the space in particular? No, I genuinely think that what we should have is individuals of diverse groups then humanized in media. I think that should happen. But if your question is whether or not we should just flagrantly, no, I think we should have positive representations of people and not just every single representation that we could think of. I think we should probably try and focus on balancing out the narrative, because right now, one of the reasons why marginalized communities are fucking so marginalized that they are is because there is an imbalance of negative portrayals of individuals given a certain group in the media. So I think we should focus on having positive portrayals, not saying like we need every single person that, like, I don't know, is like me or something. But we need to have, if like we want to make a thuggish black person, we humanize that thuggish black person like they would actually be and not just make them a caricature. I think media is a bit different when we're making a film, especially something that's supposed to be representative of material reality, in comparison to having a fucking debate. Or like circumnavigating the fucking cops, because any non-racist person would tell you exactly what I told you about having the like thug black dude inside of the front seat when a cop comes by. The least racist black person on earth would tell you to do the exact same thing I told you to do.
True. Statements that are true can be mean. Like, racism is just being mean to a person.
The Wire did a good job of that, right? Like, I'm not telling you to erase the existence of these people. What I'm saying is, given Destiny's, especially Destiny's hypothetical, if you have a pick between one or another, you're not erasing the existence of black people or whatever. You're recognizing the skills and the palatability of one individual over another. Like, whether you like it or not, ABBA has developed a series of public speaking skills that not only are good for people, but are obviously disproportionate when it comes to black individuals. Like, black people tend to not have the access to education or just the fucking time to be able to develop the kind of skills that ABBA has developed when it comes to public speaking. So yeah, the recognition of his skills as a black individual who's exemplary at his craft. Why wouldn't you have an exemplary black individual at the specific craft that you are trying to do talk to other white individuals that are exemplary at the craft that they are trying to do? But instead you have to go, no, let's just not do that. Like, I would even do this for a white person. Like, I don't know, but yeah. I wouldn't go like, hey, look, we can have one white person on this, like, political panel talking about race issues. Let's just pick some dude that has no idea what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to public speaking, never public spoken his entire life, doesn't know shit about race, and let's just throw him on the panel. No, it's like, you're going to pick somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about, that has experience doing what it is, especially if you're going to be talking to other people. I'm ranting.
Because of their immutable characteristics. You can be mean without lying. Most mean statements are true on some level.
What if everybody? What if everybody in the car is thuggish black man? You pick the one with the least. Like, I don't know, bro. I'm about to get, bro. I don't know, dude. You find them, bro. You find a way, okay?
We should have more black actors, because more black actors makes like the increase in representation. It cuts down on racism. Is that a racist statement? Like, we shouldn't need more black actors to make people less racist. Isn't that kind of dumb?
No, racism is when you take a generalization about the group and focus it on an individual. And
when I'm focusing anything on an individual, I'm focusing on a group.
You're focusing on Lav or ABBA or iShowSpeed. So the reason I'm calling it racist is you're not saying like I shouldn't have women on stream that exemplify people's problems with women.
Yes.
I might think that's a little misogynistic, but when you point that at a particular person, that's when it becomes misogynistic.
Okay.
You're also saying it in like kind of a joking way. It's a clear.
I'm not joking. It's an incredibly true statement.
Wait, does Destiny actually believe this? Wait, he just said yes to the idea that he shouldn't have individuals that exemplify like racist or bigoted sentiment. No, this would be necessarily contradictory. Never mind. I don't even know why I'm entertaining this. What I was going to say is, surely he doesn't believe that, right? Because then he wouldn't be able to have Lav on, which he wouldn't by his own argumentation. So either he's a hypocrite and contradictory for having Lav on, or what he means is that he shouldn't have them on just to have them on. That he should have them on to, for some merit that they have in some other capacity. Or whatever.
It exemplifies a lot of the reasons or things that people point out that it's like, holy fuck, this is why we hate women.
I'm not saying it's not true. It's just also it's an insult.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. If you're saying that the existence of her life is an insult, or the functions that she could serve in something, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about that.
You see that again, what you're saying is laced with humor right now, right? If you're saying existence of her life is an insult, like that's kind of a joke, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't make it. I just like acknowledge that you're.
It's not a joke. I don't know how to say it. There are certain things that people can do. I don't have to worry about it because I'm a white man. But if I was more of a minority status, I could say that the way that I get up and shout and scream on stream sometimes can exemplify issues with like white gamer debate bros, or all the rape analogies that I use, like further people away from gaming communities because like he's a fucking edgy. Like all these statements are valid. They might be fair, but they're all truth. It's all real.
I'm not saying that's not true.
Well, but it's not. They're not just joking.
In Lav's case, I think it's actually not true.
That's fine.
I think you're just wrong.
Okay. I don't actually think you agree, but that's okay. But
no,
regardless,
I don't. I think because you're misogynistic, you set her up and then you allow her, you trick her and trap her and make her stumble over herself. Let her flail on stream and then shit on her, call her dumb bitch, and then
Lav's introduction.
Whoa! What?
Online stuff was.
Wait, what?
I think you're just wrong.
Okay. I don't actually think you agree, but that's okay. But
no,
regardless,
I don't. I think because you're misogynistic, you set her up and then you allow her, you trick her and trap her and make her stumble over herself. Let her flail on stream and then shit on her, call her dumb bitch, and then.
Damn, nigga! What the fuck? Yo, why is this brewing? Wait, what? Holy shit! Yo. Wait, if he felt this way, why are we just hearing about this now? Jesus Christ! Oh my god! This would have been my first complaint. If I genuinely thought that Destiny was logic lording and trapping black people to try and make, because he was racist, to try and make black people look bad, oh my god, I'd be in that nigga's DMs tonight, in the next 5 minutes, if I believe that was true. Why are we just hearing about this now? Oh my god!
And your community dogpiles.
Lav's introduction to online stuff was literally you banning her from your community. She was the first one you ever banned for issues related to like pedophilia, and you dismissed every single thing she said initially, saying you're using all of this to advertise for a future OnlyFans platform.
I know.
And I'm the misogynistic person.
Oof.
No, I didn't say I'm not misogynist. You're not the only one.
Okay. All right. I disagree with every single thing with your characterization of Lav in my Twitter, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, we're getting over what is misogynistic or what is, I don't know. I don't even know where you want to go at this point of this conversation. We were arguing over what.
You characterized my argument as me saying that you get to superficially get brownie points with your audience and look good, and I'm saying.
Hold up, I'm gonna go. I need to grab some water and go to the bathroom real quick. Jesus Christ, man, that was weird, bro. That was fucking weird. That felt like that came out of left field to me. Maybe he's been sitting. I don't know. If he genuinely believes that, if that wasn't a meme. He should be nonstop talking to Destiny about that, because that's some chaotic evil shit, bro. If he is unironically so misogynistic that he is hoisting Lav up, logic lording her down, so that way people in his audience can fucking dig into their misogyny for him, Jesus Christ, he's a piece of garbage. So I don't know why the hell that's being brought up as like a secondary thing. Oh my lord. I'm gonna be right back. By all that is holy, I summon fish moly.
More complicated than that. I'm saying if you get to say to your female friends, hey, look, I ban misogynistic comments in my community, and I'm addressing the issue, and then they might feel like you are addressing the issue. That's totally reasonable. But if they instead saw you as somebody who is pumping misogyny into your community, but only addressing it in a superficial way, they might feel differently. So I'm just saying it's more complicated. So when I say you're not really addressing the dogpiling problem, if on one hand you're causing dogpiles, and the
is that not the thought process behind bringing anyone on? I mean, he would not have a discussion against somebody that's going to make him look bad. Why not? What evidence do you have to show that that isn't the case? Or are you just trying to go with intuition? I would say Destiny has lost debates against people or lost specific subsectors of debates. Like, I just got done saying that I believe that Destiny is incorrect about his position on calling Lav a dumb bitch because I don't believe in the fighting fire with fire there. In general, though, I know his position about like essentially talk shit, get hit, right? And that's kind of a tough one to argue against because if you don't want the heat, stay out of the kitchen type beat. But yeah, I don't think we should do that.
On the other hand, you're just shortening them. I don't think you're addressing the dogpiling problem.
Okay, and that dogpiling problem is caused because there's a lot of conformity in my community?
Like, I feel like the unfortunate thing with what you said there, gluttonous Machina, is that it would necessitate him to lose for you to feel like blatantly lose a debate for you to feel as though he is doing that. And based on your comment, I would imagine he has lost a debate from your perspective. So yeah, I mean, that's all I would need to provide is whenever Destiny has lost a debate that he is willingly engaged in.
There's a bunch of
adages. Huh?
Factors. Do you want me to try to run through them quickly?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it.
Yeah, one is conformity in content, idea, moderating decisions, especially conformity in allegiance. Now you're banning people just for being for big fans of me. So people have to pledge allegiance to you in some form to be in the subreddit. Conformity caused by the ban-unban pump, which loosens people's spines pretty good, I think. Conformity in tiptoeing around you, because if you get too upset about something, you are liable to ban somebody for that reason. So there's a sensitivity around you, but you're also defined as not sensitive. So the idea of you being sensitive is even sensitive in itself. That increases conformity.
Like none of these things are contradictory, right? It might be the case that I'm not a very sensitive person, but I still ban people that like needlessly shit on me in my subreddit. Like those can both be true, right?
I guess maybe they're just different definitions of sensitive, but that to me speaks to sensitivity, which you are defined as not having.
Okay, do you think compared to the average person, do you think I have an average level of sensitivity, or?
I think you are more sensitive than the average person in some ways and much less in other ways.
I'm super curious. In what ways am I more sensitive than the average person?
I think you're very, very sensitive to anyone assigning responsibility to you.
More so than the average person? Does he realize, like, the average person would just... there's no way. He doesn't believe this, right? Then the average person? The average person just straight up would ban him. 100%. The average person would have banned him on the spot at the beginning of this conversation. Like, the average person does not... Like, he is lost. He is lost if he believes that. No way. Like, I'm not even trying to say Steven is this exemplary lord that can take accountability for whatever shit. I'm saying the average nigga fucking hates taking accountability. It is like, that is the single... if you had to give me, like, a top 3 of things that the average person is the worst at, it's got to be number 1 or number 2 for accountability. It has to be number 1 or number 2, right? Am I off on that? Like, I feel like accountability is one of the worst. That's what the average person is, like, the best known for not being able to do. People hate taking accountability.
And the average person super loves, like, accountability and responsibility being assigned to them?
No, but I don't. But your walls go way, way, way up. Like,
no way, bro. No way. He even let him have the out with, like, you think the average person is cool with it? Oh my lord.
Where you're like seemingly almost willing to I mean, you're throwing me the wolves. And
okay, in relation to you, but you're trying to make it sound like in any time I'm held to be accountable for anything. I feel like I'm one of the more accountable people, though, so I don't know where this, unless this
I'm not even making the claim he is a more accountable person. My argument doesn't even need that to stand. My argument is very, very, very fucking simple, which is that the average person wouldn't have MrGirl on for an hour and a half saying the things that he did. The moment that the average person heard the accusation from MrGirl that they were sexist to the point, to the description of MrGirl's recollection of the events with LiveStreamfails, 100% they're banned. Never in that community ever again. 100%. So I'm going to make an even bolder statement. I think Hassan has more accountability than the average person. A little bit more, but just a little bit more. That's what it is. I think Hassan even does. And that guy has no accountability for any of the shit that he does. But Jesus Christ.
All literally through the lens of yourself.
God, what a headache talking with normal people about accountability. What a fucking headache. I don't know. And bro, like, I don't know, touch the grass on that one.
I'm not saying you're not accountable.
You're saying that I throw up an unnecessary barrier around accountability.
It's not unnecessary. I don't know if it's unnecessary.
You're saying that it's abnormal. I'm abnormally resilient or resistant to accountability.
Yes.
Kaz, I did see that Warhammer 40k Mechanicus is free on Epic Games. If you guys want to get a free copy of Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, go on over. Get your free copy. It's quite a enjoyable experience. I've been told. I haven't played it yet, but I did download it. Warhammer 40k Mechanicus free on Epic Games. I like to talk about shit like that because I have some gamers sometimes inside of my chat and stuff. And yeah, I would want to know if I was in your position and I didn't know. So I'm going to reach out and if you guys want to get into it, get into it.
Yeah, because like with the chicken and waffles thing.
Yes.
I said you're being irresponsible. A normal response would be, I think, some level of defensiveness. And then, well, you're wrong. Or some level of defensiveness, and then, well, I'll think about it. Or no defensiveness, and like, yeah, well, you know what? I appreciate your feedback. You run your shit differently from how I run mine, but I'll think about it. It's always good to hear
He thinks a normal person would do that. He's lost. He's lost.
Your pushback. And
didn't I literally say exactly this?
No, it spun into a 12-hour-long argument.
Didn't I literally say exactly at the end of one of our conversations where you were like, would you ever change your mind on this or something? And I was like, you know, I don't really agree with you, but I appreciate your feedback. And if a lot of people start giving me a certain type of feedback, then yeah, definitely change it.
I know your name is
I feel like I said
Mike.
almost exactly this verbatim.
Yeah, but after 12 hours.
Well, I was stating it, but that's my belief. That was my belief the entire time. It's not like you changed my mind at the end where it's like, oh, you know what? Now I'm going to actually think about, now you've changed my mind. So, no, I was totally thinking like, yeah, of course I consider like, that's always been my belief. I'm just pointing out that like, you said that I'm more defensive than the average person. Then you're giving me a way that optimally you could be not defensive, but that optimal way you described of not being over defensive is literally the exact thing that I have said.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about before 12 hours of argument. I think most people, that conversation we'd probably get through it in like an hour or two, at most. I think it would.
There was a lot to discuss.
There was a lot to discuss, but there was like an entire days spent on like, is Nazi worth using? Is blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but you're not upset about the conversation. You're upset that I didn't agree with you.
No, I'm not saying I'm upset. I'm saying that this is why I think of you as something you're sensitive to, is people telling you that it's your responsibility to handle something that you don't think is your responsibility.
Okay, and you provided no evidence of that other than we just disagreed for a long time. Like, if the argument is going for 12 hours, it takes 2 to tango. It's because you wanted to argue for 12 hours. I've had 12-hour arguments about much dumber things. Argued for almost 24 hours straight about portals and whether a block would go flying out or falling down a platform if it goes through a portal A or B.
Oh my God, that shit was so fucking amazing, man. Bring back those streams. Me and my brother talked about that offline for like 12 hours. We went through the whole rabbit hole. We like looked up fucking documentation of people talking about that who had like physics degrees. That was such a rad stream, bro. That shit was such a rad stream.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm also abnormal, but I just see a trend.
Thing is, I completely forgot which one I picked. I forgot because it was like hard debate for like 12 hours for like which was which. I think I intuitively went with A and then I ended up settling on B. I don't remember.
You seeming to
I
feel
changed my mind.
very put
I remember
upon
that.
if somebody
I went
says,
with one right away,
I
and
think
then
you're
I changed my
responsible
mind.
for this thing. I think you're responsible for me. I think you're responsible for this person's feelings. I think you're responsible, like on Twitter. I think you're responsible for this girl, the stealthing thing. I think you're like you.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna be defensive. Yeah, because I feel like I'm not. But again, it sounds like you're not being critical of me being.
I'm not criticizing you.
Okay, I don't know. I lost the conversation.
Yes, he is. Hold up. No. Let's not get away. Yes, he is. He just said that you are more defensive about. Excuse me. He just got done saying that he does not take accountability as much as the average normal person, and use that in a negative way. He is objectively criticizing him. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is criticism. Through and through.
You asked me why. You asked me in what way are you more sensitive? You said I'm super curious. In what way?
No, hold on, wait. I'm sorry. You are criticizing me. I don't know why I let you get away with that. You are criticizing me. We're talking about a trait that is universally considered bad, which is not being receptive to feedback. And you said that I possess that trait more than the average person, and now you're making justifications for it. You can't make that argument. Oh, well, actually, you are resistant to feedback. And I go, okay, like it just, I think this criticism is fair. And they go, I'm not criticizing you. Of course, you're criticizing me.
Correct.
The trait I'm assigning to you is not.
It is a criticism.
Not receptive. I'm not saying you're not receptive to feedback.
You're saying I'm more than the average person not receptive to feedback, which is a criticism. Which is fine, you can criticize me, but...
I'm talking about your psychology, not about how much feedback you take in.
MrGirl needs to shut the fuck up on this one. This is starting to get really fucking annoying. He's trying to rhetorical jujitsu himself out of this. Just take the L and move on. Like, don't fight this unfightable position. You are criticizing him. That is what's happening. You cannot say, hey, by the way, MrGirl, I don't feel like you take accountability for your actions nearly as much as the average person, let alone as much as you should. And then go like, well, it's not criticism. What are you talking about? You're goofy. That is one of the goofiest things. Like, just stop. You're making yourself look terrible. Stop.
I'm saying that my sense of you as a person, something I've noticed, is that when people tell you you're responsible for something you don't feel you should be responsible for, or you're not sure if you are responsible for, you seem to freak out.
Yeah, because that's one of the things. It would kind of be like. This
is why
No, hold on. It's when I say that you're abusive, this is one of the things that I'm talking about, right?
Okay.
I told you something that you disagree with, and I saw you got upset about it. That's how I know that I'm right. That is an insanely abusive thing to say. The reason why I get upset when people try to hold me accountable is because, and I've said this a million times, is because I have the most accountability on my community of any other streamer my size, or many that are smaller than me. That is why every single time drama comes out about my community doing horrible, evil things to people, it's 0 follower Twitter accounts. It never comes from my Discord. It never comes from my chat.
Smith,
and it never comes from any of the communities that I have control of. And I'm the only large streamer that enforces that type of thing. So you can't use as evidence. Well, when people criticize you, that you get really defensive. They must be right. That's an unbelievably stupid thing to say.
I'm not saying they're right.
That you literally are using it as evidence for me being bad about taking like critical feedback.
But that's not what.
Yeah, that's. It would necessitate that they're right.
I'm saying to you.
That is exactly what you just said.
Okay, will you do the notepad thing? Will you write down what I'm saying?
Go for it.
Hold my feet to the fire. I think it is triggering for you to be told that you are responsible for something you don't think you're responsible for.
Okay. Wait, then his statement is different. Oh my god. Then he misspoke about his original criticism. So I put together his argument, but it's different than his original argument. And it makes sense with all of his arguments now. He's not saying that Destiny has trouble taking accountability. What he's trying to say is Destiny's process with leading up to taking accountability is a rough road. Like it is a not paved gravel path that'll like fuck up the tires along the way inside of the car and shit like that. You'll have to get out, replace your fucking tires, and but eventually you're gonna make it. Like, is that what he's trying to say? He said that from the start? No, he didn't. No, he did not. He said that Destiny does not take a responsibility for his actions, or Destiny has a harder time taking responsibility for his actions than the average person, which is not true. That's not true.
And what is that evidence
I think nothing. You asked me why I think you're more sensitive.
You're just making statements that aren't supporting any arguments, or you're just randomly throwing that out there. You're not trying to support anything with that statement?
You were asking me what increases dogpiling. One of my examples was, there is a narrative that you're not sensitive, but I think you are sensitive. I think that this dual narrative actually increases
When the fuck did he say this?
conformity and dogpiling in your community because your fans are very defensive of you. But nobody wants to admit that they're being defensive of you
His example was to literally take 12 hours, which is in line with that characterization. I agree. That's why I said that's his characterization. Not that Destiny has trouble taking accountability for his actions. Because the average person wouldn't take 12 hours. The average person just wouldn't even take accountability for their actions. They wouldn't even give you 12 hours. Like, it's necessarily defeating. You understand? The problem is, me, and I believe Destiny, had a different interpretation of what this nigga was saying because he said something different that implied something completely different. He wasn't saying that the journey leading up to accountability takes longer for Destiny. What the clear and obvious non-autistic implication of what he was fucking saying was that Destiny doesn't take accountability nearly as much as the average person. With that interpretation, some of the, like, half the fucking shit that he's saying doesn't make sense. With the other interpretation that it takes longer for him to does shit, then it does make a little bit more sense. But then his hypotheticals fall on their ass. Tell me one nigga you know that will have a 12-hour disagreement with somebody at the level that Destiny did and will go like, yeah, by the way, we'll consider it at the end. Nobody will do that. They'll have like a 2-hour disagreement with you at most, fucking, and then just turn into a shouting match and then not talk to you for a week. That's not gonna happen. So even if I do grant his interpretation for the thing, no nigga's gonna have a 12-hour disagreement with you and then end up with like, yeah, you know what, maybe let's just agree to disagree. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing.
Because there's a narrative that you don't need to be defended because you're not sensitive.
Dude, even that is literally wrong. I literally have changed that over the past like 2 months on my stream. We all have a new saying now, which is see something, say something, where I explicitly tell people to defend me online. I think you just have this whole narrative built up in your head because of your personal interactions with me. And this is a criticism that I've had of you that I'm going to continue to iterate here. Is it feels like you see everything through the lens of your own experiences, and then you start to build these like other structures to explain like how your experiences go. Like, because you had a bad experience here, it must be because Destiny increases dogpiling, and he must be actually more sensitive than he realizes, and that's the reason why he's manipulating. Like, it's all these things that build into it. But like, if I go out into the real world and I start collecting facts and pieces of information, it's just not true at all.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to respond to this. You're asking me what I think of you, but then when I try to answer you, you interrupt me and tell me I'm wrong.
Hold on, you're not telling me what you. Hold on. If you ask me, what do you think of me? And I go, I think you're a rapist because you raped 5 people. And then you're like, whoa, hold on, what the fuck? I didn't rape anybody. And I go, bro, you just asked me what I think of you. You're using the I feel statement to sneak in descriptive facts that are not true. So when you say that, like, I think that it triggers you to be told that you're responsible for something, you're not telling me what you think. You're making a statement about my state of mind and my reactions to things. That's not an I think or an I feel statement.
Wait, you asked me, I thought the question you asked me was, I'm super curious. Why do you think I'm more sensitive than the average person? How can I answer that without speaking to your state of mind?
Because when I'm asking you, why do you think something? I'm not asking you about your state of mind. I'm asking you about observations you've made that justify the argument. I don't care what you already told me what you think. You think I'm more sensitive than the average person. So I'm asking you, why do you think that?
But you're not letting me go through my observations.
Well, we just went through the first one and it seems to be totally not true. One justification was that, well, you say it's not a justification, also maybe I misunderstood, but it sounded like you were saying, well, it triggers you, so that's one justification. A second thing is that I tell people that I don't need to be defended, but over the past couple months on my stream, I've literally, ever since the Keppel stuff...
That's not a justification, that's the thesis. The thesis is you freak out when people tell you you're responsible for something that you don't think you're responsible for.
Okay, if that's the thesis, then we don't have to argue about it. I agree. I do freak out. That upsets me, yes.
Okay, I think it upsets you more than the average person. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree with this.
Something I've noticed about you, you really don't like it.
Average person be... I don't know what is the average...
No, I think I can disprove of this right away. If you see Max Scarson in a dark alley walk up to you and say, I think you're a misogynist, you're going to walk away. You're not even going to hear that argument at all, okay? But Destiny's going to look left. He's going to look right. He's going to go, why? Like, of course, it's a bit of a joke. But I think there is a seriousness to it. I think it's if you could maybe say Destiny's underlying ideas that he takes it less seriously, but I think of the fact of the matter, I mean, it's the nigga's job. It's literally like his job to deal with this shit. It gets him paid, it gets him content and shit like that. So even from like just an intuitive standpoint, it's going to matter more to him. It's going to, he's going to engage with it probably disproportionately than the average individual because he gets paid unlike the average individual for these kinds of disagreements, for these kinds of back and forths.
The person's response to being told that they need to hold their community accountable for something. I don't even know if the average person has that emotion. The average person doesn't have a community that they need to rein in, or have a community at all. I don't even know what. I don't know what the average person's engagement with that.
It's not just about the community. It happens interpersonally. It happens. There's tons of stories about you where somebody says, "Hey, I'm upset," and you're supposed to fix it, and you hate it. You really don't like it. You tell these stories online all the time. You tell these
stories let's do this. Okay, let's go that. Okay, interpersonally, how? I'm curious. Like, what are a couple examples that you feel interpersonally? You can bring anything I mentioned on stream before, Melina or whatever. It's fine. Go.
Well, you've mentioned on stream with Melina that you said it was a revelatory moment for you when you realized that you don't have to regulate her feelings just because she told you to.
Yes.
But the act of her expecting you to, I think, is really emotional for you and triggering for you. Where
okay,
I
but do you think
feel
that
an
it's
extremely strong pull where like you're supposed to do that and you've had to really stop yourself and be like, hey, like, it feels like you've had to do a lot of work to not just rush to do that. Whereas I think other people don't feel as beholden when somebody tells them that you're responsible for me. And I think it has this effect of making you feel both extremely guilty and extremely not guilty. It just seems like the process of evaluating whether something is your responsibility is pretty fraught for you. But it's not an insult. It's just something I've noticed that I think is making this conversation like tense for you. It's not tense for me.
Okay. Okay.
This is why I told you that I don't think me being banned from YouTube was your fault.
I never thought that you being banned from YouTube was my fault. That's not a fault.
Why would it be his fault?
I think you don't know what's your fault and what's not your fault.
All right.
And I think it is a fraud subject. So I'm trying to acknowledge that this thing I'm saying is your fault. So I'm trying to load something on you that I think you really hate it, and I've noticed that you hate this. But there's a narrative about you.
Yeah, I hate this because I disagree with what you're saying.
I think it goes beyond that.
Okay, and thankfully you've accessed those feelings, but they're still imperceivable or imperceptible to me, I guess.
It's not that we're not arguing. Obviously, you hate it. We're arguing about why you hate it. We both know that you hate what's happening. The question is, do you hate it just because you disagree, or do you also hate it because it makes you feel like I'm dumping a mountain of guilt on you?
Integrity is Destiny's strongest selling point, IMO. Strongest selling point? Nah, not for me. I think the guy makes really, 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 really good arguments. And he's, I think there's a lot to learn from how he engages with arguments. That's, I think, his strongest selling point for me. I'm not trying to say he lacks integrity, but for me, I think that's what's his strongest selling point to me. I mean, I straight up don't know Destiny's integrity. Like, I know his public-facing integrity. I don't know what his private-facing integrity is. And I feel like that's a very critical component to integrity. I think it's a very, very important component to it. So I feel like in order to speak on his integrity in a way that would be, like, his strongest selling point for me, I'd have to know him, like, interpersonally. And I just don't.
Okay. I think it's just because you disagree. But I can't convince you of that because you've mind-read me, so...
It's more. I'm not mind reading you.
You've mind read me, yes. I'm telling you, I feel. You're saying I don't know. You're saying I don't even have access to this. But you have reached into my innermost brain and pulled something out that I haven't.
Is a pattern I've noticed in you. It's not about reading your mind. It's just that every time, usually, when you feel like someone's guilt tripping you, you really fucking hate it.
If I disagree with what they've said, but if I've done something that's genuinely like bad, if I do something and I feel like I probably fucked up, I usually own it like immediately. If I feel like So the issue isn't whether or not I'm being told to quote unquote be held accountable. It's if I feel like oh shit, this was probably too far.
No, wait. I didn't say it is. See what you wrote down. I said when you feel like someone's telling you something's your fault and you think it's not your fault, you hate that.
Oh, okay. But you mentioned that was abnormal. Wouldn't most people have that response? Wouldn't everybody feel that way?
Yes, but I think you have an extreme response to it, I think.
And most people would just be like, oh, whatever?
No, I think people have a response, but
well, no, stop weaseling. You're saying that I'm having an extra special. Yes, you're saying that I'm having a more emotional response than the average person. But it feels to me like almost all people would have an incredibly negative response to being told that they're responsible for something they're not responsible for.
I have never seen you get upset about anything the way you get upset about this.
You haven't watched me argue with...
What?
Styrofoam cups then.
I guess not.
Wow, dude.
This is probably one of the most contentious topics that comes up over and over again. It's probably one of the few things that I feel like I put like the most amount of work into. So yeah, it's probably going to be one of the things that...
Wait, no. First off, for me, what I've seen get people just fucking thrown into Discord over pretty quickly is claims that he's just a coomer and that's the only reason why he's interacting with women. Claims that he is what is it on Twitter? There's a bunch of people. That him and his this is a staple, bro. Him and his audience is brigading me. This one I think will get you instantly thrown into that shit, and that shit will get him instantly on your radar. These are things that I think are significantly, he gets significantly heated about because it's narratives he's had to deal with for so long that he feels, and that I would say, so little people have been able to properly justify against him.
I guess irritates me, but I don't think that would be unique to me. I think any person would feel similarly.
Okay.
But
look, I feel this is unfair. You're asking me to tell you why I think you're sensitive, which you're asking me to talk about what I think of how your mind works. But then you're also going to say that I'm gaslighting you and I'm mind fucking you and I'm
all right. Let's move on from this topic. Move away from this topic.
Oh yeah, or that he's an absent father. Oh my God, I feel like those ones are ones that would instantly get you thrown in Discord and be able to do shit with because he's had to. Well, I'm not too sure how many people have said the absent father thing, but those are things that I would argue are naturally trigger him quite a bit because they not only has he dealt with these arguments multiple times and he feels that he is rightfully done it, but they're large reaching arguments that are the implications in them are pretty fierce.
So
does DGG conduct raids or not, or is it swept up at the moment thing for the chatters? I don't know. Every single individual that I have ever... This is part of the reason why I feel like Destiny gets pretty annoyed by it. Every single person that I've seen make the argument that DGG like hate raids them or brigades them has absolutely no evidence of that actually happening. And if they have or do, it's been resolved in the past. I've talked to 3 different individuals that have made such a claim, and all of them use like a single DM as an argument that they're getting raided. It is just baffling. Whereas for me, like I could say things like Keffel's, I have a clip talking about it or whatever that got some traction at one point, where most of the times that I talked about certain lefties, especially people like Keffel's, I would very interestingly, like 30 minutes later, or even during the conversation that I'm talking about someone like Keffel's, I would get follow bot spammed, or chat spammed, and it would happen consistently. And I made a whole deal about it because it's like, oh, I could say that Keffel's is hate rating me or whatever, which genuinely might have been the case that somebody from their community was really upset at me and just did that. But that's not indicative of like Keffel's or do I have any evidence of that or whatever. And I feel like there's people that might have similar things happen to them where they get like follow bot spammed or something. And then they just instantly go DGG. So yeah. Yeah, that shit's annoyed even me. Have you listened to the panel after this? It's fire. Nope, we're trying to get to it.
Defending whether it's true or not, I think there's a dual narrative about whether or not you need emotional protection from your audience. Where you don't because you're strong, you're tough, you're resilient, you're not sensitive at all, but at the same time...
Also, if you want to see content similar to this and you want to support my growth on YouTube, because there is no growth on Twitch, I'm trying to establish a firm base inside of YouTube. I'm trying to give it a good go, trying to make sure that any people that genuinely want to find my content on YouTube and see what it's like if I were to stream on YouTube, I want to give them a fair shot at making it happen. So if that's something you'd like to see, is me streaming more on YouTube, an ad-free viewing experience where I think YouTube only does pre-rolls, please like the video. It helps me a lot to help boost engagement, get new individuals in here, so that way I can, try and make something happen on this channel. If that's something you would like to have happen, please like the video. I would appreciate it a bunch. All right? Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
I'm getting tons of DM. I'm getting DMs from people who are like, who really want us to like figure this out, and who are like, look, just don't bring up this subject. Bring up this subject in this way. Don't say this thing. Do say this thing. Don't do this thing. And it's like, why are you fucking secretly messaging me about this? It just the idea that if you step out of line, you're gonna hurt Steven feels like it increases conformity, which I think increases dogpiling. A lot of the dogpiling is defensive. That's why I'm calling people white blood cells. Your perception that Lav and I ambushed you and intentionally tried to break your boundaries, and that was a coordinated, manipulative attack on you, I think is a lot of why we're getting dogpiled now. Because your audience wants to protect you from
you both had a conversation on your stream the day before where I was one of the subjects of discussion, and then the next day Lav and then eventually you come on to have a conversation where both of you are reiterating.
Hey Schnapp, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, I appreciate it, Schnapp. You've been an active member of the chat. Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you also to the 26 people, I believe, who liked the stream after that shout out. I appreciate it. 26 of you liked the stream right after that. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Some of the same points.
Okay.
I guess you can argue that it's all kind of coincidental, but obviously the perception is going to be something of, like, I don't think it was like planned in advance, but like that's what it was.
Well, which is it, motherfucker? Is it planned in advance or not?
I don't think it was prepared for, but I don't know if it was planned in advance.
What's the difference?
The difference was that you were ready to have the conversation where you were both on the same page about a particular topic that you prepared for, but you didn't prepare the time and the place where the ambush would happen. So you were prepared.
But you and I had plans to talk then, right?
This isn't about our conversation. It was about you and Lav sharing a certain type of criticism of me in a defense of her that you came on to bolster her for in the middle of a conversation with other people.
I came on at the time that we agreed we would talk, right? Like I said, I'll be on in 2 hours, and then I came on 2 hours later. And you said, okay, like we agreed to talk at that time. I said, the previous day I said, do you want to continue our conversation? Our conversation was about this topic.
Sure, but you hopped into the middle of like a fucking battle royale and then threw
It's
your
not
head
my
into the
fault
ring.
that at the time we agreed to talk, you had 7 people in the fucking room.
Motherfucker, you clicked join on the Discord room, okay? Stop with the, it's not my fault. You joined the room with 8 people in there and then you discussed the thing that you and Lav had discussed the previous.
So, I was privy to this information. I think it is completely fair from MrGirl's perspective. I think it is completely legitimate, and I feel like if anything, the onus is disproportionately on Destiny. If MrGirl and Destiny agreed to have a conversation about a topic at a given time, and then Destiny had a previous conversation that was running into overtime on this. And I feel like it is on Destiny to either inform MrGirl that he needs to change the time at which that they are capable of having that conversation or do something there. Because I feel like he would have a similar consideration if it was a podcast. But because it was a one-on-one engagement, I feel like he felt more okay with Destiny or with MrGirl doing that. So it is to my, for anybody that's confused, it is to my knowledge that in that shit show panel or whatever, where MrGirl came on, and then it was like the previous Orbiter Infinity War or whatever, the last one that happened a couple days ago. MrGirl had messaged Destiny to he scheduled a talk with Destiny to happen at a specific time, and then at that time there was the whole there was 7 people already inside of the Discord. I think the onus is on Destiny to do one of 2 things in that moment, or sorry, actually. One of 2 things in that moment. Either tell MrGirl, I cannot have this one-on-one discussion I told you I would have, or I cannot have this discussion with you I told you I would have at this time, so I'm going to need to reschedule. Or once MrGirl arrives, try his best to finish the conversation that is being had and try and just have that conversation between MrGirl and him. I think that is fair, especially if you consider the fact that Destiny does that with podcasts, where he will have a crazy debate going on, and then if he has a scheduled podcast, he'll be like, look, can we set up a different time to talk? I agreed to be on a podcast that I'm not currently on. And that if it just simply were to occur in a separate Discord, then he would have done that. I think that is fair. I think that is legitimate. That is my opinion on that. 100%.
Night that you had prepared for. Now you can.
Max isn't a baby. He should have say we have a one-on-one. Can we move people out? He later did. He said he didn't say we have a one-on-one. He said can we get other people to stop talking? Can we just do this, me and you? I think is what he said. Because when I was aware of it, my first thought was well, why didn't he bring up the message or whatever? But I mean, him and Destiny knew about the message anyway. How much longer is this conversation before the Orbiter words? I don't know. I can't preview the VOD. Will you be disappointed? Well, you'll be disappointed because that will happen again in this combo. No, I don't think I'll be disappointed. They've already had, what, 2 hours of conversation one-on-one? I think I'm satisfied.
Argue that, like, yeah, did have another, and I think we did.
MrGirl can hop in and recognize, then act accordingly. He could be an adult in real life. No, the onus is not on him in that moment, okay? The onus is not on him to do that. The onus is not on him. Because if you consider just the simple idea that if MrGirl was running a panel and Destiny said, yeah, I'll be on that panel in like 2 hours and we can talk, right? Then we would absolutely be saying, and what is the material difference between those two things? Like, just because it's taking place inside of Destiny's Discord, I reject that. I reject it. The Orbiter Wars is about 1 hour and 15 from the end of the stream, I believe. Holy Allah.
We did agree to talk, or we had an agreement to talk, but you could have easily just been like, hey, is everybody almost done? Or hey, like, can you guys leave? Or hey, like, can we have our chat? But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate.
Was that the one where someone brought up in the call, why don't you have a one-on-one? And then he admits he should have a one-on-one? I think so.
Battle Royale. You don't rob yourself of someone's agent. Can you guys leave? Or hey, like, can we have our chat? But that wasn't. Or we had an agreement to talk, but you could have easily just been like, hey, is everybody almost done? Or hey, like, can you guys leave? Or hey, like, can we have our chat? But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate in that Battle Royale. You don't rob yourself of someone's agency. You spent that entire conversation defending Lab, not talking about what we were going to talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to defend myself.
Wait, I need to soy up. Hold on.
Okay. I agree with that critique from Destiny, though, that before any attempt that Destiny had made to clear the room or whatever, MrGirl kind of hopped in and then instantly joined the conversation that was being had prior. That if MrGirl genuinely wanted the room clear, he should have said prior to jumping into the other conversations. I agree with that. Should have probably been done. But I do think that the initial reaction to it being time for MrGirl and Destiny to have the conversation, I think Destiny should have cleared the room. I think that should have happened. Would have been like, okay, hold up, I have a scheduled conversation with another person, and then as soon as MrGirl came in or whatever, would have been like, hey, yo, are you cool with X, Y, Z? Are you cool with all these people being here? Yeah, whatever. At his earliest convenience. I don't remember exactly when MrGirl joined the call. Maybe Destiny was in the middle of talking. Maybe he was in the middle of being accused of something or listening or something. I don't know the exact moment that Destiny was that MrGirl entered the call. I couldn't even see the call. You could just hear the bloop, and then just like you waited for people to speak. So I have no idea when, but
this way.
I won't defend myself until you get back.
I think when MrGirl joined, he should have said, "Are you ready for the combo?" I agree that should have, but that should have happened from both sides. I think more of the onus is on Destiny, who's scheduled something on his stream to happen. You understand? So if I'm on my stream in the middle of like watching a YouTube video or something, and then something I scheduled happens, and then they like join the Discord or something, I'm not gonna be like waiting for them to respond or whatever. I'm gonna be like, okay, I scheduled something with you on my program, and I currently have something else going on my program, so I owe you kind of an explanation as to what is going to happen from this point forward. But I don't know. He might have just been distracted because he was talking to somebody, or he might have been, I don't know. I don't know the exact moment that this shit happened.
I'll just talk to
Both are at fault, yeah, but I do believe the onus is more on the stream owner in this case. I don't think this is that big of a deal. I don't think so either. I'm just pointing out I'm just pointing out that in this disagreement that they are having right now, I think MrGirl is justified in his being upset about what he is, because I think Destiny has a role to play inside of that situation more than what it feels like he's leading on.
The rule, no more talking about other streamers, was brutally killed, and it's now zombie revenge time.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay. It's pretty obvious from the jump they were talking about something else. It's not about whether or not they were obviously talking about something else. Because again, you got to remember, if Destiny was slated to be on like a podcast at that time or whatever, right? We wouldn't be saying that at all. Well, Destiny was talking to somebody else, so clearly fuck you if you wanted him on your podcast that he said he was going to be on. Like, that's ridiculous. Destiny, it seems, to my knowledge, maybe the DMs say something different. Destiny seemed to agree with it. Maybe I misheard, but to my knowledge, MrGirl and Destiny had a set up time where they were going to talk about a specific topic. So I think it is absolutely fair for MrGirl to assume that like these 7 or 8 people that were inside of the Discord or whatever wouldn't be talking about whatever shit. But I am getting a little bit of a James Cole Cash Cormentine situation where it's like they're like, oh yeah, that was the topic I was waiting for, and then afterwards they're like, well, I mean, I didn't know that was going to be the topic that we were discussing, like, and shit like that, where it's like MrGirl came in with a desire to want to, or he originally scheduled to talk about something, right? And then new events occurred, new arguments occurred, and then he wanted to jump in and have a conversation about a different thing. And then after the whole conversation had progressed in a place he didn't like, he went like, well, you know, why didn't the room get cleared out in the first place? Well, when it was like, well, dude, you kind of jumped in and were very happy to participate in a tertiary conversation that was happening, or a secondary conversation that was happening. So yeah, get fucked.
I'd like to defend myself against the characterization you just made.
Which, state the characterization and then do it.
Is there no way to watch this picture in picture? For me, there is. Yeah.
Some amount of.
Why would I do it though?
To ambush you, even if it was a impromptu ambush.
Okay. I'll provide the evidence then, since I'm making the affirmative, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. Okay.
Well,
evidence 1.
I think.
You and Lav had a conversation.
Well, wait, you already stated your case. So
no, let me say it clearly so that you can fight against it.
I don't want you to say that. No, I don't want you to say.
You're going to fight against an affirmative that I don't even get to clearly lay out? Okay, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Okay, based.
I just want to say what happened from my point of view, and then you can say it's wrong if you want.
Okay.
Lav and I talked about my first attempt to talk to you about the moderating stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, she had another conversation with you on stream about the same thing. You said that we were abusive. Maybe you just said I was abusive.
Probably both. I think of both.
Probably both. Probably both. Okay. Then
Max has a moral right to complain about the time schedule and Destiny not upholding his end of the bargain. The dog pile complaints is what I'm talking about. Oh, Trib. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. If you're going to jump into a panel full of 8 niggas and you're going to make a claim, like, get ready to get dogpiled, like, nobody should be morally obligated to save you from a dogpile at that point. Sure.
I DM'd you and I said, hey, do you want to continue our conversation? You said yes. I said tomorrow. You said yes. We ballparked a time, I think. Then the next day, I said, okay, can we talk in 2 hours? You said yes. So then 2 hours later, I see that you're talking to like 7 people, and Lav is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
She's arguing with you, and I felt defensive of her because she was getting dogpiled. So rather than come in and say, hey, can you guys all stop talking? I'm supposed to talk to Steven now. I tried to defend her in the dogpile. That was my experience of it. I'm not trying to contradict your experience of it or say that you didn't feel like we ganged up on you or ambushed you. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying that...
Wait, so if he agrees with this being the case, that he came in and then instantly started, you know, engaging with that, then what's the problem with Destiny not recognizing their shit? Because I was just assuming that it was... Like, I didn't remember how it went down, like I said, so I was just assuming MrGirl's position would be the opposite. Now, I don't really care about MrGirl's position. If MrGirl says, yeah, I came into the debate about wanting to defend a position we were never originally scheduled for, I think it is absolutely fair for Destiny to go like, okay, well, this is how you're going to use your time that you scheduled with me. And then, like, yeah, I mean, there's no takesies, backsies on that. I just assumed he would disagree with that. Never mind, I guess.
I want to add my...
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Okay, great.
Damn!
Then no further argumentation necessary.
Oh, okay. Well, I felt like if you guys had both discussed something the night prior, and you had time to like kind of like coordinate your lines of argumentation and your thoughts on the matter, and then you came in, and then you guys both started to present arguments against me, felt a little bit like an ambush, especially when like really personal stuff like the Anna stuff is getting like brought up in the middle of that, and you both already kind of like had a chance to discuss it prior before kind of like springing it on me on the stream. Felt a little bit like an ambush.
I don't think we talked about that. I don't think we talked about that prior.
Am I making this up or not? Well, I almost am positive the night before I heard you mention, or Lab mentioned to you, that you had brought up that Anna hadn't been handled correctly. I'm almost positive it was brought up the night before. Am I wrong? I might be wrong on that. Stream check and confirm if I'm wrong.
I don't know. I don't remember talking. I was surprised that she brought it up.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing about it before then.
Okay. Well, then I might be wrong on that then.
Did Lav talk to her? Am I understanding this right?
At one point.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that happened, and I.
Maybe she was.
It wasn't the night before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was surprised that she brought it up. It wasn't the night before. You talked to Lav the day before. Then the 8-person stream was the day after you talked to Lav, which was the day after I talked to Lav. So I didn't talk to Lav. You would talk to Lav more recently.
Why is Dan doing this?
I talked to Lav more recently than you. Had I?
You had. Yeah. You guys did a stream where you were like screaming and said you wanted to kill yourself, and that.
I thought you guys spoke that night, and then the next day that big dog pile happened.
No, you guys that stream where you got that fight with Lav, that was about our stream the previous night.
Okay, I don't remember who's one of these, but okay, go for it. Oh, I guess the timeline is important. So, okay, I'm assuming you're telling the truth.
I'm trying to tell the truth. I mean, I might be wrong, but my understanding was I talked to Lav Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, you guys did a stream together where you talked about our conversation, and Lav felt like you weren't listening to her, and then you felt like she was like being immature, like mindfucky, and then the group dogpile stream was the next day.
Okay.
Or the ambush stream, depending on your perspective.
Thanks. Hey, Chris, can you link me a clip of that if it did happen? Because I'm just not sure now, but okay. But okay.
If what? We talked about Anna on my stream?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I thought I heard it, but I could be wrong.
Me?
I totally could
Wait,
be
is
wrong.
that actually...
my memory is...
Wait, is that actually you, Joseph?
I don't remember that at all.
But okay, where are we going now?
I don't know.
Let's say theoretically, let's macro out to really the purpose of this conversation. Let's say theoretically I unban you,
yeah,
because I don't really care that much about like I'm not that invested in keeping all of your community or you ban, like 4,000 might be. I've already said that, but let's say that I do that. But like let's say my moderation style remains like largely unchanged. It feels like that would be a unacceptable outcome for you.
Oh, I was expecting him to say something else.
Okay, the 2 moderating changes I wanted were no impulse bans. And
that's crazy.
No banning my community.
But depending on how things go, that could very well happen.
What did you expect? I expected Destiny to say, like, a little something more. I don't know. I thought he didn't.
Depending on how things go, you will ban people just for being fans of me, not because of anything else they do or say.
Well, it's going to probably be if there's like a bunch of stuff going on in the community, then it'll probably be like, oh, okay, we're going to ban these people.
So if we get big enough fight, then you'll ban all my fans.
Depends on what it's about or how it goes. I mean, all of these things depend. I don't know if I can write like a fast and hard rule for anything like this.
Well, I guess that's the point, right? Because I want you to make a rule for yourself.
I want to box myself in my own community for no reason.
It will give you a lot of credibility. One of the things.
Brondog.
I think I already have.
A fan.
I think I generally have as much credibility as I need. I don't know if I would want to risk my entire community for a little bit more credibility. I don't think I need to.
You think saying that you're not going to impulse ban people risks your entire community?
Yes. I think that the moderation of my community, even if some people disagree, I think it's been probably one of the more important aspects of like maintaining my community as well as it has been. Everybody might not feel that way, but I mean, I think again the results, like if it started to like die or there was weird shit going on, maybe I would change my mind.
I feel like it depends on what he means by impulse bans, but I feel like the impulse bans probably not. I don't think that's a needed moderation. Well, it might be a needed thing for his like mental sake. It might be needed, but I don't think just the idea that he can ban you if you're talking to him while he's playing League is. Oh.
But
my concern is that this is just going to give me ban armor.
It's not. Why would it give you ban armor? Or what do you mean by that?
I'm concerned there will be an unspoken ban armor that I get that other orbiters don't get.
I don't know if I've ever banned another orbiter for my sub before, but I don't know if anybody's ever posted as much as you before.
I know, but I still don't like the idea that my holy crusade turns into just me trying to get protection for myself, but doesn't actually improve conditions for anybody but me.
Well, like who else? Are you here like fighting on behalf of all?
I think he is,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right to just say like,
Well, but who cares? Like, why would I care what you think is right when it's my community?
Because I'm fucking right and you're wrong. That's why you should care.
Well, fuck me. I didn't even consider that.
That
merit-based argument. My bad.
I want there to be a policy that that you don't ban orbiters.
You would agree on some
unless there's like extreme, unless they're breaking the rules of the TOS. I mean, yeah, I don't think you should ban orbiters unless they break the TOS of your subreddit. If they do something bannable, then sure. But I think it should be, you know, you should try to avoid it. But you should not impulse ban orbiters. You should not emotionally ban people who work with you or who work for you, or something in between. I want ban armor for orbiters who are actively collaborating with you. Unless they
We're making like so many exceptions.
All right, motherfucker, impulse ban armor. That's what I'm saying. No emotional bans.
Impulse. I like to. They're my punching bag.
I don't want to be your orbiter if it means that if I do something, because it means that I can't push back on you in certain ways. If it upsets you too much, then you ban me and I get dogpiled. You already.
Why don't I have the right to like moderate my community? If there's somebody that upsets me, I just want to ban him. Why don't I have
the right? I just don't want to be in it if you're gonna set me up to get dogpiled. It's bad for me.
But it's not just about you. You want me to change the way I moderate it for everybody.
Yeah, it's bad for all the orbiters. I don't want my fellow orbiters to get dogpiled either, without being able to defend themselves. I think they should be able to defend themselves if they're getting dogpiled.
Well, it's not about just defending yourself getting dogpiled. It's over specific stuff relating to like what's happening in the community. Like if there's a perception of like brigading or stuff like that, or essentially.
But in a dogpile, the perceptions are going to be warped. Like of course they're going to say that whoever's getting dogpiled is brigading, bad faith, terrible person, blah blah blah. They need to be able to speak about it. They need to be able to write their side of it.
For me, I feel like writing your side of it means you are able to talk on a stream. That's personally for me what matters. Like, this is part of the reason why I don't really care about this. Now, if they were banned for showing up on a stream, that'd be a completely different story. If like, yeah, I feel like that's a completely different story for me. Like, you know, not that I feel entitled to being on his stream or whatever, but I do think that being on his stream is it's easily 10 times more important than being able to post inside the subreddit. The idea that me or in my community can be banned from Destiny's subreddit if it feels like my community is like using his subreddit as their own, okay. As long as I can talk about it on his stream and have a back and forth and have a fucking multi-hour disagreement with him about it live where he can be held to account and shit like that, that's fine. That's all I need.
I mean, I disagree. I don't think anybody's entitled to like a spot in my community where I have to feel like, okay, well, you know what? Even if I feel like this is detrimental to my community, I really don't want them here. Like, I'm gonna, against what I even want, I'm gonna keep them here because of
if you want to cut the tie and have them no longer be your orbiter, you want to fire them and take their Discord perms away and say don't come on stream, then fine, ban them. Like if you're gonna cut them loose, then I think that's fine. I'm not saying I'm entitled, but if I'm gonna be on your stream and you're gonna get to reframe stuff I do as manipulative or abusive or gaslighting or just stupid or superficial or bad faith or whatever fucking shit you want to say about me in these arguments.
Just to be clear, as much as the argument gets thrown out, I think overall, Max's amazing freeze frame on MrGirl there. I think overall, MrGirl is not being entitled here. And maybe I should start debating people on that. I don't think overall MrGirl is being entitled here. I think he's leveraging one of the only things he can leverage, which is his continued participation inside of Destiny's stream. And when he gets the firm no, I feel like he's going to, well, I don't genuinely think he's going to stop interacting with Destiny, but like that's what he's saying he's going to do, is he's going to stop interacting with Destiny, which I think is legitimate.
I can't also have my hands tied behind my back on the subreddit. That's not fair.
I think it is fair. I think it's my subreddit. I think I have the right to do what I want with it. I don't know.
Well, then I don't want to be an orbiter. I want to be flung into the dark recesses of space with no channel, no platform, and no destiny, literally.
Okay, I mean if that's your decision. I mean that's your decision. But I mean you're the one.
I thought we were negotiating. I'm saying I think I need you to commit to.
You're giving me, you're ultimatuming me with no leverage about how I moderate my community.
He literally also turned down his unban 5 minutes ago. Okay.
Like what? I don't know even know. Like you're ultimatuming me with no leverage about how I moderate my community. Like what? I don't know even know. Like there's like so many levels removed of like what the fuck.
I think that's fine. I think it's a fine thing to do with his continued participation inside of the community, as long as it's not illegitimate. I mean, this is how I view it. Max literally stated himself that it is causing him actual mental distress. First off, I don't think Max should continuously engage with Destiny's community if it's causing him the level of physical distress he previously described. I think it is perfectly reasonable to do this. Like, as an overall point, all right, not necessary. I'm not trying to say everything that Max has done is perfectly hinged or whatever. I think Max has mishandled some of this. But what I'm going to say, I believe stands true. The idea that if I felt as though I had, some kind of mental distress or some whatever shit, I was feeling crooked about the way that Destiny's subreddit was interacting with me in my community, I could feel comfortable if it got to like such a significant degree, just walking up to Destiny and being like, yo, look, it's not good for me and my mental to continue interacting with your community. I would like to request that X, Y, and Z change inside of your community. And if that can't happen, I just don't have the mental to stay inside of this community and I'm going to leave. I think that is a not entitled, perfectly rational thing to say. I think that is not an entitled. I think that is just straight up the recognition that there is a state of affairs that I might believe is immoral or unjustified, that Destiny's subreddit might be operating in, that is causing me distress, might cause others distress into the future, and I am recognizing that I just can't exist in the community anymore, and if he cares about my continued existence in the community, he can change it. If he doesn't, then he doesn't have to. And that's it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Or ultimatuming each other.
No.
You banned me, motherfucker. No.
Continued participation isn't leverage, right? And so I don't think there's like anything entitled about that. You're just pretty much saying, "Hey, Destiny, pretty please, I want to continue engaging with your community, but if you don't want that to happen, that's fine." You're literally just saying, "Hey, look, I can't really handle, being in the kitchen this way. Maybe turn down the temperature a bit." And if he goes no, then okay, you're like, "Okay, I gotta go."
You banned me.
That is entitled. You are insane.
You're banning me, and you're saying, "Well, I'm banning you if you do that." That's
beyond that, though. He stayed and argued the same thing over and over and wouldn't accept the answer. So that's what I was saying when I said I'm not sure about the way that he did it. If he had like a 1-2 hour conversation or whatever with Destiny trying to describe how this was gonna happen, and then if Destiny's like, "Listen, man, I can't do it. Like, this is just not something I want to do with my community," and he went, "All right, Steven, I see what it is. It is what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye to your community." Then I don't think that's entitled at all. I think that is an understandable disagreement that two individuals have come to. MrGirl doesn't want to turn down the temp. You know what? It works in my hypothetical. Destiny owes me money for distracting me from doing my homework. Isn't it weird when he frames it as co-workers and when he said, "Yeah, I agree. I don't like his framing about the boss. I don't like his framing about the workplace or the co-workers. I don't like any of that. I agree with you. Yes."
Ultimatum. You're not stating it as one, but you clearly.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not ultimating you at all. If I unban you, it's because I choose to unban you. There's no ultimatum or anything. That's just my choice.
Okay. Well, if I return to your orbit, it's because I choose to. Well, it's the same thing. We're both drawing lines in the sand, and we're both drawing lines in the sand.
I'm not drawing any line. This is my subreddit. I moderated as I moderated, and then
banning me is drawing a line in the sand, clearly. And banning my community is drawing a line in the sand. You're saying across the line.
I don't know what you're talking about, Peril.
I did that I'm not allowed to do, and I'm saying there's something you're doing that you're not allowed.
Has that not happened like 5 times now? MrGirl won't take the no. Well, apparently, according to people, he takes the no here. I think that is part of the issue, though, is that he didn't kind of set up he tried to set up a conversation with Destiny prior, but he chose to take that opportunity when that shit was happening to kind of do what he did and just kind of be like, "Oh, well, it is what it is." I don't know. He took that opportunity to kind of just jump in on the debate that was happening prior to his arrival, and I don't think that's what he should have done.
To do to me, and we're negotiating our boundaries. I don't think it's fair to say I'm the one holding a gun to your head or something, and we're both doing it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm saying I strongly feel that there should be a rule that anyone in a position to be dogpiled as an orbiter should not be banned unless they break the rules of the subreddit to ensure some protection against a dog pile, and you're saying no to that.
Correct. I'm not going to change the way that I moderate or write any hard rules about banning or not banning orbiters for their protection. I don't think I would ever sacrifice that level of autonomy over my community, no.
Well, it just sounds like we're back where we started, except now you've banned and humiliated me.
By humiliating? By having a conversation?
By banning me, dude.
Okay, well.
You let your mod openly shit on me and hate me and ban me just because he hates me and ban my community, and then say, well, yeah, I guess I don't. Of course, it's so embarrassing watching you not go to bat for me, and it's not even going to bat. You
That's
own
not
the
really
stadium.
what it's made
yes,
for.
It's
To see the
You're
go.
treating me like shit. And
Well,
I think I'm asking
this is
for a pretty
so from
small,
my
reasonable
perspective.
concession, and
Listen,
yeah.
you're not even the first one to complain about it. I understand the feeling. This is what I've observed, and you know what? Maybe in a few years, maybe I'll be wrong. This is what I've always observed as being one of the most horrible things that can happen in a community, and this comes up a lot with Melina. There's a lot.
I think for DGG though, it's an unprecedented ask for an orbiter to be asking for so much. Yeah, 100%. It's not entitled though. Yeah, I agree. I think that's part of the reason why it comes off as entitled. Like what Sanzo was tapping into, like what others are tapping into. Nobody really has had the same complaint as MrGirl. Nobody really has had this same complaint. So it kind of comes off as entitled that like he's coming along and saying, I'm doing this for everyone. And everyone's just kind of like, who is everyone? Who is this everyone you're talking about?
So Melina's like, can I have mod? Can I do this? Blah, 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 blah. Something that I see happen in a community is sometimes it almost always happens with girlfriends, but it can happen with friends too. Mitch is a good example. Mira got ban powers in his community. And not only did it not make people like Mira, it made them fucking hate her. She became one of the most resented people ever because she had those ban powers, because she was getting special treatment. And it was atrocious for the overall health of that community. With friends, it happened in the LSF community when Nick and Melina, not my wife, but Melina, the Norwegian one, were running around banning people from other chats because of how they were being treated. That time and time again, when moderation decisions are made to protect friends or coworkers or relationship partners of the streamer, it almost always is the most detrimental shit show horrible thing that not only does it fuck with the sub, it makes those people never able to earn respect or be liked in that sub either. And I've seen this happen a million times. I've had this conversation with a million people. I've had it with Melina multiple times. I've had it with friends multiple times. And there's one of two ways that it can go. They either say, you know what, fuck you then, I'm not going to play this game, and then they just don't engage. Or they say, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll do my best, and then they earn respect in the community by earning respect in the community. But I'm never going to etch out special rules or things for like friends or whatever, even if they're friends, because ultimately I think that type of behavior at the end of the day is more destructive to the community than anything else. And I think that based on, yeah, go ahead.
I can't earn respect in your community if it's against the rules to respect.
Depends on what that type of respect is, though.
It just doesn't make any sense.
700 comments in 1 month in my subreddit while like turning everybody against me and making hyper aggressive posts against me is probably not like, that's gonna be something I say. I was like, holy fuck. Like, is this about to be like a whole, like you described it as a cancer, literally. Like, is this about to be a thing where I'm literally going to be like having an anti-fan community growing within my community? At some point, it's gonna get to a part where they're gonna be like, well, fuck Destiny. We're gonna make these lists of demands. And now like half my community is like turned against me. Why would I allow something like that to grow? Like making an occasional post or something is fine, but you're like almost like turning the community into your own kind of like personal soapbox. I was like, okay, well, fuck me. What is it? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to like interact with that or deal with that.
What can you characterize the 700 comments or their nature that makes you think that I'm trying to turn your community into my soapbox?
It's a huge level of interaction.
Darius?
It's like you're treating the community as your own, essentially.
Cool.
Which is scary from my perspective then, because I wouldn't want to like lose control over my community. Or find out one day that it's like, you know, all of a sudden, you know, Max was actually persuasive enough or through his own like stream, like turning fans and everything, that now like half my community thinks I'm like a Nazi enabler. And they're like legitimately trying to deplatform me or threatening like a mass exodus if I don't change my behavior. And it's like, fuck me, I could have bit this in the ass like so long ago, but because I had fair moderation rules or some arbitrary rules written up to keep other people happy, and now I like lost a huge section of my community and I wasn't careful enough with it, which is a mistake that I've made in the past, arguably with people like Hassan and Vaj.
Okay. I understand that feeling of what you're talking about.
Cool.
But but from the other side, it just means only a certain level of pushback is acceptable. If I think you're doing something like truly immoral, then I can't like make my case.
That's probably true.
And
that probably is true. There is probably only a certain level of pushback that's acceptable. But I think that's just the nature of being in somebody else's community. And I might be like really aggressive about that, but like My chat literally got mad at me the other day when I said, like, if my kid got spanked in another parent's house and I found out that was their rules, I'd probably say, listen, I probably don't want you to go back there, but if you want to go back there, you can. But if they spank in that household, you're under their house and that's their rules, and that's just what you have to deal with. If you don't like it, then you don't go there. But like, I'm not gonna like start making special rules just so that like you can use my community as your own, essentially, my subreddit.
What the hell just happened?
I don't think I only accept a certain amount of pushback.
I literally don't even know what my thumbnail is.
I'm going to have chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes are a tenable combination.
Oh.
I mean, to me, like, if you're going to play with fire, you should...
I probably should stop using this thumbnail. It's starting to get an old meme. I need to make my own original thumbnail. But hey, if you're liking the video and you're enjoying the content, put a like on the video. Kind of a weird thing to say, but it helps engage the YouTube algorithm and tell people that individuals are enjoying my stream. So that way it pumps it to more people. So that way you can have organic growth, and it just shows me even that people who are watching are engaging with the stream. Because a really big thing about the difference between YouTube and Twitch is it feels like on Twitch, a lot of the lurkers are just completely lurking and completely AFK, not even interacting with anything. But when I have individuals like the stream in the capacity that they are, like right now, when I made that call to action and like 30 people liked the stream right there, I think it was like 32 people just liked the stream, right? That tells me that there's another 32 people that previously hadn't liked the stream did, and that those 32 new individuals are engaged with the stream. That's what it tells me. And it's interesting to see how many people are actually, you know, with the program in a way. So yeah, and it gives an ad-free viewing experience that makes it easier to be able to not constantly bombard you with ads, unlike Twitch. And yeah, I'm liking it a little bit more than Twitch right now. So if you want to have that, if you like that, then please continue to like the stream. And Jacob, thank you for joining as a member, Tier 1. I appreciate it. You could actually need to go harder on the thumbnail. No, I don't. It's a good meme thumbnail. Yeah, but like, its base is like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to steal somebody else's thumbnail.
Back against it.
Only to a certain extent. But
and now I believe it was like 50 people that have liked the stream after that call to action. So thank you to the 50 individuals that liked the stream after that.
Some of it is just going to be detrimental. Like, arguably, there are some, like, that type of pushback could literally just be harmful to what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
Wait, Danabo, are you not a moderator in here?
Could be.
Well, if I determine that it is, then I don't.
You can have it. You can't have it both ways.
I can have what both ways.
You can't have Mr. Honesty as your integrity, Mr. Pushback, Mr. Told Lex Friedman to go fuck his mother as your fucking orbiter, and
wait, told Lex Friedman to
have
fuck
a ceiling on pushback
mother?
And platform Fuentes. I feel like
that's fine. That might be the case. And if you want to give me,
because it puts me in an impossible position where I.
No, you're putting me in an impossible position. You're literally.
Well, let me tell you about
why are you on your Smurf account?
My position.
Okay.
I have a conscience, and I think I have a lot of integrity. That's really important to me.
Okay, I agree.
And
what, RTBA linked to my stream in DGG? Based.
And whenever somebody is platforming you or doing you favors or offering to do you favors or helping you in some way, my radar goes up for my integrity, because I'm like, well, what am I enabling anything about it? Because anything I'm involved with, if we talk about Fuentes, I mean, I have to say something. I can't just pretend that's not happening. So I'm gonna have to say something at some point about it.
Oh, Durson, I didn't know that.
Pretend I don't think that you're like.
Wait, hold on. Lex Friedman canceled on Destiny because of optics? Didn't Lex Friedman have fucking Kanye on? Because my main account looks like this. Oh, I see.
Damage with your streams?
Is it just because Kanye is massive or whatever? So clearly he doesn't care about the optics if you're a specific size. Oh, MrGirl. Wait, then why did MrGirl say that to Destiny? MrGirl said, if you want to be the Mr. fuck Lex Friedman. Or I fucked Lex Friedman's mom, or whatever he said. Why did he say that to Destiny?
Am I going to protect Fuentes? To protect you? To protect my own career? No, I don't want to do that. So I have to push back because I want to push back, and I have to push back because I think it's my fucking job. And so you're putting me in a position where I just don't like my job, I guess.
Okay, you're putting me in the same position. You're literally telling me I can't have all the things.
Wait, really? That's kind of.
I want to have.
Kind of
It's
cool
by definition, you put me in an impossible position. But that's fine. I would choose that. I want to be able to function in the way that I want. I don't think that I necessarily need to I need to tolerate like an anti-fan group growing within my own subreddit because they think it's good criticism. I don't think I should have to tolerate those things. I don't think I have a mandate to tolerate those things. And if I have to choose between that and being able to do like other things, I'd rather choose the other things, obviously. Like, why am I'm acquiescing for all these reasons that are beneficial to people that aren't me, for my own community that I've spent 12 years building.
I think it is beneficial to you.
Well, of course you do.
We've had this argument before. I don't think a characterization of people who think that you made a mistake by platforming Fuentes in the way you did, I don't think they're anti-fan. I think they just disagree with you.
No, but some of the behavior becomes indistinguishable to a point of an anti-fan.
I don't think so. I think they're just mad at you.
Making a post on my subreddit saying, "Look, I told you so, retard," is literally anti-fan behavior.
What? Oop, I don't understand.
It might be something an anti-fan would do, but I didn't do it because I'm an anti-fan.
That's great.
All right. I might start skipping. This feels like it's been done for a minute. And I don't have all day, and apparently the Orbiter...
75, Destiny. Oh, but I didn't get a chance to speak. You win. You get to win. You get to write the narrative. And
who the hell is this?
This is why I need to be able to write on the subreddit.
700 comments a month.
I don't think that's... Is it actually 700 per month?
I don't know, but you've been typing there for like 1 or 2 months. Might be 350 a month then. It's not like you've been typing there for a long time. It's a lot of comments.
Yeah, but I mean, how many threads have there been about me in the last 2 months?
There've been a lot of threads about a lot of people. I'm just saying that, like...
Threads have been... No. How many threads have been about me?
I don't know. I haven't counted.
Rem?
Hundreds.
Oh.
Okay. There've been
literally hundreds.
Lots of people.
Okay, so I just want to point out, I could be writing... Okay, first of all, I did an AMA. Okay. And the AMA lasted hours. So if you do an AMA...
So I use this excuse, or I brought this up before, because somebody said that as an excuse for his 700 comments. Like, well, MrGirl has 700 comments inside of Destiny subreddit because he did an AMA in Destiny subreddit. Why is he doing an AMA in Destiny subreddit? Why is he not doing an AMA in his own subreddit?
And like, maybe you don't want me to do
or like on Twitter.
AMA. But if you do an AMA, that's probably 300 of the comments right there. The other comments, I could be writing one comment on each thread about me, and I could still end up at 700. So I don't... Like, yeah, I'm open to a discussion where you're like, hey man, I've noticed somebody, Forethought told me that you made 700 comments in the last 2 months. I think that's too much. I think you're overstepping a bit. So can we agree on some like level of engagement that where you get to feel like you're pushing back against the dog pile, but I don't feel like you're trying to take over the fucking
That's a nice looking AK.
Like, I want you to be able to put out your narrative to counter my narrative if you feel like it's important to you, but I don't want you to spend all night writing the narrative while I'm trying to...
I don't write the narrative. I just talk on stream, which you're invited to talk on as much as you want.
Okay, do you get what I'm saying? If you came to me with like that kind of like hey, I think this is too much, will you stop so much, or do you have an explanation for why you...
I guess I could, but I don't know if I like the idea that I explicitly need to say like, hey, listen, like you're turning my entire sub against me and you're posting like really aggressively about my sub. That just feels like I can't even believe I have to say that. Maybe I do need to say that, but... And this was like 700 comments before the ban, like, obviously.
It just... The severity of the criticism about Fuentes matches the severity of the potential negative outcome.
You're gonna make that argument about anything.
No, but you're saying I can't make the criticism because of how bad I think it is.
No, I just don't need you like doing it constantly and incessantly and like doing like victory laps about it. It's like, Jesus.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
I don't think it's constant or incessant. I think I wrote one essay about it and then I did the victory lap, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you do need... I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, you do... If that bothers you, then we do need to talk about it. I don't think you can...
No, it's not just like we need to talk about it until you agree with me. I think it has to be that.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm saying if that is bothering you and you want to like discuss that, I'll be totally open to having that conversation and probably be sympathetic to whatever you said in it. But for you to have your passive aggressive dickhead mod ban me and then mock me and laugh at me and laugh with him at me and have him on stream shitting on me and then be like, oh, well, you know, I don't control the mods. That just, I don't think that's a good way to handle conflict between us. And I think if you're going to platform fucking Nazis,
sure, I don't think that it is necessarily the best way to handle conflict. I don't disagree. But the temperature on everything got yoinked up so fucking high after everything happened that it's like, holy shit. Like, if I would have unbanned you immediately, shit would have gotten fucking unhinged. And then it would have been, actually, then I would have been banning. Because it probably would have been like, it would have got even worse. Which you admit. You literally said, as soon as I get a ban, I'm gonna write a huge fucking essay. And then it's just like a whole other thing of like, people
100%.
like... Okay.
Look, I still think you're trying to have it both ways. You can't platform somebody like Fuentes.
I can though, and I have.
You can,
and I am doing it. I can have it all the ways. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
My sentence?
You're telling me I can't do something I can do, but go ahead.
You can't platform Fuentes and at the same time, in the way you did, at the same time say, I'm open to feedback about it, but only to a certain level. And then you feel like there's a cancer metastasizing in your community, so you start banning people who are criticizing you too harshly for it. You're just paving the way for Fuentes in your community to have this good appearance and reputation. You're sanitizing him more because you feel like it's a threat if you don't shut it down or the criticism is too harsh. By protecting your own image, you're sanitizing Fuentes'.
I understand that's your feeling, but my feeling is that you sanitize Fuentes, and that's why I don't want to have the conversation anymore.
Wait, you are banning criticism of you and Fuentes jointly in your subreddit.
Yeah. No, not all of it. Just the hyper obnoxious and pretentious kind.
Some of it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't see how you can do that and then have me not call you out for it.
Because because if you disagree that hardcore with those decisions, then that's it. There's a disagreement. But it's not like we're going to argue.
Like, it depends on what's I don't know. It depends on what's being censored, right? I imagine there are so many censoring disagreements that Destiny has made or his moderation team has made on his Discord that I probably would genuinely fucking disagree with. I imagine there's a fuck ton that happen. I've seen some in DGG, all right? You watch him play League, but that's honest though. Like, I'm not just memeing. Some of that shit, like, it's like, bro, I don't know. Like, and it's crazy. But in regards to whether or not, like, some of the criticism and stuff that he deletes, it's like, bro, I've seen him, like, he's talking about shit where, like, people are just like, you're retarded for hosting Nick Fuentes or for having Nick Fuentes on your platform. Like, I don't know what to say about that. And then if you want to criticize the impulse bans of, like, League stuff, then yeah, I mean, get in line. Every nigga from here to everywhere. Like, everybody criticize him from that, right? Like, I don't know. If you're not criticizing the obvious, like, League bans or whatever, I don't know. I mean, there probably is, outside of the League bans, some you know, cringe ban decisions that he makes. I mean, fuck, there's some things that he gets called out, and I was like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have banned that, and like unban it or whatever. But that's, I don't know. That's, I don't know. It is really, I guess you can complain about. I don't know. Maybe this is just because, no, I need to keep remembering it's because I'm not online as much as some of these other people. Like, as soon as I log off, I like will maybe be on Twitter and shit like that, but for the most part, like, I'm not online. Like, I'm doing other shit. I'm living my life. When I'm not on stream, I'm living my fucking life. I'm hanging out with my friends or trying to figure out ways to do shit or improve my stream. I'm not like just hanging out inside of Reddits or anything like that.
Till the end of time. Like, what's the show? You and I are destined to do this fight forever. Like the Joker and Batman. It doesn't have to be that way. If that means you going to Arkham Asylum or whatever, that's fine. But like, I'm not obligated to maintain that fight, especially at risk to me in my own platforms. Why would I have to do that? Why should I be made to suffer the burden in my own community?
You have to do that if you want orbiters with a conscience who believe that, I mean, if you want orbiters who strongly disagree with you, who have a conscience, and you want to platform Nazis, I think it's very likely you're going to have some of us.
I'm good. I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested then. That would be my choice. Rather than saying, like, I have to suffer people indefinitely using my subreddit as a platform to attack me from.
Okay. All right, well,
Hey Max, it's Rem here. I
Oh,
was
boy.
wondering if you'd let me ask you a question as a fellow orbiter who I think has gone through what you've experienced. As someone who's been shat on not only by Destiny many times, but
boy.
also
Is
his
that
community.
Moody?
But you'll notice that whenever I got like totally shat on, and even banned from the subreddit, I never went to Destiny as though like he owed.
Yo, Courtney Cole, thank you for the joining as a member. I think I recognize you. Aren't you somebody that's like a super follower, or you were before Tiny got banned? Aren't you that person? Weren't you like the super simp?
Me something, because if anything, you know, it's the other way around. And I think the impression that a lot of people are getting, and I've talked to a couple
Twitter orbiter KW. I recognize the fucking shit, dude. Can't hide.
other orbiters.
I'm a Destiny super simp.
Not so much an orbiter anymore, I guess.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. Well, you know, you keep talking about orbiters as a group, and I guess I consider myself as part of that group. And you know, this idea that we absolutely need to have some like special exemption applied to us just because we've appeared on stream sometimes and there might be some kind of community overlap, like I think is completely ridiculous. If I were to go to Destiny and ask for this after we like disagreed over indigenous issues and I called them like a racist bigot or something, like I bet you would think that's fucking pathetic and stupid because I said things on stream that not only pissed off Destiny but the people who were watching him. So of course the community is going to hate you.
Wait, can you give me the hypothetical? I'm going to think it's stupid if you did what? If you called Destiny a bigot and then...
Because in the past, I've come on stream and I've disagreed very adamantly with Destiny.
Yeah, you called Destiny a racist.
Issues.
You called him a racist bigot. Is that what happened? Okay.
Well, not Destiny, I called more than Destiny.
And indigenous based.
Just okay. So you called Destiny a racist bigot, and then what's the hypothetical you're giving me? Then he banned you.
Well, I don't know if it was Destiny specifically. Actually, I think it was the mod. His mod.
Okay, so yeah, so the mod banned you. Okay, and then what would I think is pathetic?
Do you think that me coming on stream for I don't know how many hours and having the same conversation over and over again about how I am somehow owed some kind of special privilege in virtue of being an orbiter? Do you really think that if you were, for example, in my position, you would view me as being legitimate in what I'm doing?
How can you say so many words and not say a single coherent thing, Rem? Can you break it down into a sentence?
Oh, finally, we get somebody fucking based.
Little bitch to Destiny on stream like every single day. Is that all gonna garner you sympathy from
There
a
we
community
fucking go.
who doesn't like you? That's the question.
Okay. Yes, usually if a community doesn't like me, I don't fold and bend over backwards to try to appease them into a spineless...
Right, instead you go to the leader to try to get special fucking privilege.
Can I finish?
You can finish, Max.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you can frame it as me being like a tattletale or trying to get special privileges. I think I was almost offered special privileges, soft offered special privileges, and I immediately turned it down and said, no, I don't think it's sufficient enough for us to have a kind of winking understanding and just move on and let temperatures cool down. I think I need you to make a commitment to not just protect me, but to protect...
Rem greater than Lav fight me? That's a fucking frigid take, bro. As much as I've had significant disagreements with Rem, yeah, I think Rem is cool. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't mind Rem at all.
People like Rem. So yeah, if you called Steven a bigot and you got banned for that, I think that's fucked up.
Protection?
Because you providing content for Steven, I think, is his
Thank you for that $20 ice cold take that didn't even need to be said, Rises.
whole thing. His whole thing. Well, let me go. His whole
Wait,
thing.
let me. Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, just really quick. I think you deserve protection because the community is set up in a way so that there's highly like weaponized content and a propensity for dogpiling.
Oh, it's yo, the tired kid. Thank you for donating $10. I appreciate it, tired kid. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it.
And I think that if it's going to be run that way, where the streams involve people insulting each other and cutting each other down, and Steven's going to kick you from the call and make fun of you a bunch, that all that sets people up for dogpiling, which is really psychologically damaging to people, and it also damages your careers. So I think because of that, it's an unethical work environment, an unethical professional setup that you wouldn't put up with in other places. Like if you worked at a grocery store, and your manager is allowed to just like tell lies about you or tell their narrative about you as soon as you leave to all your coworkers and say like, oh, they're stupid, they're a piece of shit, they're blah, 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 and you're not even allowed to defend yourself. And if anybody disagrees with you, they get fired too, so they can just literally twist your reputation into whatever shape they want.
People who appear on...
Wait, let me finish.
I'm next.
Okay. So if all that is the case, yeah, I think you absolutely shouldn't put up with it, and you should do what I'm doing and say, look, you got to fix this shit, or I'm out of here. Like, I love you, but I can't do this. I don't think that's me. I don't think it's me sucking up to him.
My turn.
Okay.
I believe what MrGirl's saying, and he can tell me if I'm wrong, is that Orbiters should be coming in here to provide content and shouldn't be scared that they're going to get banned for having a disagreement with Steven. Is that like pretty much the whole thing you're saying?
Yeah, but on top of that, it's that would be okay if it was just like a comedy show. But we're talking
That's all
about
this is to these people.
Well, let me.
True.
It's more than just a comedy show, right? We're talking about stuff that has like implication. We're talking about like platforming Fuentes. Like this is to me like really scary stuff that I have really strong feelings about. If you saw, I'm like basically on the verge of tears, 12 hours screaming at Steven. This is really important to me. So it's one thing if it's like Saturday Night Live, and then it's like, yeah, sure, you can't tell the boss to go fuck themselves, or to call them a racist bigot because it's it's out of line. But if we're gonna be talking about such emotionally provocative stuff, like is MrGirl abusive to his girlfriend? Yeah, that's the kind of shit where I need to be able to have more of a voice in counteracting the narrative that you're going to spin. So it's not just that we're providing content; it's that we're also providing high stakes content at high stakes for ourselves and high stakes for.
Wait, was he banned from the sub when there was a debate as to whether or not he was abusive to his girlfriend?
In the audience and everything.
But it's exactly what I said. You believe that people should be able to come on here and say their shit and not get banned or fear of getting banned, and you think it's good not only for Steven, because we can come on here provide.
Nope. Wait, so then why do you use that as an example? Because I would completely agree with him. That would be very egregious if people inside of Destiny's subreddit and on his stream, I would have significant more condemnation for Destiny's actions of being able to, because Destiny would have every right to just go, nope, even if they're talking about you abusing your girlfriend, you don't have to be present even on my streams or anything. He could say that, but I could be like, yeah, that's pretty fucked. No, bro, like, it's pretty fucked for you to do that. Like, it's pretty fucked when other people say that Destiny's an abusive piece of shit and won't let, him into the call to defend himself, even if they don't have even nearly the same Discord policy as Destiny. I could say that's fucked, but I would say, this is more fucked given his whatever policy, but that didn't even happen. So why do we even bring that up?
Content and not have a fear of getting
He
banned.
just used it as a scenario? Yeah, but I feel like there's a big difference of a scenario. And one of these scenarios, he can't talk about, his community getting banned for the purposes of possibly using Destiny's community as his own community. Like, that's a completely different thing than, like, whether or not he's abused his girlfriend. He's low-key threatening to not bring future content if he can't defend himself on Reddit. Okay. He's using a hyperbolic, hypothetical example to make it clear, I think. Yeah, but that makes it disanalogous, in my opinion. Because in one, he has, like, a career-ruining, reputation-threatening narrative that is being spun inside of another streamer's community that he ought to be able to defend himself from. And another one is, like, he's just using the subreddit as his own. And, probably the best way to prove that that isn't the case is to not do what he's doing. And... yeah, it's like if Destiny accused me of me and my community using his subreddit as my own and like just latching onto him, I would just be like, okay, and like stop interacting with the Reddit entirely, stop talking about the Reddit entirely for like weeks and just be like, look, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're wrong. Me and my community stopped interacting with the Reddit for like weeks. You're wrong. Like, I feel like that's the easy way to prove it.
Banned for it, but also for you, because then you can come on, say your shit, and not get banned for it. Yeah, that's like the whole thing.
No, you should be able to get banned. If Steven doesn't want you as an orbiter, then sure, you're banned. Like, if you don't want me working at your company, then fire me. Or cut ties with me. If you don't want to be in a relationship, break up with me. That's all fine and good.
That is true, Durson. That is accurate. In MrGirl's favor, he didn't really know for a good bit of time exactly what the narrative was. We didn't know for a good bit of time what exactly the demands were of Destiny's moderation team.
If I am in the relationship, then I need to be able to...
Did Melina just come in and say, what the Mel? Ooh, that's a bit cringe. Ooh.
To push back against what I see as a overbearing narrative.
The whole boss dynamic is really stupid. I thought it was a terrible analogy. I think it is a terrible analogy.
Writing, and he's kind of agreeing to this.
What the Mel? I have no problem with other people saying it. That's not cringe. What's problem is Melina saying it. Ooh, that's a bit cringe. That's like me saying, all right, guys, I guess I'm just irrelevant. Oh, like when I'm being ignored in a conversation or something. That's cringe.
He has a firm grip on the narrative about himself.
Yes.
And therefore on the narrative about you, if you're talking to him, the grip on the narrative about himself is fine. I don't care about that. I have no investment in making his audience see something or think something about him. It's when I'm caught up in it and they're thinking something about me as a result of something that he's doing. And I guess Fuentes too. I'm invested in that. That's what I'm saying. If you want the Orbiter relationship, I need this protection.
Hey, Steven, are you going to change?
Wait, Jamia in chat. Why is your picture literally just the pot of greed from Yu-Gi-Oh? Why? What a based profile pic. What the fuck?
I already said I'm probably
Okay, well, then there it
really
is.
compelling argument.
We don't have to do this anymore.
That's what I don't get.
Well, no, that's the end of it. We don't have to keep talking about it. Steven isn't going to change his opinion on it. We've heard it for the last 3 hours. I don't think there's going to be another compelling argument that Max is going to pull up. He's, respectfully, you're just saying the same things. I'm not saying that I disagree or agree with you, but Steven is absolutely not going to change his mind. So why do we keep going in circles?
You know, I think there might be something just a little beneath the surface here.
There's not. That's it. That's the end of it. Cool. Well, you guys play. I won my league game.
Good job, Mooten. Wow.
Going for Diamond. I'm plat 2 right now. It's pretty good.
Are we finally killing Scoria in a couple episodes, you think?
No.
How not? What do you mean? No. Jesus.
Oh,
How
God.
about
Okay, there it
Ed
is.
Wicked
All right.
Supreme?
All right, so are we? Steven, are you allowing them to end the conversation? Is that it?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want, we can do final words, but I feel like we've kind of like, I mean, even think you said we're kind of like looping on that, but is there a part you think we've missed or something we haven't?
Please respect me.
It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of,
Sanzo,
Why?
Rage
Hello?
Pope, oh my lord.
Yeah, Destiny, we all joined because we're all celebrating DGG. We're just so happy to see the bridge burning. But I'll let you guys finish.
Somebody left the door open. I don't know. Or not walk through it.
Good one.
Okay, it's not over. There are things that need to be said. Okay?
Go
I'm tired
on,
of listening
yeah.
to this fucking shit.
Okay.
Tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Dang.
Max, you don't need to ever look at the Reddit. You don't need an account there. You don't need to post there. You have the greatest privilege to express yourself and represent yourself. You have privileges to the voice to come on Destiny stream whenever the fuck you want and say what you're thinking. And correct whatever narrative you think. You've spoken enough. We all know what you think. We've heard it for the last 2 weeks. Everybody knows what you think. You're a content creator. If you don't want to be criticized, come make good content.
Let him say his piece. Go ahead.
That's it. If you don't like what people are saying about you, don't fucking look where they're saying bad things.
I need you to make it so it's you and me, like we agreed, or we should just talk off stream.
You need me to say what?
Oh, okay, hold on. Nobody else talk for a second.
He needs you to baby.
Stop! Shut up! No, that's not babying. Just need to finish up one-on-one conversation that we agreed, and I agreed to have. Okay. Okay. Were there any other final words or thoughts that you had relating to this particular topic?
Are you capable of being friends with me if we are not streaming together?
Yeah. I'm capable of being friends with you if you're shitposting my server trying to turn my community against me. It's all like very separate stuff for me in my head.
Why can't me and Destiny be friends? Feels bad, man.
Okay, is the conversation over?
Well, no, he's doing the
No,
quiet
shut the fuck up,
contemplative
Supreme.
thing.
Christ almighty.
You're being mean, Steven.
No, you're doing the thing where you say something and now you're stopping to.
Yo, who's the fish in the middle here? Who the fuck is this? I've never seen this before. Who's who's that?
Be quiet and contemplate.
Yeah, it's the thing I do called thinking. That's right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You guys should try it sometime.
My bad. We can't all be as.
Bing? Who's? Oh, I've seen Bing and DGG, but I don't know what they're
my
on
bad.
about.
Not like you in that comment implying we don't think, but me, yes.
I was fighting back.
Okay. Nice how it always works out that way. But go ahead.
Not always.
Okay.
You need to ask him to be your friend twice a week, like like MrGirl does. No, I'm not doing that. Lav!
Let's talk offline.
No. Lav, leave.
Why? How can you tell who to join and leave? You're Rem. Wait, did Rem just say that?
Yeah, Rem, you're pretty far down on the order list. I'm gonna need you to get out.
All right. Let's talk offline and
Sure. Yeah, we can.
something not loaded. You know, if you want to do a movie review or something like that. I don't know. I gotta just think about what level.
How do you feel about guns?
I like guns.
Okay. I have a thing coming up. When I do my next real life event, I'll see if I can rope you into something. Okay.
Whoa! Is he gonna go to the shooting range with him? Why didn't I get invited to the shooting range? Is it because I'm black and they don't want me holding a gun? Why did I say that? That made sense, like as like a racist thing to say, but like I don't know why I put that on him. I'm gonna leave it there though. I'm gonna let that one hang.
I have a question. Why couldn't this entire conversation have been offline?
I think that if Max and I feel like we're capable of conducting the conversation
really
online.
jelly? No, okay. We were in TwitchCon, I was pushing really hard that me, Chud Logic, everyone there needed to go to a fucking shooting range. I wanted that to happen so bad. It would have been so incredible. So, you know, Chud Logic coming down to TwitchCon or whatever, and then some of the things that he decided to eat some fucking proper American fast food and shoot some guns. That would have been so based, bro. That would have been so based. I was trying to push it really hard, but we didn't end up shooting guns, man. Now I'm trigger happy, man. I need to put up some steel.
It's a conversation that intimately affects the entire community, and if some decision were to be made one way or another, it's probably healthy to have it online. Say hypothetically, I don't change anything, like I guess I kind of have. People might think like, oh my god, he's so obstinate, or he was so, you know, he probably just screamed at Max the whole time, blah, 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 which might become a way of thinking, but at least you've heard it. Or on the flip side, let's say that I changed everything, and I changed all my moderation style. Because of the way that I've characterized Max, people might think like, oh my god, I bet Max like abused him and got him to do it, blah, 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 and now we didn't get to see the conversation. Yeah, so it's probably, it's okay to have like a public conversation about public moderation stuff.
You and Chud shooting would have been based? You're goddamn right it would have been.
I think it's acceptable. I think so.
Super Saiyan.
But I wasn't asking you.
Oh, so
having it offline his answer is correct. Having it offline severely disadvantages me. But I don't want to
I think having it online severely disadvantages you.
I understand that. I don't want to talk to you right now. I like you. I like you, and I would like to talk to you.
I'm not interested in what you care about. I think this is good advice for you, and there are things I don't want your advice.
Can we let Mr. Girl and Destiny finish their thing up? Can we let Mr. Girl and Destiny finish?
I'm done with my thing. We're done with our thing. But I don't know if Mr. Girl wants to talk to Wicked Screen, but you guys.
I would like to say the final thing.
Go for it. Okay.
I'll think about what amount of participation I can do.
Okay.
But as of now...
Wait, so Lav broke her promise, right? Wait, I got some DGG operatives in here, right? Where's my DGG niggas? How long has it been? She said a week, and it's been like 5 days, right? Who's winning this bet? There was like a poll, right? It's been like 4 or 5 days, hasn't it? 2 days? Wait, nah, it's not been 2 days. What you talking about? 2 days. First, no, it's like 2 days? What? No, it hasn't. It's been 2 days since her fucking video that she put out, and her video was at least 2 days after she said she was leaving for a week. Hold up, let's take a look. What is this? This better be relevant to what I just fucking said. Until the 3rd. I'm logging off until the 3rd. Okay, that was her video. Okay? Oh. Ooh, I see. Okay. I thought okay, so people are using this post as her official announcement of when she was logging off. Was this diary post? Because I saw her say she's going to be logging off earlier. I think it was when she was talking to Destiny, right? I think I need to take a break for a week. So we're using this as the start date, yeah? If we're using this as the start date, I fucking won. I said 3 days tops. So I'm a winner. Fat dub. Big gains. Not on that rookie hole shit.
I am a free agent. I must leave your orbit. If you change your mind or want to renegotiate, I'll probably come back.
You were talking about the previous one? Huh?
For now, I must explore the galaxy on my own.
I'm gonna have to demote you if you come back. Thank God.
What do you mean demote him?
You can't come back at the same position, Steve.
What position is he in right now?
Look, he's like a head orbiter right now. He's one of the top.
I have head orbiter? Is that really a role on Discord? Is head orbiter?
No, absolutely not. But you know,
I don't know.
Shit, and I gotta make sure these guys.
You don't run anything. This is like the second time. Dan, take him out.
Something important is happening, Max. Are you looking at DGG right now?
No.
Okay, what is the response right now? What's happening?
You're just being cruel.
I'm not.
Supreme is kind of putting him through it right now. This nigga just said he was waking up shivering to fucking Reddit posts being made that he couldn't respond to, and he's trying to direct him to the DGG chat that's relentlessly shitting on him. I don't think this is the play, my guy. Oh my lord, this is cruel. Did you win? Lav is too young to make promises? Nigga, bruh, I can't with this. I hate this youth stuff, man. Can I just go crash a car or something? And people, bro's too young, man. Listen, listen, don't take those. Hey, look, this might actually end up on a compilation because I am learning how to drive. And unironically, okay, I need to stay safe out there. So this could be like a clip in a compilation when I accidentally get in an accident. The people are just, that would be so fucking funny. That would be so. Oh god. Oh, that'd be fucking. I could just imagine this whole raw clip, like a minute and a half of me laughing about this being next to me being in an accident.
I think this needs to be said.
DGG is not my community.
Please just hear me out. Please.
I'm looking at MGGG.
I'm only saying things that everybody's fucking thinking, but that some people that are too polite, maybe want to preserve a friendship, are maybe afraid to say. Okay.
Hold on there, Sonny.
Fine. These are my thoughts, and they're mine and my own, and I take full ownership of them. Okay.
There you
go. Listen. The reason you get so much criticism, Max, is because these conversations are fucking nauseating. Okay? People don't like to see them. That's all it is. You're an interesting guy. You're a funny guy. You're really talk. But this is not it. People don't like it. You get criticized because people do not like this.
I like it.
Supreme.
Stop. He doesn't want to talk to you. Stop.
I don't want to talk to you.
Care if he doesn't want to talk to me.
No, you shouldn't care. You shouldn't. I don't want to get dogpiled in the conversation. Please let my final stream about how I'm leaving because I don't want to get dogpiled anymore. Not end in a dogpile.
It's not a dog.
Stop.
No, it's his funeral. Let him finish.
That would be ironic.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Dan.
Be ironic.
Thank you.
Steven?
Okay, I'll talk to you. I'll catch you on the flip side, okay?
Be safe. I love you.
Okay,
have fun.
Be careful.
The flippy floppy, as they say in the
Flippity flip.
Oh my god, this was probably one of the greatest dramas online I've ever.
Shut up. How are you doing, my non-thuggish friend? How's life going for you?
Hey, listen.
Whoa, you got two
listen, you called me the most white-friendly black person you ever heard. I swear to God,
you aren't. Listen,
the most insulting.
I have met more.
Said online.
Okay,
like YouTube Will Smith.
Don't tell me you've never had a conversation with a white girl where she's like, "I need to introduce you to my family," and thankfully, you're one of the good ones. I know you've had that. I know you've had that talk before, Abba. I know you have.
You're moving so mad. I don't realize how disrespectful you are.
It's disrespectful, but it's true because I've known white girls that date black dudes, and I know the types of black dudes that you don't mind showing to your racist white parents. I'm from Nebraska and Iowa, so I know those talks. I know exactly how those go. Maybe it doesn't happen like that in Montreal, though. But
so listen, Steve.
Yeah.
No. We're not just moving past that. Listen. Destiny just said quite possibly the most offensive thing that's ever been said to me online. I'm serious. I'm not even joking. Like, that shit actually triggered the fuck out of me when you said it. I started a Reddit account. I posted on Reddit. Like, no, I don't think you understand.
Two orbiters today.
Like, I don't, because you're not even trolling. That's why it bothers me so deeply. Listen, we gotta talk about this. You think I'm a white friendly black man?
I just think that you're like a person that could be presented to somebody's parents who's like a chill guy. They'd be like, "Oh, this is a cool guy."
No, I legitimately, I don't know if Abba agrees with this, but legitimately, I actually don't agree. I actually don't agree. I think Abba's too confident. I think Abba's too much of a confident black man. I think the black people that are like more okay to show to your parents are the black people that are like fucking mega pushovers and super like, oh yeah, whatever, and just kind of go with whatever the fuck is being said. That's 100. Yeah, timid, like super in the corner. Oh, like I love your daughter. Like those are the people. Like Abba would just like get some liberal racism or whatever and be like, nah, I'm not dealing with that shit.
You don't link us your YouTube demographics.
Stereotypes about
no, because you guys don't know black people, so you guys assume if we're not all thugging with guns out or fucking that I'm somehow like white friendly or some shit, or like white girls just.
That's my honest opinion, genuine, like not memeing. That's my genuine opinion. I do not believe that. Yeah, I said what I said.
Well,
So are you irrelevant? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Parents are gonna love you. That shit triggered the hell out of me. But you know what, Steven?
Okay, you know what?
Right now,
I take it back. I think white girl parents would fucking hate you. Okay, they would see you and they go, "That man is thugging out."
No. Don't try to appease me, Steven. Stop doing what you're doing right now.
Just call him an Oreo like you want to.
Stop! Oh my god!
It's MrGirl's eulogy right now, so I'll let you guys go ahead.
Jesus Christ! So many white people in this Discord taking a risk, dude. Oh my lord! Holy shit!
We'll talk about this a different time.
Okay.
As the
Is that the second bridge burn of the day?
Is it about to be 3? You have something you want to add too?
Wait, who was the first?
Apparently, MrGirl.
Wait, who's the second? Oh, Abba's
Abba.
second. I'm slow.
Thanks for catching up, Mr. Mooden.
Yeah, I'm
Good
slow.
one. So, Steve, I'm getting a raise, right? I mean, with one ban, 8 days of content.
Who the hell
That's gotta be worth something.
Oh, is this fourth up?
Maybe. The race is going to come when I, in 2 days, tell you that we're unbanning the last like 200 people that you've rampaged in my subreddit, okay? That's what's about to happen, okay?
I didn't expect him to leave. I was about to come in and say, just fucking unban him, dude, because this is like sad. Oh god, dude.
I think everyone's here to dogpile, and I think it's rather unfortunate. So why don't we let Lav, MrGirl's most ardent defender, speak on his behalf?
She's probably going to
Abba is fucking losing it right now. He wants every one of them gone. He wants Lav to speak as much as possible so that way she can get removed as well.
Yeah.
No, if she's a real friend, she would speak on his behalf. So let's give her a chance.
What's up, Lav? How you doing? Friend of the stream.
Hi.
Hi.
I just came in because I hated whatever. I hated when everyone joined in. It was like a dogpiling session, so I was here for moral support.
It wasn't a dog pile. I'm not an entire pile. I'm one dog.
Okay, well when you come in and everybody, it was obviously a dog pile. We know it's a dog pile. What's up?
Yeah, it was sad. I think the celebration. I think the celebration of the bridge burn was a little overkill. Obviously, you guys can react however you want. It's entertainment, but I'd like to be the voice of empathy and reason.
Oh my god.
I think it's sad. I think that the last thing that you know, political streamers or even just like what Steven does,
okay.
The last thing that you want from that sort of person is just like an echo chamber. And I think that Max was like a very great counter in a lot of ways and very entertaining, and also pushed Steven in a lot of ways he's never been pushed before. And made it super fun for me to watch, and for a lot of people to watch. Obviously, the drama is so big because people love to fucking watch it, and also for you guys to be like cheering for the deterioration of one of Steven's like personal relationships kind of sucks.
I am not cheering for that. Just to make it perfectly clear, I came in with advice that I think is honestly the best advice for Max. When Max first came to this community, people loved him, like at least half the community, if not everybody, because he was cheeky and charming. Please, please let me get this out. This is what I wanted Max to hear. I don't need you to interrupt for him.
Oh my goodness.
Okay? I think Max has a brilliant comedic mind. I think he is a good communicator. I think he's funny. He's got all the entertainment chops in the world. But like these 12-hour meta conversations where he just like demonstrates a complete lack of awareness, and like he gets criticized for what he says and his behavior, and like if he doesn't like that and if that's keeping him up at night, then he should focus on his strengths and like do the entertainment game and deliver what people want to see and deliver things that people like.
More raps, yeah.
Yes, unironically.
Unironically, yeah. Legitimately, yeah. That'd be
also
cool.
I think that you can also see that views go up when Max is on, so people do like to watch it. If you don't like to watch it, you
but
don't
it ain't
have
good
to.
for Max.
It's called hate watching.
Yeah, I was gonna say, views go up, that doesn't mean shit. What are you talking about? Views go up whenever Destiny talks about Keffels. Do you think she's getting positive, like, reviews?
Yes, exactly.
You're not allowed to decide what is good for Max, just like he's not allowed to decide.
He's telling us it's keeping him up at night, Lav.
Okay, also hold on, wait. You can externally figure out if something is good or bad for somebody. That's an easy thing for a normal.
No, absolutely. League is bad but to prescribe it, that's literally what everyone's mad at him for doing to you.
What? No, it is. He like Wicked Supreme just said. He said he's been up for 2 weeks, primarily because of his subreddit. He has an objectively unhealthy attachment to another person's subreddit. Like, I can't believe this is being brushed over. There is no rational way to say that is a healthy attachment to somebody else's subreddit.
They disagree with his prescription, right? Like if somebody says like, hey, listen, I noticed that you like to eat dog food, you should probably stop. And then you turn around and you go, excuse me, you didn't let me tell you to go vegan, so why can you criticize my dietary choices? It doesn't really work, right? Like people aren't mad because a prescription is being made, they're mad because they disagree with the prescription.
But then you also like infantilize Max. I think a lot of what Max was saying, and Steven, I think that you think this also, a lot of what Max was saying was not completely out of touch.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Wait, okay. First of all, stop! 20 million people talking. Chill. Okay, sorry, hold on, Lav. I infantilize you. I don't infantilize Max. I don't know why you're saying that.
No, not you. Wait,
what?
I was talking to Supreme and how he was like, this isn't good for him. It keeps it up at night.
That's what he said.
Yeah, sure. But it's not your responsibility to then use that as a way, like, you would not get to tell an adult man how he should engage with the internet.
Nigga, what? An adult man shouldn't be up for... Okay, let me put it... I'm gonna turn it on his head. Somebody needs to infantilize MrGirl because clearly he has a inexperienced way of approaching subreddits, okay? That's what it is. He doesn't have enough experience dealing with subreddits to know that is an unhealthy engagement. So I'm using Destiny's inexperienced youth argument, all right? It's not about the age, it's about how much experience you have inside of the thing. And he needs more experience dealing with how the fuck to handle Reddit criticism. Jesus Christ.
He will be his
What did we just listen to for 4 hours?
That's what he was telling Destiny to do for like the past.
TBH, he has an unhealthy attachment to Destiny. This is all proxy for his relationship with Destiny. I don't know what his relationship is like with Destiny. I don't know whether I can say it's healthy or unhealthy. I don't really know the ins and outs of it.
And didn't you guys disagree with it?
3 hours.
Okay, the difference is... Okay,
but but not when it's towards Max.
Okay, the difference
they're
is...
telling them to do it for any kind of professional reason. They're saying that MrGirl needs to step away because it's actually impacting his ability to.
No. That's not it either. That's not necessarily it either.
Let Supreme talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Supreme.
Holy fuck! What did you say, Live? Can you repeat it?
I
don't get to give him advice or whatever, right? No, listen. At the end of the day,
it's not that you can give him advice. It's the fact that you came on and it was like advice, but shielded in like a. I mean, you did it publicly. It was obviously a dog pile. The context was different. If you cared, you would have been like, "Hey, man," you would have messaged him, been like, "Hey, man, this is a lot. Maybe it's time to stop." And then he could have decided for himself. But you came on as almost.
I have talked about him. I have talked with him about this privately. That's what I do. I reach out to when I have a problem with people, or if I think that they're doing something that's terrible, I message them privately and I talk to them about it first.
Right, but what it looks like when you come on stream is an appeal to the audience to discredit Max further.
Yeah, because at this point I want people to know that this is a conversation that's been had. Because I don't want people to be able to pretend that it hasn't been said to him.
I don't think that Steven's audience is full of retards. I think they know. They like to watch because it's fun to watch.
Okay, but the problem is I actually do want Max to succeed because I like Max, and I think this entire stream has not been good for Max, and it's playing into the exact same things that Max.
No, Sensei Tumbleweed. I think it's.
No, I don't think the end was the worst. I think
exactly.
The whole discussion was terrible.
The whole discussion was probably pretty rough.
It was definitely.
Can I just wait? Can I say one personal thing? Okay, this is to you, Lav, and I guess to MrGirl is watching, okay? Because I genuinely, I hope you know this. I don't know if you know this or not. I do like you, and I do like MrGirl. I do like Max. I actually like both you people. I think you guys know that, but maybe you don't. Okay.
You people? Jews?
Wait, are they both Jewish?
Okay. Thank you. Good catch, because I definitely don't like Jews. So thank you for clarifying that. Okay, here's my frustration.
Jesus Christ, the fact
when
you
I bring
can
you guys
say that,
on,
oh my God.
It's interesting to talk to you guys. I don't know if
we ain't on Twitch anymore.
But it's interesting because I think that you guys are, or for you particularly, Lav, you're like in a developmental phase, and that's interesting for me to watch. And I'll ask you questions and I'll poke and prod you, but I'm not here to like tell you exactly how to live your life because it's just not. That's not the role that I want to be in. But the thing that is upsetting to me, and it does upset me. I don't like to admit this, but it does upset me, is that sometimes I see you guys making mistakes that like if I could push you in a certain direction, your lives would improve tenfold, but I know you won't take my advice. Abba might have experienced this. I know that I experienced this because me and him literally just watched Sneeko do this. Sneeko earned $100,000 in 1 month from YouTube for the first time ever, and the next week got deleted from the entire internet in a way that was so completely avoidable, it was nothing short of tragic. And I guess, yeah, it's just frustrating sometimes to watch like MrGirl and then to some extent you make mistakes where it's like, fuck, if you guys would just do like this one thing, your lives would be so much better. And you'd explode online, you'd be like chill, you have good personalities, you're smart, like everything would be so good. You just have to like do this one fucking thing, but
the stream made everyone bold with their jokes. Yeah, clearly, man. Did you see the Pelosi attack stuff? So, correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody went to Nancy Pelosi's house and then fucking assaulted her husband, right? They like broke in. Do they know why? What I saw, I don't think they know why. I think we can guess maybe why, but Jesus Christ. Wait till Sneeko joins. It gets way worse. He joins.
They're so stubborn. You just won't. Like.
Oh yeah, I think he does. I think I saw.
Wait, let her wouldn't get the thing that you're telling me that.
Wait, let her respond. Go ahead.
And I'm confused. You're saying that you haven't given us this feedback that you think will help us?
Not really. No. If you ask me, I'll tell you.
Why
but
not?
Because I don't know if you.
I think I'm very open, and I think so is Max.
Max is definitely.
I think Max is very open to hearing it.
I think I've told you particular types of things before, but I think you are trying to figure your own shit out or whatever or something. Like.
Sure. I think that my situation's different than Max's, obviously. But I still think he'd be open to hearing.
Please tell me Supreme is about to start. It just started streaming.
I mean, I've already told.
You think that he's salvageable?
I've already. No, I've said that. But this is okay. Here, Max is listening. This is all Max needed to do throughout this entire time when he got banned.
He wanted to kill Pelosi, but her husband was there. Instead, he was waiting for Pelosi to get home when the police came. They don't know why. Yeah, he was there to kill Pelosi. How do we know that they were there to kill Pelosi? And he had a blog with all kinds of QAnon, Pizzagate, and other right-wing conspiracies. Shit. Invaded her California home looking for her. Supposedly the guy posted QAnon stuff. He thought he was at a Fargo-themed Halloween party.
What he should have said was, wow, Forethought banned me. That's kind of lame.
He was yelling, "Where is Pelosi?" He was screaming her name. The police heard him say, "Where is Pelosi?" Well, how did they know he was there to kill her, though?
Okay, fuck you. Okay, I'm not gonna post as much in the sub, and I'll chill on like the going hard against you over the Nazi shit, and I'm gonna do my funny content, and we can keep like doing content, and then we can like have our little debates. If he would have just done that one thing, it would have been over. He had his awesome conversation on No Jumper that everybody came out and agreed with him with. It erased all the Lex shit. Nobody cared about that. He was still at war with my subreddit. Nobody even thought about that, but it would have just been positive. The only thing that contributed to his destruction.
Well, he almost killed her husband. I heard shit about that. Like that makes me very upset that shit happens. But I mean, you know, it's it's the unfortunate political climate we're in, where unironically, like, conservatives are doing this crazy, insano, weirdo shit. Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers. Shit.
Was the continual insistence on a fight that nobody really even cared about. Nobody really cared about it that much, but it was him pushing it the whole time. And I see this happen, that when people start to fall, they get the biggest possible shovel and they dig so incredibly quickly.
What are you talking about?
Where it's like, just take a deep breath, take one step back, chill.
Also, Infinite Slick, I'm rejecting your N-word pass. I have not verified your racial origin, your ethnic origin, so you do not get the N-word pass.
And everything will be totally a-okay, totally 100% fine. It's just, and it's the same thing with you too, where it's like you end up getting into these cycles where it's like, I need to come on, I need to be a shot, I need to like scream, and it's like if you just take like one step back and be like, okay, hold on, okay, like I'm gonna stop shouting at people so much over my beliefs. I'm still gonna come on and argue, but I'm gonna be a little bit less bitchy about it, and then just go for it like that, and then boom, you'd be totally fine. A-okay, 100%, everything will be okay. The subreddit will eventually turn back in your favor because something funny will happen, whatever, and then everything will be okay. You just go in there. But like when people find all these fights, here's the reality on the internet, okay? You can find an infinite amount of people to fight with, but the more you fight, the worse you'll do. This is a piece of advice I give to Sneeko. When you find yourself fighting with more than one person at a time, or more than one community at a time, you're always destined for failure. No one can keep that up. I know because I fought more than anyone else on the internet, and I'm telling you, nobody can maintain multiple communities of fights. Just stop fighting with people, take a deep breath, chill, take like a 2-day break, and then come back, and then boom, everything's fine, everything resets. I just wish you guys would just do that.
I think you're right.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm being an asshole. Yeah, but go ahead.
You are right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the thing. Feelings. I think. What if and I know that this isn't your responsibility, obviously, because you're not anyone's babysitter. But what if before today's conversation you were like, hey, listen, what if in 2 days everything completely blows over and we can still talk about this if you still think it's relevant, but I don't think it will be?
I feel like that's kind of like the nature of the messages I send you. Don't I usually say, like, if there's a thing that comes on, I'm usually like, hey, if you want to chat about this, we can. Like, isn't that basically what? I don't think I've ever forced you to come in and talk about things.
No. I'm talking about with Max specifically. I think that for me, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how long Max has been on the internet, but I've been canceled my fair share amount of time, so I'll feel it.
Use of the N-word on Twitter jumped by almost 500% after Elon Musk's takeover as trolls test the limits of free speech. Yo, that sounds like a good time to segue into a call to action. All right, look, if you like me streaming on YouTube and being able to say outrageous, semi-racist shit and not get banned because there's decent free speech rules on YouTube, then like the damn video, all right? If you like ad-free viewing, I'm not going to run ads. I'd rather incentivize donos and find ways to encourage that. Then like the damn video. And if you want to see me just stream for longer hours on YouTube, I'm going for 4.5 hours on YouTube right now after going like 1 hour and 10 minutes on Twitch, which is like, what is that, 5.5 hours or something. Then like the damn video, all right? All of those things if you want that kind of a result, all right? I appreciate the support that I've gotten. 600 individuals independently liking the stream, all going out of their way to push the like button. Thank you so much. And thank you to the individuals inside of chat who decided to call it home, at least for a little bit, all right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the content.
But I'm usually like...
Okay, this is why, yeah, so this is why I get triggered when you and Max seem like you've thrown your lot in together. Now you guys want to both be the exact same. You're very, very, very different. This is the problem with Max. With
Speaking of the N-word, do you think Twitch will do anything? Let's see. K-Kona? Hold up.
God, what the fuck? How the fuck you got in the military with COVID? How the fuck did you get in the military with motherfucking COVID, nigga? Nigga?
What? He's me.
Said nigga.
Setting device on Bravo.
Wait, what just happened?
God, what the fuck? How the fuck you got in the military with COVID? How the fuck did you get in the military with motherfucking COVID, nigga? Nigga?
He knows he fucked up or something. He's looking deep at that Twitch chat, man.
It's easier to communicate. But Max has committed himself to this ideology that he must be unyielding with his approach to the internet. And being like any sort of acquiescence that he makes whatsoever, any sort of concession that he makes is like a weakening or a destruction of his true personality. That he's asking you to take the mental step to translate him in the best way possible. And from that mindset, I can't tell him to like chill on anything because he thinks he's being like just truthful. But I mean, with you, I imagine you can, or I don't know, maybe you've acquired now that same mindset. But that's why it's so hard to say that. I can't be like, bro, can you just chill for that? Because he's gonna say, well, no, now I'm not being truthful to myself. I'm not gonna shut up and take it. I'm speaking for all orbiters. He's on like a higher calling from God.
He's black though? Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about him saying the N-word. He's either the biggest English streamer on Twitch or like number 2. Twitch would be so stupid to ban. Oh, sorry. Just to be clear, I don't think he's gonna be banned over that. No. But you could tell he thinks he fucked up.
But how like correct he is.
He definitely has a savior complex, and
no way he gets banned for that. I'll stake my fucking Twitch channel on that. There's no way he gets banned. It was way too similar to Soft Day.
I think that's admirable.
That's not how people interpret.
Well, it's not a matter of it being admirable or not. The issue is that it makes you unsalvageable because now you've committed yourself to a problem that you have made intractable. It can't be fixed because you've decided you're never going to do anything.
I don't think I don't think that we're seeing Max at his best right now.
No, probably not. Because from Max's perspective, he is kind of friends with me. He got uploaded to Super Hardcore, and then as a result of a disagreement with me, I hate to say this, but I think he projects. He thinks that he thinks that I feel bad because he thinks that I think that it's my fault that he got deplatformed or something, right? But I think in his head, I think he might be thinking a little bit that his relationship with me is the reason that he got deplatformed because it was through fighting about Nazis with me that Nazis found his platform and deplatformed, right? So he probably feels really shitty about that. So not only did he lose his YouTube, which by the way, none of us really talk about, he didn't lose his YouTube as like a YouTuber that makes videos and blah, blah, blah. He lost his YouTuber as an artist because he is an artist. And he put a lot of effort into that channel. And it's super sad that he got shut down by a bunch of fucking losers. Yeah, so he's feeling bad about that. He's feeling bad because the one community that he can still kind of hold on to that's like growing him a bit has now seemingly turned against him. And then at the behest of seemingly the owner of that community, who he thought was his friend, it seems like now the moderators, everybody, are furthering the aggression against him. And it's not even hitting somebody while he's down. It's like drilling into his head while he's down. So from his perspective, yeah, I'm sure he's like ultra super mentally fucked because it seems like literally the whole fucking world is against him in a way that like most people don't experience. So yeah, I'm definitely empathetic towards his position, of course.
Yeah, I think the language, and I don't think that you think this way, but I just want to get it out to the public so that everyone sees it. I think that we're obviously seeing Max in his lowest. I mean, he said as much. But I'm buying Max stocks. I think that he's gonna have a redemption arc. I think he's gonna make another incredible video. I think he's gonna make more art that makes us think. And, you know, I think that he's just going through a rough time, and I think that people go through rough times and then they get better, and then sometimes they get worse and then they get better. And I
agree.
don't like I don't like the energy that everyone's sending into it, like let's dance on his grave. He's gone forever.
Doing that? No, wait, real quick, hold on. I agree. No, wait.
I want to make.
Wait, no, shut up. Fuck
I am.
Abba's like, I am.
Abba hates him. We understand that, okay? I understand and I agree with everything you're saying. But the one thing that all of you guys, everyone on the internet, you have to learn is that like when you wait for that comeback, you just have to disconnect for a little bit and give time for things to chill. Because what happens is when you're in the middle of an internet hate wave, it feels like everything. It's the internet equivalent of a panic attack. It becomes your whole world, and you feel like there's no way. There's mean Twitter comments about you. There's mean YouTube comments about you. There's mean Reddit comments about you. Other orbiters and other content creators. It's like, oh my fucking god, it's over. But like if you could just put your head underwater, hold your breath.
Infinite Slick, I literally banned you for the N-word usage, and as soon as your 300-second ban is done, you said Ahrelevant is famous now. I bet you he gets mad cuties now. Mad 16-year-old cuties. My nigga, what are you typing? You are insane.
For 2 minutes, come out, everybody's moved on. And it feels like when people at the bottom of that hate wave, they push, and it gets so much worse. You just have to chill, and things will pass. That's all I wish that people would do. Everything will be okay.
I don't know if that's quite true. I mean, if you make a really big impression, Destiny, that will last for years and years.
But for Max in particular...
Wait, no, nothing lasts for years and years. What do you mean?
You are trolling.
Like, you know, Vosh, and like, well, Vosh is probably the best example. Like that, if you make a certain amount of impact, that's going to carry in. It's going to become a meme of the community.
Here's an example. Because Vosh is a perfect example. If tomorrow,
I just banned somebody for using the N-word without verifying their fucking. What is going on?
Vosh would have released a video, and he would have said, I'm radically changing the direction of my content. I think I've gotten a little bit lazy. And I
don't know. Maybe I should allow anybody to say the N-word in my chat. I don't know. Because it is kind of weird that I'm going through like a verification process. I'm giving people the N-word pass through verification process. I don't know. That's something I might genuinely... I think that might be something that I don't give a fuck about, honestly. I need to think about that a little bit more. On Twitch, I didn't feel like I could have that be a thing. I feel like they would have cracked down on me. But on YouTube, I don't know. I'm deciding.
Unfair to some people, Destiny included. I think
Can I say it if I'm Dominican? Well, if I allow anybody to say it, anybody's allowed to say it. If you're white, even, you'd be allowed to say it. So.
Like summarize a lot of his positions in a really shitty way. I think that I could do a lot better in my debating and my research. And you know what? If Destiny wants to argue about anything or do a debates again, I'd be totally up for it. If Vosh made a video like that, I would have to work with him because my whole community would be like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, okay, that's cool. He should do it. And then the pressure would be on me to do something. Vosh alone has
class reduction is lip-com. Absolutely, it counts.
The power to literally turn his entire career on the video like that. He could do it, but he won't. So no, even somebody like Vosh could turn his career. I know it would if he were to make a video like, but he wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying that like that's like a thing that it's within your power, even when you feel like it's completely impossible. Like it's within your power to do so. I think it is. I think people underestimate how short the attention span is of people on the internet and how much power they have to control their own narrative if they just stop digging.
I don't even think this is specific to the internet. I think this is perfectly applicable to everybody's everyday life in their workplace, their home, whatever. Like there's going to be a time when you show your ass or you do something that everybody hates, and the best way to climb back is just fucking persistent superior performance. Just like put your head down, do work that everybody likes. You know, maybe you have to like say sorry or be like, you know what, maybe I didn't approach that the best way or something like that. Destiny, I'm really curious why you didn't fight for yourself a little bit better in that conversation. For example, you know, Max talking about how you're my friend, you should be sticking up for me. If you want to be my friend, you've got to, you know, you can't ban me, right? And you've got to allow me to like say my piece when there's something that's so disturbing to me and so emotionally disruptive that it's like making me tremble in fear and these, you know, the platforming the Nazi thing or whatever. Did he ever reach out to you in private about that before he started coming on your stream and talking about it and making, you know, Reddit threads and stuff like that?
He might have, I don't remember, but like I'm really open with people that I'm okay with any conversation. He didn't like ambush me with anything,
fine.
Right?
That's fine, fine. But I feel like, no, that's not true because you did say yourself that part of the reason that you would have banned him is because he's like, he is exercising some level of control and on some level he is a threat to you and like you're in.
How much past
well, it's not like he's a threat of like, oh god, he might become a big content creator and destroy me. It was
Can we do a dono goal? And if it gets reached, then anybody in my chat can say the N-word.
It was I don't want to brew like a community of anti-fans in my community. That's something I always have to be mindful of. Because
okay, specifically you said
that
there is like a world, a possibility where he makes the arguments about Fuentes and suddenly, you know, like half your Reddit are calling you a Nazi collaborator or something like that, and that you could have nipped that in the bud by banning him or something like that. So that is a fear that you have, is that he can exercise some level of control or foment some rage or something like that.
Oh, sure, maybe.
What I'm saying is that like, why wouldn't you fight for yourself a little bit there and be like, okay, you're the one that's always coming on and saying you're my friend and I love you, Steven. Like, is this a thing that you do for someone you love? You go to the public town square
sub only at least.
The person you love and
yeah, tier 3 privilege. Say the N-word.
Myself in private because there were private details about that Fuentes thing that you came out about eventually, right? Like, in that entire drawn-out conversation you had with him, some of it I'm getting the read was contingent on you not wanting to be forthcoming about details that you didn't.
Yeah, but even with those, I don't think it would have changed his mind that much. But I mean, like, I'm not here to like advocate for myself at some emotional level. Like,
Sensei Tumbleweed from you, $500, and you could say the N-word.
And I feel
I'm only concerned about like
you donate me $500, I'll let you say the N-word.
That anti-jerking shit is so destructive to so many communities. I don't want that to happen. I've let that happen to my community before. The days of Ryzen, those that know. And yeah, I'm trying to make sure that that never happens again.
Well, I address my Dell ban.
I also think that Max is working off a different compass in which he thinks that you can be like completely combative to those who you love and nothing will, like, your relationship won't change or be wounded by it.
Well, no, hold on. To be clear, that's what I work off of.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think, and that's why I think that you guys work. Like, that's why I think that your guys' friendship has been able to like unfold.
Well, unless this might be the the line.
But I don't know if Max, or I think he does realize how rare that is. But I also think it's like it's hard to make sense of that and then also have so many people like. That's not the nature of the internet. Like, the nature of the internet is like, I hate this person, they should die forever.
Sure.
So that's so when Supreme was it Supreme who just brought up the like why obviously
Dude, this guy is insane. N-word pass, please. Also, the age of consent in Portugal is 14. That's so messed up, dude. Makes me sick. Gross. You're irrelevant. Let's go to Portugal. Dude, you are insane.
Too, why isn't he like protecting you?
Is the most friendly, loving thing to do. To, like, go to the local bulletin board, to your friend's house, and start posting shit for all his family to see, and like airing all your grievances and stuff before you come to them in private.
So here's what I think that Max would then prefer for Steven to do with him is to either publicly give him this feedback so he could deal with it. I think he just doesn't like. I think that it's the lack of control that bothers Max so much, especially now that all of his platforms are taken away. It's like the blackness, darkness.
Why would anybody assume that they're entitled to a level of control over their own friend's house? And how
because I think well, I mean, I think that obviously Max is a little maladaptive when it comes to that, but I think that everyone deserves control of their own life, and not the person that they're in a relationship with, but you can definitely set a boundary in the relationship. And I think that what Max ultimately did was like, okay, I'm gonna have to take myself out of this. I think it maybe took him a little too long, but I think what he did is like ultimately at least in this discussion today, healthy after looping for as long as they did.
They've not earned their keep
yet.
yet.
Like, it's normal to tell your friends what you want from them and maybe even expect from them, and then if you don't get it, then not to weaponize leaving, but to be like, yeah, for me, I just can't.
Plus, the optics of that would be terrible. If I mod somebody that's talking about that shit, the optics would be terrible. Imagine if they read through the logs.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fair. It is perfectly fair to say this thing you do pisses me off, and if you keep doing it, I'm gonna leave. I don't think anybody has said that that's unfair.
Yeah,
you don't have to make a public spectacle out of it for
isn't the issue that the boundary that he was asserting was in a large part for all orbiters, and he was like transferring it like mid conversation into being it about everyone when it's actually about him. And I would argue that it's not even a boundary. Like, he's not stating a boundary, he's making an ask, which are different things. Like, boundaries. Well, no, I think like boundaries are inherently like about like occupying like what your space is and saying like, hey, please don't treat me like this way. What he's actually saying to Steven is, you need to give me these things, which are different orientations.
Was he? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of I don't know how I define that. I'm not sure I agree with that. That's like a weird thing. Is Max asking for something when he says he doesn't want to be banned when his community is over, or is he saying saying that he doesn't want to be banned when he doesn't want to be banned, right? Like, I feel like the main critique there would be that, because the argument would be what he's asking for is special treatment, but what you could say is he's just asking not to be, that all people not be considered inside of that kind of accommodation. I don't know. I'd have to think about that more. I don't know.
And if you don't do it, it's unethical, and you're causing all your friends to suffer, and that makes you an asshole.
True.
Sure, but I also don't think that he thinks that being an asshole is the end of the world. I think that.
Okay.
I don't like those kinds of answers. I don't think we can.
Well, no, I think he's able to separate it, which I don't think he realizes that other people can't necessarily.
He's the one making the moral indictment. He clearly thinks it's bad enough that somebody should change their behavior.
Yes, but I don't think that it has the weight. I don't think that he says it with the weight that you think he has it.
He's saying it with the weight that says you should do this differently.
Publicly.
Sure, but I think he also realizes that that's like just his opinion, but has a hard time like articulating that.
Okay.
There's no way that you can like make this public crusade and go on a war against an entire subreddit and then just be like, but nobody's really going to take it seriously, like beyond just realizing that it's my feelings and my thoughts.
We should just agree to disagree.
If it was his opinion, that's fine. If he put out a tweet, that would be great. Like, I don't think
it feels like we're cutting Max short of being like I actually think Max is smarter than that, to be honest. Like, I really don't feel like
I think that makes him smart and complex. I just think that it's different than you. I don't think that there's this like one dichotomy of like dumb and smart. I just think he's different.
I saw today that you blocked Cherry on Twitter. What happened?
Jesus Christ.
Dan, you fucking
Dan.
Wait, do you not like Cherry Laugh?
Yeah, what happened?
I'm trying to climb out of the stupid petty drama. I don't want
Well, it seems like when you announce something like that on Twitter that you're not trying, like, if I block someone, I don't say I blocked you. I just do it, move on.
People kept sending me things, so I wanted to make a public statement that I like just.
So what happened? What got sent to you to make that happen?
Danny, not
Danny. Well, see, this is vague posting. It's like Pokemon. Some people can be such snakes.
Listen, Dan, she doesn't take the bait.
That is my right. That is my right.
Wow.
To my Ahrelevant soldiers.
Speaking of snakes, seeing some really snaky weasel-like behavior right now. Like, you want us to... So the implicit tact here is that we're all supposed to somehow not like Cherry for some reason because you blocked her. And like, well, that's what's going on.
There's plenty of drama in here already. Why do you feel like you have to farm even harder? There's already drama.
You can absolutely like Cherry.
Why not?
I think Dan.
He's summoning the final boss.
He knows not.
Oh, he's trying to summon Cherry.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say one thing before I peace out. To my Ahrelevant soldiers, stand down. We won. Good job. I love you all. Peace out.
Are you unbanning everybody?
Some of them. I'll think about the rest.
Love you, buddy.
It's been fun. Later.
It's been fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you're
to bring up other drama.
No, if you're too much of a wishy-washy to talk about, that's fine. We can move on.
Yeah,
like flip-flopping, wishy-washy.
I just don't find it that big of a deal, and I don't want to beat a dead horse.
No, why? Of course. Why would you? It's not like you tweeted about it or anything. Totally not.
Yeah, I think one public statement is different than like keeping it on fire. But I want to clarify a little bit why I brought up Anna, because I got a lot of hate.
Who?
I don't know who that is.
Let her fucking talk. God, you're so fucking obnoxious.
I didn't bring up Anna. People were saying that I like weaponized Anna in the middle of a conversation. That's not what I meant to do. I can totally understand how it came off that way though. What I meant to do was I meant to use it as an example of how, not how Steven necessarily purposely contributed to something, but how the audience took it and ran with it.
Not necessarily,
matter, right?
Yeah, not necessarily purposely, but
Wait,
you know.
but we do realize that you can not
just-
intend something, but it's
And
still
also-
functionally weaponized. Like most times when you're weaponizing something, it's not intended. You're just pulling it up. But the reason why we call it weaponizing is because we recognize that it's like not a really fair thing to do in engagement. It's not about intention. It's about functionally what you did.
No, I think that that's on its nose true, but people were assigning intent, which is what I have a problem with.
But it seems like you're more. Wait. It seems like you're more concerned about people characterizing you as having intent than realizing that it was kind of a really shitty thing to do in a conversation.
Well, people, sure, but also just Steven. And I also wanted to clarify that I've asked Steven about this before. I didn't really. Me and Ahrelevant have not talked about what happened because I haven't really wanted to. And I asked Steven, and maybe this is Steven's nature. But he sort of just minimized it, probably because he didn't want to deal with it because it was a crazy couple of years, is what I'm gathering now. But when I asked
can
him
you,
about
Lab, can I just make one request, and then you can say whatever you want, because you're a queen, okay? Please, when you describe anything I do, stop using these fucking psych terms, okay?
what did I say?
Minimizing it, okay? I think you asked me. I think you asked me can I do a conversation with Anna or whatever? I was like, yeah, no, I guess I would go for it. I think that's what I said. Yeah, that's fine, which is fine. I'm okay with it.
No, I think I'd asked you what the deal was or something, and you were just like, oh, it was just a hard couple of years. You had made it sound like it was not as big of a deal, and I was not up to date. I mean, I really was not up to date, but what I am up to date on is how people will come into my chat, even now, years after, when the letter A is even mentioned.
Sure.
And,
when I talk about other people, my policy is no matter what experience I've had with somebody, there's a whole host of reasons why I might have had that experience with them. Other people are free to explore and do that on their own. So if you come and ask me, well, what happened with Anna, blah, blah, I'm not gonna sit here and throw under the bus, oh, she's a fucking horrible piece of shit, blah, blah.
Yeah.
She might be totally fine, she's okay now, whatever. And if you wanna go and be friends with her, that's cool. And maybe you can, and maybe she'll be so totally chilling and be fine. I don't wanna take a mistake that I think that she made, which I do. I don't wanna take that mistake though, and that's gonna be the rest of her fucking life, was Anna was this horrible fucking blah. Listen, she might be chill, go talk to her if you want it, that's fine. I'm not,
That's actually very based. That's actually very, very based.
That's the reason why I do that. But obviously there was a huge thing. But there's a difference between I'm going to talk to her versus I'm going to bring this up as what I perceive to be an indictment of my actions. Well, if you're going to do that, well, then we're going to have a more complicated conversation about what happened. That's just my explanation for that.
That's very
Destiny
cool.
Labs twin showed up. Sneeko, go ahead.
Oh my god.
Hello?
What up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's the drama going on?
You jumped into a room with 9 people and you want us to catch you up?
No, I don't. No, don't. I was just jumping in. You put it on me, but I was listening to the drama. Someone got touched.
But anyway, yeah, I fucked up by bringing it up, and I'm sorry.
Sure, that's fine. You don't apologize. I hate apologies. That's fine.
Okay.
Don't say that. Don't say this even because that's what people want to hear.
No.
I don't want to hear that. She can go apologize to the crowd then. I don't care. Apologies are cringe. Okay. What?
We should applaud a public apology is something I think is rare these days.
Do you think that all apologies, especially maybe even given, well, fuck it, would you have rejected this apology in private as well?
Yeah, I would have said, no, I don't care, it's fine. Just don't do it again. That's all I would say.
I already apologized in private. He said I don't give a fuck.
Okay, yeah.
So Lav, would you say that before you brought up the redacted name, would you say that the problem?
I think I've kind of come around on apologies. I don't like apologies. I agree. I think they're very cringe. But I think the good thing about an apology is that it recognizes a formal statement that it is of wrongdoing, and that they will begin the process of changing or taking steps forward to change. And I can use it as an indictment if they do not change, that they said sorry. So, and I feel like I've actually kind of developed this pretty recently as a result of Lav interacting with the shit. Because when Lav says I'm sorry but takes absolutely no steps to move forward to prevent it from happening in the future, I think that is a very good thing to reference for people to understand her thought process or lack thereof. I think is a very good metric to use, right? Because when you say I'm sorry, you are committing to an agreement that you fucked up and that you are going to do things to avoid that in the future. And if you don't, I can say you're shallow, or that your words are shallow, that you don't really mean what you say. You wanted to say you're sorry in the moment so I would forgive you, or so you could garner public sympathy, but you had no intention of doing anything material about your apology. So that's part of the reason why I think apologies are actually kind of important.
And the reason why you brought it up was the fact that you didn't think before you spoke.
No, and I hate how you characterize me like this. I think it is so inherently misogynistic.
Hold up. Can I just appreciate that I'm just quoting the fact that you yourself said that you don't think before you speak?
Abba.
I'm just repeating what I've heard from you. I swear to God.
Yeah, sometimes I.
Yeah, I know easy surrender. That's what he prefers, and I prefer that as well. And I used to have a similar position to him, but I think my position on apologies has changed as a result of that being like a mark moment, right? So if people don't apologize for their behavior, I feel like it's difficult to get them to say, I'm going to change my behavior in the future. I think an apology ought to be, in all circumstances, seen as a formal declaration that individuals will try to change their behavior in the future so that way X doesn't happen again. I think that's what apologies should be seen as. And when somebody apologizes and they make no steps to making sure that it doesn't happen again in the future, I think that should be condemnable behavior.
Do like everyone. But I just explained why. If you can't follow a conversation,
and I think Lab does that shit all the time. That's why I said my position is developed as a result of Lab. It's like I see her apologize so constantly, and then I'm like, yeah, obviously it doesn't mean anything. But then I realize it actually does mean something, because when she apologizes but does absolutely nothing to change her behavior, it actually does show that she either, one, is really stupid, or two, that she has no understanding or she has no real drive to actually change any of the behavior she's saying sorry for, so she doesn't really mean it. She just kind of wants to get you off her back for a minute, or she just kind of wants public favor to kind of look positively towards her. And so I actually do believe it's pretty useful to have shit like that. I think it's actually pretty useful.
That's your problem.
My apologies, Queen. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Wait, did you just think he was being misogynistic, Lab?
I think that the way that Abba characterizes me in general, or talks down to me, is misogynistic, yeah.
I was on some third wave feminism shit.
Wouldn't it be more
everything
sexist? And like I don't know if Abba hates women, but maybe you can imply that he like views women as lesser, but that's more in the sexist.
Well, what's the difference between sexist and misogynistic? Hold on, this sounds like
wait. Yeah, absolutely. These are two separate things necessarily. Sexism is typically like viewing women as lesser. Where like as a woman who's experienced both, there's a distinct experience when somebody looks down on you and just dismisses what you have to say because you're a woman, versus looks at you with hatred and disgust because you're a woman. Like they're distinctly different experiences.
To be fair, I want to say in Lab's defense, in Lab's defense, I do look at her with hatred and disgust, but it's not because she's a woman, it's because she's young and dumb. I think those are the reasons. Sneeko understands this. I look at him the same way.
He's an ageist, not a sexist.
No, but it's the way that you can't even give me feedback without being playful. It's like you can't give me apt feedback that I can work on. It needs to be playful because you infantilize me while you both. It's like a very just strange breed of feedback, and it does nothing except posture yourself above me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mostly do that.
Give you some sincere feedback.
I think that's weak.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Rem, it's been a while since
Rem, when was the last time you've been on stream?
If you have actionable feedback for me,
I think your assessment of apology is not what most people think while apologizing. They don't think I was wrong and I'm gonna change, but I was wrong and that was it. Cool. Then I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You're wrong for believing that. You're an idiot. Congratulations. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying if you go about that, then you're just wrong. I could say you're wrong because that's a meaningless, hollow thing to do. But I can absolutely, what you're saying then is, I want you to forgive me and think better of me while I do absolutely nothing to earn it. You're a child. Congratulations. Even if everybody has that definition, I could still point my finger at everybody and say, you're a dumb fuck. Yeah. Then what you were, a grown-ass man walks up to me with that definition of an apology. What I meant to say is I was sorry. So then what you're communicating to me is when you say you're sorry to me, you want me to forgive you, but you are doing absolutely nothing to take accountability for your actions. That's what you're saying. And then that grown-ass man has to look me in the eye and say, yes. Yeah, okay. Nigga, I ain't taking the L on that one.
I would love it.
Rem, how long has it been? Add another one to the list.
How long since what?
You know.
Oh,
What? Hello?
Did I stunlock Abba?
No, I was just letting Rem get his thoughts out because I feel like.
I didn't want to say I didn't want to potentially offend Lab if she didn't want to hear any advice. My advice would be, as someone who kind of started out as an orbiter, is essentially,
What if it was an accident and we would be able to do that? Then yeah, I don't think somebody should apologize for an accident. And if they do, then they should just say it was an accident and be like that. But I'm talking about obviously something that somebody intentionally did, not like an accident. I don't believe, but like, yeah.
Greatness.
Yes, I did. I've retired now. I'm here on behalf of the OG orbiters. Okay, a lot of people in chat probably don't even know who I am, but you know,
The stream volume seems low. Man, I could turn this shit up. But
for the orbiters like Mind Waves and Atlas and Ahrelevant and Irish Laddie, I'm from that time. I would just say, Lav, that I think you definitely do speak a lot before you think, and then you go on Twitter and try to excuse these fuck-ups, and then it's only after people dogpile you and shit on you that you will then go.
Okay, can I give some advice to Rem? Can you try to give advice to people without coming off as such a condescending fucking asshole that makes it so nobody's gonna listen to anything you have to say?
I would also love to hear this if you could like bring up an example, because I've heard a lot of this just like echoed feedback that means fucking nothing, but I'd love an accurate example.
For example, when you said that
Every time you open your
lying doesn't require intent.
Yeah, so I clarified that that's not what I necessarily meant, and I spoke too fast because Steven was yelling at me.
Okay, I was yelling because you kept speaking over me, to be fair, but go
you spoke before you thought.
What I meant is that it is virtually the same. It does the same thing to his reputation. It doesn't matter if she's stupid or if she did it on purpose. A false allegation does the exact same thing to his reputation.
Well,
wait, it absolutely matters to the condemnation of the individual. That is so incredible. That it matters so much. If it was an intentional lie towards Destiny, I would hope that Cherry would get banned from the platform. I would hope that Cherry would lose her Twitch account if she was intentionally lying about a sexual harassment claim. In comparison to the opposite, like, they are worlds apart.
Why were you earlier trying to say that it's important that you clarify your intent if it's only the outcome that matters?
Well, clarifying intent is important because the intention matters for how the other person views you. It might not matter in terms of community damage, but like if somebody like accidentally hits my car still.
How would you prove that? You could try and prove that reasonably through DMs, through any kind of given context, like it's of course difficult to prove, but there's been multiple instances where people have gone like, okay, it's pretty reasonable to assume that like XYZ person about sexual assault claim didn't really actually believe it or didn't actually consider it to be the case. Namely, the first one that comes to mind, the Fresh and Fit situation. Anybody that remembers the shit that Ethan Klein got like blowback for was Destiny covered it, Abba and Preach covered it, where Ethan had a person on talking about a sexual harassment that they endured from Fresh and Fit, that if you even listen to their own description of what happened, it wasn't even like, it was obvious they were lying and embellishing details. It just didn't make sense. Their actions as they described them didn't make sense. Fresh and Fit didn't even have to open their mouths, but when they did, they showed texts, they showed DMs, it was over. It was just cooked. The person obviously lied. So that's how you can do that. And then you can go, yeah, that person's a scumbag and shouldn't have a public platform. So that would be a kind of real world tangible analysis or example, of such a thing happening.
Broken, but if they meant to do it, holy fuck, I need to stay the fuck away from them. It's a totally different thing, right?
It's the level.
It changes the perspective on the entire situation, even from a viewer.
No, but me having a slight indiscretion between me and Steven by bringing up someone is different than trying to ruin their life with a false sexual harassment allegation, no?
If that's true, why wasn't H3 canceled? You and me both, nigga. I don't know.
Again, I would just go back to
until the third. What happened?
Weren't you like?
Why did we have enough going on?
There wasn't any
second example, but
wasn't there like weird vitriol towards Brittany from like Max, and he like lied about her being a Nazi sex cult leader, and like that.
Wait, hold on, he didn't lie about that. He just that was his opinion on it.
Sorry, that was just how he felt, and then he just talked about and tried to provide.
Hold on, stop. This is not. Hold on. Wait, stop. Hold on. Okay. Max was being hyperbolic, but he didn't literally mean she was a Nazi sex queen. Okay, chill. Can we acknowledge that?
I don't know if we can, because you know.
I also do you not think it's normal human nature to give feedback on something that you also struggle with? I think this is like very natural.
Oh, yeah.
You're squinting like you've never heard of that, Kyla.
No, I'm squinting because I'm trying to connect why you think that this is relevant. That's what I'm squinting at.
Ooh,
also, why are you infantilizing Kyla by smirking and laughing and being playful?
Oh my god, it's just the most aggressive fucking room ever.
Jesus Christ. Are you having a hard time following? That's like what we were just talking about.
Oh! Jesus, does this go all the way to the end of the VOD?
Ooh,
so I'm trying to not...
Wait, how long does this go, chat? There is no way I'm gonna watch 2.5 more hours of this. MrGirl's pants was low enough that he wouldn't. Okay.
I'm in super hot and hard at you, Lav. If you would prefer, I mean, I can like.
That's not a lie.
Wait, can we see that? Can we see that? I want to see that.
Kyla,
I'm not attacking. I'm not.
This is what we're doing now.
You
Okay.
can.
Go ahead,
Kyla, you
guys.
can, because if you do it, it's not misogyny. It's just
No,
you
no.
being a
Let's
dick.
play hardball. But you trying to act like you haven't given me feedback already 3 times? Come on.
Of course I've.
You know what I might actually do? Because if this is gonna be 2 hours more of this shit, I might save this for another time. Because this is going to be 2 hours and some change of more shit. I might save this for another time. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I've watched how much? When was the timestamp I got linked? Hold on. See when I was linked, the timestamp. 5 hours and 42 minutes. Jesus Christ! I watched... What is that, 3 hours and 30 minutes? Oh, my Lord. Jesus. Man, I was cooking through that shit. Oh, I skipped a bunch. I forgot. I skipped like 45 minutes. Thing is, I don't think I'm going to get through the full 2 hours, and I think it would make more sense to end it here and then like make another YouTube video or have the VOD stand for the 2 bits. The MrGirl talk and then the Destiny fucking Orbiter meltdown talk. And they continue on other streams? Whose stream? So I think it might actually be done here, chat. Let's take a look at what this is.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh no.
Just for a second.
Hold on, I'm sorry. My son just sent me a message on Discord saying, "What's your opinion on Andrew Tate?"
Yo!
I'm fairly upset with you.
Yeah.
Am I incorrect?
Generally, yeah.
And this is why I'm so fucking upset with you, Steven.
Wait, are you super serious? Hold on, I can't tell.
I think I've made a strong case, and I'm going to need you to rebut it in a serious manner.
What is this about?
Bro, this streamer, this Sniper Wolf girl? Excuse me, man. We looked her shit up once, and oh my fucking god.
Yeah, she has ridiculous metrics, right?
300 million views over the last 30 days, and that's low for her.
Snowing all.
Yeah, she has ridiculous metrics. She's got to be one of the richest YouTubers ever. She's like up there with Mr. Beast.
You know, all right. God, what a... You probably didn't go outside today, did you?
Nope.
What a gorgeous day.
Okay. All right. This video is funny. All right, we might watch that another time. Brutal, how attractive. Whoa!
So you've got...
Wait, my niggas out here in the streets, bruh.
4 options. Date...
Yo, my dude, this is Wheat Waffles. The incel is doing some fucking shit, bro. Let's link up, dude. I need to get my passport updated, bro. We gotta do some IRL content together, homie. Oh my god, this is my guy.
Long term, have for one night, friend zone, or never in a million years.
One night, as long as I don't have to have a conversation with him.
One night if I was very drunk.
If I told you he was a millionaire, would that make any difference?
Yes.
And what do you guys think of him? Initial thoughts?
He looks like a good shag.
Welcome everyone. We got a slightly different video today. We are at the beautiful University of Birmingham Central Campus. And we are going to be asking girls what they think of all of these guys' faces. And if they would say...
Dude, his face is... He looks like the Kanye meme, dude. He's doing
the... Yes, for one night with him. Date him long term. Friend zone him. Or tell him to get lost, never in a million years. So, without further ado, let's get straight into the video. I am joined by...
Alice, Keris, Frankie, Rachel, Safi, Jodie, Alex, Daisy Ann.
What do you think of this man?
Dude, if I had a passport, honest, I would pay out of pocket to do this shit. I would hit...
He's not my type.
Like, I would fly out to the UK, do some IRL content with this guy, and then I'd also go to the Just Pearly Thing studio. That would be too base, bro. I have to get my passport, man.
He's a good-looking boy. I think he's good-looking, but I'm not sure about the beard.
Okay, we'll watch that another time. We're gonna do a shout out real quick to a specific thing, to the Discord and the content of it. We're gonna do a shout out to the Discord and a shit like that. So I like bringing up this game.
And I get that that's...
It's called Mysterium, right? I'm thinking about playing it again with my Discord. The reason why we stopped last time is because we kind of played it a lot, and then, you know, we were going to come back to it or whatever, but the servers got knocked down, but they came back up. So the reason I'm doing a call to this one right now is because I got more people here, and who knows who might like it. So there's a game called Mysterium on Steam. It's a very fun game. The way that it works is you have a ghost that is instructed on trying to, its goal is to try and get the players individually to pick specific things as listed as these cards right here at the bottom. So these cards are what the ghost needs the players to pick. You can see what the ghost needs X player, so this one in the top left because they're hovering over it, to pick, which is this like beaker chemical room or whatever. That is what the ghost needs them to pick. You can see it through the red hue. The ghost has a series of cards that they use to indicate which room they are talking about. These are the cards over here on the right. Okay? These cards are used for each individual thing the ghost needs to indicate, each player that the ghost needs to indicate towards, for what they can use to try and guide them. They can't use words or anything. So it's kind of like a mix between Pictionary and Clue because you have to go through several stages, person, place, object. And yeah, I think it's a lot of fun with the way that it works. You have weird, wacky cards that kind of can have so many different interpretations. Like you have this card over here that has like the top hat. It also has like forks and knives. It's on like a paved road. And then, you know, this card with the fucking, that's all big and shit, that has a hammock, so it could have to do with like sleeping, has trees, so it could do with nature, has multiple doors and tons of windows. It's a weird looking thing. It's obviously a house, so maybe it can indicate a house. So that's supposed to be the fun of the game, trying to interpret these things. If this is something that you might be interested in, join the Discord, because we already have multiple people who own the game. And I am probably going to try and get people to play the game pretty soon. So there is the link to my Discord. Josephine has linked the Discord and the game. And I recommend getting it on Steam for one reason only, and that is because if you do not like the game, you can, of course, return it within a 2-hour time period if you don't like it. I like the game, though. I think it's an enjoyable experience with multiple different people. If you don't want it, you don't have to. But yeah. That being said, though, thank you to everybody for joining me in the stream. It's been a very positive stream. However, I might not end up streaming tomorrow. I've been trying to stream pretty consistently with a lot of demand that has been generated from YouTube, but I do have to do quite a bit of things tomorrow. I do have to catch a flight. I'm going somewhere, and I want to stretch my social legs because I'm going to go to, like, the bars with some friends. I don't drink, but that's going to be the goal, to try and see if I can improve social skills, because I think that's the best way to do it, is to try and put myself out there in risky environments to try and, you know, have conversations with people and just, you know, see if I'm socially, if I can socially tread water, as it is. Hey, Relly, it's Sonzel from my second account. I just got finished typing this message from yesterday. I wish I could type as fast as you, but I can't. That is such a based use of $5, man. Put a smile. That's a good one, man. That's a really good one. I thank you. That's funny, Sensei. Thanks for the $5. So yeah, all right. We'll see if I stream tomorrow. I probably won't, so I'm gonna limit expectations. But yeah, it's been fun. I will catch you guys, if not tomorrow, the day after, and we'll see if we can't set up some conversations with some people, because I have some things to talk with some people about. So yeah. All right. See you guys. You guys have a good rest of your day, and potentially good tomorrow as well, until I see you again.